beneficiary out of this attack except Benjamin Netanyahu himself. But it will not last.
Yes.
But it will last for him, inside or outside. The contradiction inside Israel, and I cannot count on it, but just for saying it, the contradictions inside Israel is very wide, and I think he is by his last days because he considered himself, as the greatest after King Solomon, what's it called? We call him Prophet Solomon.
Yeah, so you think you're talking about things strategically speaking. Iran has said it has strategic patience, it has proven it. The fact that it is patient to the extent that it could go all the way. We saw this especially after, despite the fact that there were various strikes, there was the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, even before the Al-Aqsa flood operation, there was direct attacks on its diplomats, also in Syria, and still there was strategic patience. There was the attempt to go for more negotiations, despite the fact that the foreign ministry mentioned that they knew the intentions of the United States and Israel has been campaigning. And you said that this is basically a personal vendetta for Benjamin Netanyahu specifically, who has been trying to lure the U.S. and goad it into a war against Iran for decades, not only in the last 2 or so years. But strategically speaking, you're saying that they would stop the war. Why start it from the first place if you cannot end it? But will Iran also accept to stop the war, especially since they have said that they will take on the retaliation completely and decisively? Do you think that the decision of demolishing and destroying the Israeli regime has been taken by the Islamic Republic of Iran?
Well, this is the main point right now. In case this war will last more than a few days, I think the main purpose of the Iranian retaliation should be against Benjamin Netanyahu himself and also against the Knesset. This is one of the reasons I think that one top military officers said this morning that they will be surprised by the Iranian retaliation. Mm-hmm. But let me tell you this very important strategic points. First of all, up to last night, I was insistent that there is no benefit for anybody to go into war unless we can see when they take out the Fifth Fleet from the Persian Gulf, then it's a big sign that there is a war. And the Iranians knew that. The Israelis and the Americans were trying to take Iran by a surprise strike, and it did not work.
Well,
it was
yes.
It was so let's say inert. It was so inert attack against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and now the Iranian has the power of initiating a strong retaliation, and we will see this retaliation. We will see it maybe by tonight or tomorrow morning, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Well, the retaliation, which is different than what we are seeing right now. You mean the surprise strikes from the Iranian military?
I think the Iranian will not go into gradually retaliation. Okay, I'm talking about now. They used their old missile according to the attack, according to the Israeli-American aggression against Iran this morning. But from tonight, maybe as General Amir Hatimi said, that we will not take any strike by strike and then ask him for cessation of fire, but it will be a pick and with full capability will retaliate. I think the Iranian up to now, they did not retaliate. And in order to stop this war, and I heard Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi a few minutes ago said if the American and the Israeli will stop, we'll consider the limit of escalation in the region. So it means the Iranian will have the last hit and the last strike against, and especially against the Israelis. I think what they did against all the bases in the region, it's only a prova for what's coming later on.
Mm-hmm. So it's a rehearsal for a possible even harsher retaliation from Iran. What do you expect, for example?
As I said, it will be a full power and hit, or with full capability retaliation by the Iranian. And maybe you will see Israel will not calm down unless it will take a big hit from Iran, and maybe it will be within hours. But let's say, as I said, the inner surprise, it wasn't surprise attack because the Iranians were very awake for that. But the inner attack against Iran, I think it was the big surprise by the quick response of the Iranian against such an attack. We all know that to prepare missiles and to launch, you need at least a few hours. The Iranian retaliate within 2 hours. So I think this will be one of the reasons to make the American ask for, to stop the war, maybe by tomorrow or after tomorrow.
So you're saying that this is going to be different than the last war. It was the Israelis that were imploring the U.S. to go for a strike in order to basically say that the U.S. took part, that they destroyed the nuclear site, and this is all we need now, and we can stop now. Now you're saying that it is the U.S. that is going to call for an end to this war, not Israel?
Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. And why? Because by this aggression against Iran, they give the Iranian a blank check to acquire and legally and by international law, mm-hmm. to acquire, even though they don't want the Iranian, but to acquire the nuclear warheads. Because now none of the power can stop Iran in case they want the Iranian from producing nuclear capabilities, military nuclear capabilities, in order to stop such aggression. Mm-hmm. Because if Iran will have such power and capabilities, not the Israelis, not the American will have the guts to attack Iran again. And I think they are taking the Iranian into corner to go into producing nuclear weapons.
Well, there's also the issue of the fact that this is a religious issue. It comes to the fatwa of the leader of the revolution, who has clearly said that Islam is against such weapons. And there's also the fact that although Israel does have nuclear warheads, this did not deter Iran of continuing to retaliate in the past war, nor in this war. But you're saying they're going to corner Iran, but can the Israelis, excuse me, think or perhaps use nuclear weapons against Iran, which would of course have an impact on the entire region, with the fact that you are saying they consider it an existential war?
Let me tell you that the Israelis are using the nuclear heads they have not only for deterrence, but they are using for influence in the region and in the world. Mm-hmm. They are using both, blackmailing people by scandals such as Epstein and so on, and they are also blackmailing the area, our region here, by nuclear warheads. Because all countries around are afraid and they have fear from countering Israel because of such warheads. So the warhead within the Israeli hand right now, it's not only for deterrence, but for influence in the region. That's why maybe, sure, the Iranian will consider that you cannot stay all the time using a conventional weapon against a nuclear weapon. It cannot be. It should be like head to head and tooth by tooth and eye by eye, but you cannot tolerate to have a war, and you are much powerful by conventional weapons and normal equipments and missiles and so on, and your enemy is having or already have nuclear weapons. So it cannot be. It's not deterrence anymore. It's influence and dominating.
But for Iran, but for Iran, it should be deterrence. I think that what you're saying, if they want to develop nuclear weapons, which maybe some people find legitimate, especially in the case of the continuous aggressions against Iran and the fact that it needs to defend itself, they would be using it for deterrence, you believe?
The Iranian?
Yes, to deter Israel and the United States from launching more wars?
Exactly. They cannot use, up to now, I know that the Iranian has the power now in case Israel wants to, because I know there is no match between the Iranian power. Iran is much stronger than the Israelis. The Israeli state entity, the Zionist entity, without the support of United States equals zero. Everybody knows that. And it cannot match, it cannot win a war against Iran. But now, maybe if Iran will, let's say, will launch 700, 1,000, let's say Sijil 5 or Khurram Shahar 4 against the Israeli, maybe they will destroy most of Israel. And that's why I'm saying it will be demolished. In this case, maybe the Israel, I'm putting a scenario, maybe it will not happen, and I hope it will not happen.
Yes.
The Israeli entity, the Zionist entity, maybe they will try to move or transfer their Jericho 3 missiles, which is nuclear with nuclear warhead. The Iranians know exactly by the documents they acquired last summer that they know exactly where it's stationed at. And by pinpoint zero error margin missiles like Sijil 5 and Khurram Shahar 4, they can destroy those missiles on the ground of the Israeli entity, the Zionist entity. So that's why there is a deterrence right now, but nobody can convince the lunatic Netanyahu, the devil. Nobody can convince him that if he goes into a wide war, Israel, you know why? Because there is two different things in Israel right now going on. You have the Zionist, the practical Zionist, which is led by Netanyahu, and which the main concern of those is to protect Israel as a state. And there is the Jewish, theoretical Jewish. Their main concern is how to protect the Jewish around the world. So both are in contradiction, and everybody is in Israel, in the Zionist entity, exactly know that it's a very non-profitable war waged against Iran, and you cannot go into war against Iran, and in the middle you will say, okay, let's stop here, and that's it. They cannot do that. Netanyahu is trying to address the outside world that he is capable to go into war, and to address the inside Zionist entity that he is the strongest man ever here in the entity.
Well, he is definitely someone who is willing to go to endless wars. Of course, we'll see how this war in particular turns out and what it results in. But we have, of course, a statement for the foreign minister of Iran, Mr. Arakchi. We've been hearing a lot from him, it seems, lately. And he said that we are ready. Of course, this is a war that was imposed upon us, and we are concerned about de-escalation. Of course, these have been the words of Iran since the last war, and even before, always working towards more diplomacy, despite the continuous aggressions from the Israeli regime and the U.S. against it, which should not just begin now. We know that there has been a history of U.S. aggressions against Iran, and he said that this was enforced upon us, and that this is a war that was chosen by the United States, and it needs to pay the price. He also said that we have clearly stated and told the Americans that we are ready to do anything to prove the peacefulness of our nuclear program, but at the same time, we are not ready to concede our right, especially the uranium enrichment. And one of our guests said that this is a legal right under United Nations Charter, that every country has a right to a peaceful nuclear program, and this is what the Iranians are working on. Now, you also have the fact that you have some statements from other countries. You have China, Russia calling for an urgent meeting, and of course the United Nations has declared that it will be calling for an urgent meeting for the Security Council. It's not clear when exactly, but we are, of course, will be following that up. But what do you think are the roles of countries in the country? And although we hear in the world, I mean, we hear, of course, the Arab states, they have their stances, they have the U.S. bases on their territory. You have the Europeans always standing behind the U.S. The French president calling on the Iranians to go back to negotiations, but based on the fact that they should get rid of their ballistic missiles program and their nuclear program, but also calling for de-escalation and so on. But you have countries like China and Russia seemingly are strategic allies of Iran, but they are not countries that are willing to perhaps fight with Iran. And Iran has said that it does not need anyone to defend it, that it is ready to continue with this war till the end. So what do you think would unravel if we have a UN Security Council meeting? What can be done in that respect? And although we know that the Iranians are making their case that this strike against them is illegal and their defending themselves is based on international rights.
Let's take into consideration that Iran is the only state in the world that goes against the United States. Okay, before, I think in 2019, when the American assassinated General Soleimani and Abu Mahdi.
Yes, in 2020.
This is the first time that any country in the world that retaliate against Ain al-Assad military base, American military base. And then we came to the 12 days on June, 12 days war. The only country that stand against United States in the world and for 12 days and stands fistness against the Israelis and American aggression. And Donald Trump said with the same weapon they used on the last aggression against Iran, and they are going into, let's say, strikes against places they declared. And then they add one more thing this time, to protect the Iranian people and freedom for the Iranian people. And the first strike by United States and Israel, they killed more than 41 young girls in schools.
Yes.
So it appears that everybody understands that this is a useless war. It is a personal war. It's not a strategic war against Iran. And they want to gain as a result from such war to make every countries around to be scared and feared of the Israeli existence in the region. The only country that can stood against the Israelis and the Americans. It was Iran and the resistance axis. Up to now, there is none of the war that Israel or United States finished or declared victory. Up to now, not against Lebanon, not against Gaza, not against Yemen won the war against the United States and the Zionist entity. Iran won the 12 days war, and who they will be surprised right now. They will be surprised now. They will be surprised now if they continue this war, and they will see that the Iranian will use new technology that make the Israelis and the American asking for stopping the war again, and very soon.
Well, when I mentioned the Security Council, you have countries like China and Russia. Can they be influential in that respect, forcing Israel and the U.S. to stop this war? And if the U.S. can use its veto power to allow a genocide to continue against the people of Gaza, would it be using a veto to allow the continuation of this war and this aggression against the Iranian people?
That's why I said this is the only country can stand against United States is Iran. We could not see that none of the countries around the world can stand against the United States. This is one thing. The other thing, that in case this war continues for a longer time, lasting like a few days, 1 month or so, the most beneficial of this war, outside the personal benefit for Netanyahu, playing as a devil in the region, China will win this front against United States without fight. Why? Because in case this war expand more and using more weapons and more sophisticated weapons against each other between United States and the Zionist entity from one part and Iran from another part, everybody will be a loser in this war. The only winner in this war, the countries that are looking from far away. And I'm talking about China, Europe, Russia, all the countries around. What about? That's why I was like saying that it's no use. Strategic-wise, it's no good feasibilities for United States to go into war against Iran, because it will lose the war. It will lose.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's
now,
yes.
We take into consideration the help of Russian or the Chinese. I think they will be helping, but remotely. They will not be involved direct fight with Iranian against the American. I think they will help, But
No,
remote.
but this is what I asked. I asked if the help will be diplomatic, because it's obvious that I don't think any of these countries have an interest into going into a military confrontation. We know that the Chinese are avoiding it, especially with the issue of Hong Kong. You have the Russians already swamped in a war with Ukraine and all of Europe. But when we talk about diplomatic efforts on international platforms like the United Nations Security Council, what type of assistance, or can we see any attempts to try to stop the de-escalation?
Ask for such permission from United Nations. For what support we can expect? Donald Trump, and he went into aggression against Iranian without taking permission, not from the United Nations and neither from the Congress of the United States. So he's not waiting. He's not taking into consideration any opposition decision from opposed decision, from the Chinese and the Russian. In case he took it into consideration, he wants to take it into consideration, he would take it before committing such aggression against Iran. If it was so strongly tied with the Shanghai Committee, it should be the United States cannot wage a war against Iran if knew that China and Russia will be backing and supporting Iran till the end. But you're telling me that to support Iran diplomatically, politically, and remotely, it will not be a big use. That's why the Iranians said we don't need any help. This morning, some let's say some responsible
the counselors.
Some counselors said that we don't need any. We don't need any help from anybody. Iran can defend itself, and we can go till the end of this war. And I believe the Iranian can count on their own power and capabilities, and the Iranian doctrine is strong. And I think, in case the United States will continue such war, the Iranian will win it.
So I think you've already given us what you believe would be the end game of this confrontation. Of course, we'll be following up all the details with you. Dr. Ali Hamid, thank you very much for being with us on this rolling coverage and the breaking news that we have concerning the U.S.-Israeli aggression on Iran and the Iranian retaliation. Of course, this has not only been limited to an Israeli strike or a U.S.-Israeli strike on Iran and retaliation directly on the Israeli interests or targets within the occupied territories in the Israeli regime. We know that at least 14 military bases of the United States have been targeted in all of the region, especially in the Persian Gulf Arab states. They have been targeted very severely, as we know, and there are plumes of smoke, sounds of explosions heard in those significant bases, especially in the Fifth Fleet, in Bahrain, in the Udeid.
And they are going into, let's say, strikes against places they declared. And then they add one more thing this time, to protect the Iranian people and freedom for the Iranian people. And the first strike by United States and Israel, they killed more than 41 young girls in schools. So it appears that everybody understands that this is a useless war. It is a personal war. It's not a strategic war against Iran. And they want to gain, as a result from such war, to make every countries around to be scared and feared of the Israeli existence in the region. The only country that can stood against the Israelis and the Americans, it wasn't the resistance axis. Up to now, there is none of the war that Israel or the United States finish it or declare victory. Up to now, not against Lebanon, not against Gaza, not against Yemen won the war against the United States and the Zionist entity. Iran won the 12 days war, and who they will be surprised right now. They will be surprised now. They will be surprised now if they continue this war, and they will see that the Iranian will use new technology that make the Israelis and the American asking for stopping the war again, and very soon.
When I mentioned the Security Council, you have countries like China and Russia. Can they be influential in that respect, forcing Israel and the U.S. to stop this war? And if the U.S. can use its veto power to allow a genocide to continue against the people of Gaza, would it be using a veto to allow the continuation of this war and this aggression against the Iranian people?
That's why I said this is the only country can stand against United States is Iran. We could not see that none of the countries around the world can stand against the United States. This is one thing. The other thing, that in case this war continues for a longer time, lasting like few days, 1 month or so, the most beneficial of this war, outside the personal benefit for Netanyahu, playing as a devil in the region, China will win this front against the United States without fight. Why? Because in case this war expand more and using more weapons and more sophisticated weapons against each other between United States and the Zionist entity from one part and Iran from another part, everybody will be a loser in this war. The only winner in this war, the countries that are looking from far away. And I'm talking about China, Europe, Russia, all the countries around. What about, that's why I was like saying that it's no use strategic-wise, it's no good feasibilities for United States to go into war against Iran, because it will lose the war. It will lose.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's
now,
yes.
We take into consideration the help of Russian or the Chinese. I think they will be helping, but remotely. They will not be involved direct fight with Iranian against the American. I think they will help.
Mm-hmm.
But
this is what I asked. I asked if the help will be diplomatic, because it's obvious that I don't think any of these countries have an interest into going into a military confrontation. We know that the Chinese are avoiding it, especially with the issue of Hong Kong. You have the Russians already swamped in a war with Ukraine and all of Europe. But when we talk about diplomatic efforts on international platforms like the United Nations Security Council, what type of assistance, or can we see any attempts to try to stop the de-escalation?
Ask for such permission from United Nations. What support we can expect? Donald Trump, and he went into aggression against Iranian without taking permission, not from the United Nations and neither from the Congress of the United States. So he's not waiting. He's not taking into consideration any opposition decision from opposed decision. Sorry, from the Chinese and the Russian. in case he took it into consideration, he wants to take it into consideration, he would take it before committing such aggression against Iran. If it was so strongly tied with the Shanghai Committee, it should be the United States cannot wage a war against Iran if knew that China and Russia will be backing and supporting Iran till the end. But you're telling me that to support Iran diplomatically, politically, and remotely, it will not be a big use. That's why the Iranians said we don't need any help. This morning, some let's say some responsible
the counselors.
Some counselors said that we don't need any. We don't need any help from anybody. Iran can defend itself, and we can go till the end of this war. And I believe the Iranian can count on their own power and capabilities, and the Iranian doctrine is strong. And I think, in case the United States will continue such war, the Iranian will win it.
So I think you've already given us what you believe would be the end game of this confrontation. Of course, we'll be following up all the details with you. Dr. Ali Hamid, thank you very much for being with us on this rolling coverage and the breaking news that we have concerning the U.S.-Israeli aggression on Iran and the Iranian retaliation. Of course, this has not only been limited to an Israeli strike or a U.S.-Israeli strike on Iran and retaliation directly on the Israeli interests or targets within the occupied territories, the Israeli regime. We know that at least 14 military bases of the United States have been targeted in all of the region, especially in the Persian Gulf, Arab states. They have been targeted very severely, as we know, and there were plumes of smoke, sounds of explosions heard in those significant bases, especially in the 5th Fleet in Bahrain, in the Udeid military base in Qatar as well as the military things that seem to be somewhat different from the past war. And so are there lessons learned? We were saying you have the issue of the fact that there were assassinations in the beginning of the war last time that succeeded directly. And it seemed that Iran perhaps did not expect that there will be that level of assassinations from the Israelis, which the Israelis are using as a tactic against all the sides. And you also have the fact that like you said, the retaliation was quicker than it was in the past operations. Are these two things that are significant in order to see that now Iran will have the upper hand in this battlefield?
Last time in June 2025, the assassinations were committed by insiders in Iran. They directed the drones against the targets, the houses or the offices of the leaders that were declared their martyrdom last time, and as well as the nuclear scientists. So there were very many networks in Iran preparing for the moment Israeli start bombing. Now I think that Iran had got rid of these insiders so far, at least so far. So now all the attempts of assassination have been taken by the Israeli airplanes and the United States, not by insiders. This is very important now. So it's not a surprise that if they hit 20% or 30% or 10% of the leaders they were targeting, so they did not achieve the goal or what they have achieved by the insiders in June 2025. So I think it's over now. Sooner or later they will declare who was hit, who was injured, who was martyred. But first of all, let's go back. There is a command and control functioning. There are operations rooms that are working, and there are leaders taking decisions, and others are implementing these decisions.
Yes, well, since you mentioned that, that reminds me of some analysts made a comparison between what happened in Syria and what could happen in Iran, the possible scenarios before this strike actually occurred, that they would attempt to go for evaporating the capabilities of the Islamic Republic. And like what happened in Syria, just totally collapsed. And like you said, it disappeared. The command and control completely disappeared, and it was non-existent. That the use of these spies would use it to, to be able to do that. But it seems that it has failed, with the fact that you're saying it purged perhaps all of Iran from these internal agents?
I can't assure that there are no more agents in Iran, but at least I am sure that they are not effective. They didn't seem effective in this war. As to the comparison with Syria, I think in Syria it was something very different, completely different from what is in Iran. There were orders issued by unknowns, either by the president or by the commander, that leave your positions and change your ways to civilians and go. So this is how the regime collapsed. We don't know what was the wisdom of this after these decisions, and who gave these decisions, and what was the role of the Russian who took President Assad to Latakia and then to Moscow. This is something very different than what's going on in Iran. But I want to draw the attention as well to the prejudice and the pride of and the arrogance of President Trump, because when he kidnapped President Maduro and his wife, so he began arrogance, and he believed that he could do it again in Iran,
yes,
which was something also completely different.
Exactly. Now, it seems that up until now, things are different somewhat. There's a huge, drastic difference between the past Truthful Promise 1, 2, 3, and now Truthful Promise 4, in addition to the decisive response, which was quite quick. You have the issue of the agents, and we heard also from the counselor of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, saying that they called on civilians to make sure that they report any sort of suspicious action and movement within the Islamic Republic of Iran. Can you tell us if there has been any change when it comes to the defenses? I mean, we know that in the past, the Israelis struck the defenses within the Islamic Republic of Iran, and now there are also strikes. They started striking civilian targets. They killed maybe girls and teachers in the
school.
So definitely they're striking civilian targets, but when it comes to the defenses of all of the Islamic Republic of Iran, how long can it withstand it, and has it filled the gap when it comes to those air defenses systems?
Yes, look, it is no secret that there is a great gap between the conventional weapons of Iran and the conventional weapons of the United States and Israel, especially in terms of air defense and air forces. But now what Iran is doing now is Iran is resorting to the asymmetric warfare. For example, if you don't have air defense missiles that or destroyed, or you don't have enough able to confront the Israeli planes, you can use the manpad that was bought from Russia and declared about 3 to 5 kilometers, which means that the aerial superiority of the Israeli or the American is bound to only in a height more than, an altitude more than 5 or 6 kilometers. But under this height, the manpad will work and will shut them down. So this is very important, that when the Iran shifted to less sophisticated weapons, but it's in terms of asymmetric warfare, it's the right weapon that will be used to to confront the Israelis, the Israelis and the Americans. Now the Americans are afraid of using helicopters in order to execute some special operations, because they are aware that the United States, the Russia equipped Iran with such missiles. Also, the main weapon in Iran are the ballistic missiles, and the ballistic missiles, which President Trump said yesterday or in the morning, they aired his speech, that he will destroy all the missiles and the missile sites, and he will finish the industry of missiles in Iran. So now he received a lot of the products of this missiles industry on on the United States bases in Erbil, Al Harir, and in Kuwait, and in Dhufra, and in other places.
Yes.
So this is the first shock for the President Trump, that he wants to end the missile and end the missile sites and to end the industry of missiles, and he received these missiles.
Yes, I will continue to talk about that, but allow me to speak to our correspondent in London, Saeed Parrizah. Saeed, can you hear me? Saeed, if you can hear me. Saeed, if you can hear me. I think we had him on the line. I believe he's in a protest in London, a pro-Iran protest, an anti-war protest in London. I was hoping that we would be able to speak to him to get some insight on the emotions that we have there, whether from the pro-Palestine protesters and those people who are standing against any war against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And as we know, of course, there have been campaigns for decades issued by the Israelis, actually, really working hard to try to lure the United States into a war against the Islamic Republic of Iran, while Iran has exhausted all diplomatic efforts to avoid a war, to go for peaceful diplomatic talks. Those seem to have been only issues that the United States was using to buy time. Do we have Saeed or not? Is Saeed ready? Okay, let's listen in on what Saeed has to say.
This is the Vodafone voicemail service for 0747.
Unfortunately, it does not seem that we can hear Saeed. All right, if we have him back, please, we'll have him on, and once we have him back, to get, of course, an idea about the atmosphere, the emotions of the people, especially perhaps the Iranian diaspora and the people who are supportive of Iran, what seems to be a growing alliance of the people who are pro-Palestine, who are supporters of the Palestinian cause, with the fact that Iran has stood at nothing to continue to support the Palestinian cause. Let's go back to your explanation of this strategic issue. And we saw that there, like you said, there's a difference in the strategies used by Iran. And tactically speaking, I mean, they are also saying, we have a statement out by one of the counselors, I believe, of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, saying that they use the old stockpile of rockets now at first, and drones. So this is somewhat similar to the previous war, where they used the stockpile, waiting to exhaust the defenses of the Israelis, and then strike.
It seems that they are using the old stockpiles, and they it seems that the leadership in Iran were planning for a long-term war, because the Israel cannot afford this kind of war. Now, starting from today at 8 o'clock, all the borders of Israel are closed. No harbors, no ports, no airports, nothing. And Israel is now beleaguered from all directions. It's different from Iran. Iran, they closed the air space, but Iran has long borders with Pakistan, with Azerbaijan, with Armenia, with Turkey, with Iraq, with Pakistan. So there is a room for the people of Iran in order to go and back through these borders, while Israel, they are will be attached or stuck in this place. So I mean, it's impossible to have freedom of movement to Lebanon or even to Syria or Jordan or Egypt as well. So Israel cannot afford a month or 2 months in this situation, especially if it was if the electric power was hit by the Iranians, if the refineries, oils in Haifa and Asdod was destroyed as well.
Yes.
So this is a very different situation.
I'm sorry, I think we have a correspondent, because we need to have him on with us, and we'll be right back. Hold that thought. Saeed Parizah, if you can hear me, our correspondent in London. I believe he is in a protest in London. Saeed, if you can hear me, please fill us in on the situation on the ground there. Do we have Saeed?
Yes, Mariam, we're right here across from the British Parliament at an anti-war demonstration across from the British Parliament right here in London. It's an emergency demonstration called for by the Human Rights Commission, the Islamic Human Rights Commission, in coordination with Stop the War and a number of other groups, in solidarity with Iran and Iranians who are now under attack by the United States and Israel, a criminal military aggression in blatant violation of international law, of course, and which started in the early hours of this morning against Iran, a sovereign state, a member of the United Nations, in the middle of negotiations with Washington, and only months after the June 13th 12-day war, also jointly conducted by the U.S. and the Israeli regime. Already civilians, of course, have been killed. More than 40 Iranians killed in a strike on a girls' elementary school in southern Iran, in Minab. The demonstration was supposed to start a lot earlier than now. There have been some complications, police not cooperating. They relocated the spot where the demonstration was supposed to happen from Downing Street to Parliament Square because the monarchists who were celebrating their country being bombed had already occupied that space. But let's talk about all of this with Professor Haim Rashid. He is a filmmaker and a historian to shed more light on what he thinks this war is all about, what he makes of this war of aggression. Thank you very much for being with us. Iran under attack yet again by the United States and by the Israeli regime, and this time it looks like it's going to be very different.
Well, it's obviously a war to the death, and both sides know it. It's nothing to do with nuclear weapon. It's nothing to do with missiles. It's nothing to do with all the nonsense that we heard from Trump. It's about one thing alone. This is an Israeli agenda. Israel has forced the US, or in the person of Trump, to start this war with them. And there is only one point that they want to achieve: a total destruction of Iranian society, state, institutions, and order. They are against a functioning society, despite the great problems that the West has caused for it by the sanctions. Iran has functioned for 47 years in very difficult situations, and it is still functioning, and it is able to defend itself. So I think this is what Israel is about. Israel is a destructive machine. It's a machine of creating chaos and destruction for the West. They have, together with the US, destroyed Libya, destroyed Syria, destroyed Lebanon, destroyed Yemen, destroyed Iraq, destroyed all the countries in the Horn of Africa, and now they want to destroy Iran, Egypt, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia.
Just a quick word. We're hearing chants of hands off Iran coming from the crowd right behind us, gathered outside the British Parliament, the Houses of Parliament right here on Parliament Square. In terms of the build-up to this military aggression against Iran, the kind of lies that have been told by the Israeli officials, by the Americans, through their media, accusing Iran of trying to build a nuclear bomb. Does it harken back, does it not, to the months leading up to the 2003 U.S.-led illegal invasion of Iraq and the fake WMD lie?
Well, it does indeed, and that's what I was going to add. The WMD line and the dodgy dossier that you remember were obviously fake. And all of us knew that they were fake, and yet they went on to the war. But I want to say that in this place, in 2003, 2 million of us, and I don't know if you were in London at that time, but I was, and I was one of the people that helped to start this campaign. 2 million of us started here and walked all around London and returned here against the war. This time, we don't see anything like this. We see a few hundred people, because not just the police, not just the government, they did not have a debate about what they are doing, about the lies that the Americans and the Israelis are fomenting. Let's be clear. If you're looking for nuclear weapons, don't look into Iran. They don't exist. They don't exist in Iran. They never existed in Iran. They exist in Israel.
Who denies them and isn't a member of the NPT and is deciding to bomb which country on an almost daily basis?
If you're looking for a country that attacked its neighboring countries, it's not Iran. Iran has never attacked a single country. It was attacked by others, like Israel and Iraq and the United States, but it was never attacking another country. If you look for a country that attacked all its neighbors, this is again Israel. So actually, the criminal is attacking the victim with the agreement of the West, with no action by the UN, with no action by the criminal court. And we are standing here seeing the destruction of international law and cannot as individuals do anything about it. But as societies, that's what we should do. And yet, Britain as a society did not discuss this. This was not allowed to be a topic, and it's still not allowed to be a topic. And the police have moved it 3 times today without telling us before, so that we will not have the chance to speak. If this is a democracy, call me another name.
I want to get your view on the UK government's position. At least as far as I checked, there were no official tweets or anything like that from either Keir Starmer or the Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper. But other members of Parliament have weighed in on this. I'll start with Jeremy Corbyn, just for our viewers quickly. Jeremy Corbyn, an independent MP, former leader of Labour that is now led by Keir Starmer, saying the attacks on Iran by Israel and the U.S. are illegal, unprovoked, and unjustified. Peace and diplomacy was possible. Instead, Israel and the U.S. chose war. Our government, he finishes, I'm going to skip a line or two, must condemn this flagrant breach of international law and urgently pursue a foreign policy based on justice, sovereignty, and peace. Ayub Khan, also an MP, independent, reckless and dangerous escalation. Israel has attacked Iran, risking wider war while acting with impunity. Under powerful backing, the world cannot stay silent as international law is flagrantly breached by this rogue government. I can go on. There are other MPs as well who have weighed in on this, including Diane Abbott, also an MP, a Labor MP. Of course, it is a complete lie. The U.S. or Israel were under imminent threat. As one analyst said, it was a deal being imminent that prompted the bombings. U.S. Israel hands off Iran, and a number of others who have made similar comments. I want to actually pick up on, first off, the United States under the United Kingdom under Tony Blair made that fatal mistake of joining that illegal war along with the United States in Iraq for WMD that were never found. This time around, it doesn't look like it's military involved, but it is providing logistical support, bases that the Americans are using to be able to launch these attacks on Iran. What does that say about the United Kingdom's position and its participation, if you will, in yet another war of aggression?
Well, the United Kingdom has provided support for Israel in its genocide in Gaza over 2.5 years and continues to do so. It was flying spy planes from Akrotiri in Cyprus every day, a number of flights. They still do that, giving bombing instructions in a way, or bombing information to the Israelis. This is illegal, and therefore the United Kingdom is likely to be in the ICC and ICJ for the crime of genocide. Now, therefore, we're not surprised that throughout the last few weeks, tens of flights every week left Akrotiri to Israel, supplying more and more ammunition and weapons to this attack. And they continue to use their bases in the whole region to supply radar and other information about the Iranian movements. So it's not possible to say that militarily they're not involved. They are militarily involved. These are military bases. They are providing military information. They are providing information about killing Iranians. I don't think they can claim that they are not involved.
And interestingly,
Saeed,
Peter
if I
Oberman,
may,
the journalist who wrote the book,
Saeed, if you can hear me,
complicit on the Gaza genocide,
if you can hear me, maybe we can
has mentioned.
come back to our guest here in the studio.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Just for a little bit to conclude with our guest in the studio, and then I'll give you time to continue with your guest. It's very important to see, of course, the atmosphere and the extent of the opposition that we have against this war of aggression and this criminal act of aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. But I really want to take advantage of your presence with us here today on the military significance of the Iranian strategies that are being used now. We heard from one of the statements from an Iranian official stressing that there are surprises ahead. What can we expect from the capabilities of Iran?
Yes, the strategy of Iran was made up to confront the strategy of the United States and Israel, not to attack other neighboring countries or any other party in the world. So the strategists in Iran studied well what the capabilities and the command and control and the equipments and the build-up of the U.S. forces in the region or might to be in the region, and as well as they decided Israel. They studied Israel, and now, according to this study, they took this decision to launch an asymmetric warfare, because it's the only warfare that can confront and works with them. So now we notice from the early morning now, the response of Iran is with something conventional, something from the old stockpiles. Iran didn't show yet any of its Khurram Shahar 14, for example, which has 16 Mach velocity. And also Iran has today they destroyed the radars, the FD-132 radar in Qatar, which has a range of 5,000 kilometers and detect all the movements, aerial movements, and all the Iranian soil. So they destroyed these radars, and I think they want to blind the United States forces in the region by destroying this radar. So now, tomorrow, upon the result of this military operations or military operation against the U.S. bases in the region, we will see another kind of attack or maybe another kind of missiles to Israel or to the U.S. bases. Given that the U.S. bases are the first shield to defend on Israel.
Yes. But it seems that even those military bases are not stopping the direct strikes from Iran against the Israeli regime.
Against Israel, yes. As well, the second one is in Jordan. There is a U.S. base, a French base, a German base, as well as Muwafaq al-Salti base, which hosts American warplanes F-35 and F-22 as well.
All right, I want to, of course, there's a lot to talk about, and I'm sure that we will be following up the developments of this war with you, General Yas Farhat, to see how it unravels, of course, in the upcoming, God knows, actually, hours, days, weeks. It's not clear how long this will continue. I'm sure we'll be following that up with you. I want to thank you for being with us. Thank you for your time. Let me go back to Saeed, who is in London in a protest, an anti-war protest. It's also interesting, Saeed, to get the atmosphere of the protesters there. Are we looking at a shift, perhaps, in the world, when it comes, especially which began after the genocide in Gaza? More people are more educated about the Palestinian cause, and therefore more educated about the Iranian situation, the Iranian status, and its full support for the Palestinian cause.
I think the answer to that, Mariam, is a straightforward yes. Iran is considered by many as the last bastion against American and Western imperialism in the region and against Zionism and plans by the Israeli regime for a greater Israel. If Iran goes down, a lot of people believe, that will mean the Israeli takeover, if you will, or Zionist takeover of large swaths of West Asia. But let me put the same question to Haim Rashid. Haim is a Jewish man himself and has been advocating for Palestinian freedom for a very long time. The question my colleague asked, and I would like to put it to you, and that is what this means for the Palestinian cause. If Iran were to be weakened or taken out of the equation as the last country in our region, if you will, that has stood up to the United States imperialism in the region and to Zionist expansionist ambitions.
This is exactly why it is under attack now. And there would be no reason to attack Iran from a point of view of Israel and the United States if it didn't do that. But it is standing in the way not just of Israel getting rid of Palestinians from Palestine, is standing there not allowing Israel to take over the Middle East. The American ambassador in Israel seemed to play God when he said Israel should be there from the Nile to the Euphrates. So this is what the plan is, not just for Israelis, but for most American elite. They think that their dog in the Middle East should take over the whole Middle East. It's already the only power in the Middle East, apart from Iran, And that's why they're fighting Iran. And later on, let's not forget it. And I think Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey know that they are next. And that's why they're
sorry to interrupt, but we heard Naftali Bennett, the former Israeli PM, say that in so many words about Turkey, saying publicly that Turkey is the next threat.
I mean, they will take anybody that lifts their head over the parapet. At the moment, it's Iran, but those three countries are very terrified because they don't want to have both Israel and the US against them. And Turkey is even a NATO country. But the United States doesn't care about such refinements. They will attack Turkey with Israel if necessary, and Turkey will go down if Iran goes down. Therefore, this is a fight not just for Iran and not just for Palestine. This is a fight for all societies in the Middle East.
Just to echo your words and what my colleague in Lebanon, in Beirut, was saying, Yanis Varoufakis, he's the former Greek finance minister. He too has weighed in on this, saying the world's two rogue states, Israel and the United States, have started a war not against Iran, but against the whole world. We stand with Iranians, with humanity, against the notion that Israel and the U.S. can bomb any country, anyone their fancy takes them to bomb. And that speaks to the importance of this massive country of Iran, led under the leadership of the Islamic Republic.
Unfortunately, he's right. They can do it. They are doing it, and they are doing it because we live under government like the Starmer government that helps them instead of stopping them, instead of taking them to the United Nations Security Council and saying this is a war crime, and now you're in the crime in the ICC for committing war crimes. It's actually supplying and financing and funding the war crimes. And they're not alone. The whole of the West is doing it. So this is a war of the West against the rest. It's a war on BRICS, but it's a war on all humanity because it's a war against international law.
Waged war by what a lot of people are calling the Epstein class. This war waged by a convicted felon. We've seen Trump's name appear thousands of times in the so-called Epstein files, and a prime minister who is wanted by the ICC, and a state that has a genocide case at the International Court of Justice against it. But I want to talk about Trump. This is a man who ran on the ticket to bring peace, that there wouldn't be any wars. He criticized the Democrats. He criticized his rival in the elections, Kamala Harris, that, hey, if she is elected, you're going to get war. If I'm elected, there will be none. He led his so-called MAGA base to believe that there wouldn't be any wars, that he was going to focus on rebuilding America and its infrastructure. And here we are again, the United States president, the so-called peace president, waging war on a sovereign nation, on a member of the United Nations, namely Iran.
Well, he told us that he ended 8 wars plus, he said, 8 war plus. But he didn't tell us what these wars were, so we don't know where they were or who fought them. And on one occasion, he said that he ended the war between Armenia and that was a real war. No, he said between Armenia and so mad that Albania. He said
correct.
He ended the war between Armenia and Albania, who are not even close to each other and never had a war. So this is a man that doesn't know the map of the world, has a problem with putting the borders of countries together, doesn't know the names of either the countries or the people who run them, and actually has not finished any war but intensified the war in Ukraine, supported the genocide totally without any qualifications, and now, and of course in the summer already attacked Iran in the 12-day war, finished everything that he said he wanted to finish off, and now he's now got to finish it again? I mean, this is a man that has no boundaries, no logic, cannot tell a truth if he tried, which he never does, of course. You know, what are we talking about? He is now going to be with us for 3 years in which he can destroy the world a number of times over. He has not done anything for the American people. His tariffs made everything very expensive for Americans. They didn't affect the other countries in the same way. What is he standing for apart from violence and death and destruction?
And this obviously is not just about one man. It holds true when it comes to the American establishment. Take into account the neocons, such as, what's his name? Ted Cruz. We heard him on that famous interview where he didn't even know anything about Iran's ethnic mix or the Iranian population. Or Lindsey Graham, who has been baying for a war like this against Iran for quite some time. And these people, that's neoconservatives in the Republican Party, in conjunction with a Zionist, the Zionist entity led now by Netanyahu, Benjamin Netanyahu, who has been claiming Iran is days away from a nuclear weapon. What, since the 90s, if not earlier?
The early 90s.
I mean, it's a very dangerous mix, not only for the Islamic Republic of Iran, but for the region, and as I read earlier, for the world.
Well, it's very dangerous for the West to be led by this madman. But actually, they're playing his game. In terms of America, it's not just the Republicans that are, you know, calling for war. The Democrats are baying for blood. They could have stopped us. They could have brought it to the vote in the Congress. They didn't do that. There's only 2 members of Congress that want to vote on it, as you know. But the Democrats are behind it because the Democrats always supported Israel to the hilt. We remember Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the rest of them. So I think the United States is now out of its mind. It has a leave of mind. They are now believing that because they can do things, they should do them. I don't like you, I take your country. I don't like you, I hijack your president. I don't like you, I bomb you to smithereens. It's not even a question of liking, because there's nothing to not like about Iran. Iran has not caused trouble to any other country, definitely not to the United States or Europe. Even Israel, you know, Iran is not, despite the kind of attacks that Israel has been holding for 30 or 40 years against the Iranians and Iran, they have not attacked Israel unprovoked. So why are we talking about it even? There is no reason but the growth of the Israeli empire, the greater Israel that is part of MAGA. MAGA is actually mega, make Israel great again. So they are actually made Israel part of the United States, but the part that counts. You know, the 50 states of the United States don't count. Their citizens are suffering from the result of Trump's mad moves. But Israel is the one that got some 40 billion pounds since the beginning of the genocide just to kill people and to destroy their environment. So basically it's not MAGA, it's MEGA. Israel is now controlling Washington, controlling this parliament, controlling the French parliament, the German parliament, the Dutch parliament. You know, one time this was the kind of talk of anti-Semites. I'm a Jew, I'm an ex-Israeli, I fight anti-Semitism all my life, and I tell you, before you could make their attack that they are now in the middle of, you had to occupy those capitals of the West. Not just Palestine was occupied, not just the minds of Jews who support them in great numbers are occupied, but the West capitals are occupied by Zionism, and this is what we need to end.
I'll get back to the UK and its leadership and how many accuse the United Kingdom of being a vassal of the United States, doing the United States bidding, as we saw them do in Iraq and the years since. But on the question of impunity and whether or not we can still have any morsel of trust in international law or in international institutions to hold these war criminals to account. I mean, we haven't seen any of them be taken to The Hague. We heard one Western politician say, oh, The Hague was created for African leaders. The EU foreign policy chief, Joseph Borrell, describing the global south as a jungle, and Europe.
At least they say what they think.
they say the quiet part aloud. But yeah, are we ever going to see any of this happen? Like Rumsfeld is already dead, one of the architects of the Iraq War. Colin Powell, the man who held up that vial accusing Iraq of possessive nuclear weapons, also dead. Dick Cheney, gone without facing justice. Like, what is going to happen to these people, as you say, who go around bombing countries with their taxpayers' money, who want no part to play in their extraterritorial military adventurism?
I want to say that if the West was not in a deep decline, this would be impossible. Only empires that are in the middle of very deep decline before their fall are acting in this kind of irresponsible and totally illegal manner. So Dick Cheney and Rumsfeld were amateurs compared to the current crew in the White House. These are criminals. They do not have any respect for the law. Not that Rumsfeld and Cheney had respect for the law, but they had to play the game. They had to go to the UN and say weapons of mass destruction. And, you know, they actually did a performative job of pretending to be legal. And Tony Blair.
Who is now Sir Tony Blair on Donald Trump's so-called Board of Peace. And some commentator commented, is Trump bored of peace?
Well, he's very bored of peace, and that's why he starts wars everywhere. So the point is that the war against Iran always starts, like in the summer, in the middle of negotiations. I don't think the Iranians are, fooled by this, but they were in the summer. But they're not fooled now, and they knew, I think, that exactly the war will start during Ramadan, when war is not allowed to Muslims, and also in the vicinity of the holiday of Purim, which is in 3 days' time, which is actually a holiday about a genocide done by Jews in ancient Susa, where supposedly, I don't think it ever happened, but supposedly, according to the book of Esther in the Bible, in the Hebrew Bible, the Jews killed by permission of the king 75,000 Persians, and this is what the holiday is about. So Netanyahu wanted this genocide to be, a reason for a party. Yeah, this is the party, and they are now in the middle of it, and they will not stop. As they thought it'll be a week or two. This is a joke. Iran is a sovereign nation. It knows how to defend itself.
I was going to ask you, and before I go, I think we refer to Susa as Shush in Persian, but on the question of where or how things might pan out moving forward, this is still the early hours since this aggression started. Obviously, a lot depends on the Iranian response, and it's already started. They're not going to wait. They have started targeting military bases belonging to the United States in countries, Arab sheikdoms that host those bases, as it warned it would do in the case of an aggression by the United States and the Israeli regime. How do you see it? How do you think things might pan out moving forward?
Look, the Iranians did everything to avoid the war. They did not want a war. They do not want a war. They didn't want the war before the 12 days. They did a number of things to signal to the Americans and Israelis that they have no plans to attack. And yet they were attacked then and they were attacked now. Now, what worries me mostly is that Iran is likely to harm Israel very badly. Not that they shouldn't, they have to defend themselves, but the minute that Israel is harmed badly enough, two things can happen. One of them is that the U.S. will pull out, leaving Israel there, because Trump is really not very happy with wars, and we know that, but he doesn't do anything to resolve them. So if Trump leaves them to it, which is unlikely but not impossible, then the Israelis will play the atomic card. They will go to nuclear attack on Iran, and they can do it. The other thing that might happen is that after 2 weeks, the Americans start running out of missiles and bombs. We know that. It happened during the Gaza genocide. And when that happens, and Israel is still overwhelmed by Iranian missiles, they will as well attack with nuclear weapons. This is likely to start a third world war, which will be nuclear, and actually all of us will disappear. I mean, Elon Musk might have a planet B. I don't have a planet B. You don't have a planet B. We've got nowhere to go when a war like this starts. I think the only hope is that BRICS will do something to stop this.
I mean, how do we know if BRICS countries, as you mentioned, if they're not the next targets, if Iran were to go down, heavens forbid?
Well, actually, China and Russia depend on Iran, not just for oil, but for all kinds of things, that they are peaceful things. You know, BRICS is a peaceful arrangement. China is a peaceful country, never attacked anyone like Iran, but that's a good reason for the Americans to attack it. And we know that they planned that. So BRICS needs the location of Iran. The location, I don't mean just geographic, but cultural, political, historical, very important for BRICS. So they can't afford for BRICS to fall. BRICS cannot afford for Iran to fall. They will need to do something. I don't know what they will do. I know that they cannot take what is happening now, because that's the end of any order, not just in the Middle East, but anywhere else. So they have to act. They are a bit worried because, you know, when your opponent is a madman, you kind of, take a step back before you attack.
We're all aware of the Samson option. Coming back here, do you have, I mean, these are people in there, some of them I read their tweets opposed to this aggression. We haven't heard from every MP. I haven't seen anything come out from Downing Street or from Yvette Cooper, the Foreign Secretary. But these are the people who struck down multiple UN Security Council resolutions for a ceasefire in Gaza. What are the hopes that we'll get, if at all, any condemnation, or at least an invitation to return to international law, for respect for international law from this government or from the MPs in those houses of parliament?
This government is actually on the way out, as we know from Thursday. At least the head of government is on the way out. And he made it actually certain by his own actions, which I won't go to describe, that he's not going to continue very long. But no party in Britain has discussed the war. No party has called for a demo. No party called for action. No party passed resolution in Parliament.
Or use any leverage they have to try and simmer things down.
They have not acted at all, including Jeremy Corbyn and other people that now have woken up. They seem to have been asleep until yesterday. So I don't think that I'm waiting breathless for action from either Europe or the UK, because these are mere dogs of the empire.
Mere dogs of the empire. Like I say, it's early hours now. We really have to wait and see how things will transpire, what the Iranian response will be, or indeed, we don't even know how long this thing is going to last. What the plan is.
The Americans don't know.
In the lead up, just like they didn't about Iraq, they never have a plan, it seems. But one of the many people who analyze what might happen came out and said that this is not just another what they would refer to as decapitation or anything like of the sort, but this is a regime change operation, war drawn up by the CIA in conjunction with the Mossad. The aim is to balkanize the Iran as a country, because it's too powerful, it's too vast, and so that seems to be the plan. Do you see it that way? Do you think that threat is there?
I think to call it regime change is actually belittling what is happening. In Venezuela, there was a regime change. They changed the head of state, apparently with some help from Venezuelans, of course. So this is not what is planned here. They don't plan boots on the ground. They plan a destruction of Iran as a society, as a state, as an organization, as an environment. This is what they are planning. So to make a Syria out of it. And I want to say that as long as Zionism is allowed to continue, we will not have peace in the Middle East. We will not have peace anywhere.
I want to pick up on that, as a matter of fact, because oftentimes we hear, when it comes to who controls whom, the United States being the dog and Israel being the tail. It's the tail that is wagging the dog. There are two views on this. Some people say it's all the United States. Israel is the United States, and as you said, is the 55th state. Did you say the state that matters, or is it the other way around? Is it the Israeli regime that is running things? You hear people like Professor Jeffrey Sachs, American professor, also a Jewish man, saying that the Israelis have been running American foreign policy for the past 30 or so years. Who is controlling whom, in your opinion?
Right. Jeffrey Sachs is right. Israel has pushed the United States and Britain to attack Iraq in 2003. Iraq was a servant of the United States, yeah, and it was attacked twice. So everything that Trump has done in the first in his first presidency and now is dictated by Israel. Sometimes you see that he's uneasy. He doesn't like it when Netanyahu comes and tells him what to do, but he's got to do it. Some people say that there is an Epstein button to press if he doesn't behave himself. That may be true, I don't know, and we probably will never find out. But he definitely behaves that way. He behaves that the minute he sees Netanyahu, he knows that there's bad news for the United States, but he will have to do what he's told. And this is true about the Congress. 95% of the congressmen are financed by Israel, 95%. So what are we expecting them to do? They are paid by Israel, of course with American money, and they are doing the job that they're paid for. Israel first.
Before we continue, are you okay continuing? Because we've been talking for an hour, and you have done most of the talking. I hope you're okay. Are you okay with us continuing?
There as well.
Okay. I mean, the demonstration is still ongoing. I have earphones on, so I can't really hear what is being said. But one chant that we have all heard since the beginning was "Hands off Iran." There is another one saying in the background. I wonder if our colleagues can see it. Stop Trump wars, no bombs on Iran. I'm only reading some of the placards in the background, people holding both the Iranian flag and the Palestinian flag. You know, the connection between the two, obviously considering Iran as an ardent supporter of the Palestinian struggle for freedom from Israeli occupation, apartheid. I think they're going to be here for at least another hour. But going back to our conversation, staying here in the UK, we talked about AIPAC, the influence that the Israelis have on the US Congress and politicians, and we saw examples of that, sitting members of Congress. Ted Cruz is an example, Lindsey Graham is another, and the American ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. I watched this whole interview. I'm sure you did too. I mean, if you didn't know he was the American ambassador, you would think he is the Israeli ambassador in Israel. The way he spoke about how Israel had if they could have all those lands, they could go ahead and have it. I mean, how deep has the influence been for? I mean, you mentioned the Epstein connection there. For an American ambassador to speak in such a way, abandoning his own country's interests, so it seems, and only serving the interests of a foreign country.
Well, you know, you think about Britain as well, not just the United States. We had the Prime Minister of Britain in the middle of the genocide saying that denying water, medicine, and all kind of other things without which you cannot exist is okay to do to people in Gaza. What forces him to support a genocide? I'm not sure. So I think we have to ask ourselves what Zionism is. Zionism is not just a practice of Israeli Jews. If you understand that Zionism is now globalized, it is globalized in the West, and every Western nation, I mean every Western nation, is Zionized, is occupied not militarily, but ideologically by this damaging, terrifying political belief. It's a racist political belief. It's a settler colonial ideology, an ideology of the 19th century in the 21st century. It doesn't belong here. It doesn't belong on this earth. And yet it is running the show. So I think what we see, and I mentioned that the Democrats are even more in the pocket of the lobby than the Republicans. So no one in the elite in the United States can take an independent position because they are paid for by the lobby. They are persuaded that to be an American is to be a Zionist. Yeah, it's not just that Israel is the 51st state. No, Israel is state number 1. That's the way to look at it. And they are serving the American Zionist project.
Hi, Mercy. I'd love to continue talking, but I'm sure you're exhausted. I'm going to give you some time to rest, and I'll get back to you, if that's okay. This is indeed a war of choice that the United States president has decided to get involved in.
An illegal war of choice.
It is obviously an illegal war of choice that the U.S., under Donald Trump, the so-called anti-establishment peace president, has waged on the sovereign nation of Iran. And as of this moment, there's no telling in which direction it might lead us. So I'll give you some time to rest. I'll see what I can do without you on air.
I just wanted to say, let us not take for granted that they are going to win that war, the United States and Israel. I'm not assuming that at all.
That is definitely the hope. They obviously underestimated Iran and its capabilities. Thank you very much for now. So there you have it. That was one of many demonstrators here participating in this anti-war demonstration across from the British Houses of Parliament.
Thank you, Saeed Parooza. Thank you very much for joining us on that interesting talk that you had there at the protest near the British Parliament. Now, before we take a short break, allow me to read, we have a statement out by Hezbollah in response to the US-Israeli war on the Islamic Republic of Iran. Hezbollah says that they denounce, excuse me, Hezbollah denounces the American-Israeli war, this aggressive war that targeted the Islamic Republic of Iran after months of continuous threats, Zionist and American threats that only aimed at making the Islamic Republic of Iran surrender and bow down, and to lead it to total surrender and to strip it of its natural right and its legitimate right to have peaceful nuclear capabilities, and to develop its defensive rocket force system, and as all countries in the world. Hezbollah says that this aggression, this renewed aggression, is a blatant violation of international law and the UN Charter. It is also a continuation of the same systematic aggression, arrogant aggression, which is being practiced by the U.S. administration and the Zionist regime, the criminal Zionist regime in our region, in an attempt to try to destabilize and to also make its people succumb and to force the people to accept its dictates. And what is happening right now, of course, they say, is a failure on all levels, and that this aggression will only lead the Islamic Republic of Iran to become stronger and to be more firm in its stances. Of course, we will speak more about this with our coming guests in the continuous rolling coverage on Press TV. Stay with Press TV for more on this continuous story. Stay with us. Bye.
For weeks now, Washington has been rehearsing a familiar script. From former President Donald Trump to senior Republican lawmakers, the rhetoric has sharpened. Warnings, red lines, unacceptable behavior, and the perennial promise that force remains on the table. Whether it's statements from figures like Marco Rubio or hawkish voices in the policy establishment, the drumbeat is unmistakable. The kind of language that plays well on cable, news panels, and campaign stages alike. The implication is clear. Iran must be reminded of America's power. Again. But here's the inconvenient complication. Iran's leadership has already stated repeatedly and publicly that any direct attack on its territory would not remain contained. Leader of the Islamic Revolution, Imam Sayyid Ali Khamenei, has framed this not as bluster, but as doctrine. Aggression would trigger a response beyond bilateral confrontation. In Tehran's telling, escalation would not be symbolic, it would be regional. This is not a new theme in Iranian strategy. For years, Iran has invested in what it calls forward defense, a network of aligned resistance actors and political military partners stretching from Lebanon to Iraq to Yemen. Hezbollah resistance forces in Lebanon maintains one of the most significant missile arsenals in the region. Resistance factions with Iraq's Popular Mobilization Forces retain operational capacity. In Yemen, the Ansarullah resistance movement has demonstrated long-range strike capabilities affecting Red Sea shipping lanes. The scenario is clear-cut. Iran does not stand alone in a conventional sense. And then there is the broader geopolitical layer. Tehran's strategic partnership agreements with Russia and China, including long-term economic and defense cooperation frameworks, signal that isolation is no longer the operation assumption it once was. The question then is not whether rhetoric can escalate. It always can. The question is whether those invoking it in the US and Zionist Israel fully grasp the architecture they are threatening to ignite. Because when Tehran's doctrine holds, the next confrontation would not resemble a limited exchange. It would test shipping routes, energy markets, resistance networks, alliance systems, and perhaps the patience of major powers. Welcome to the Mideast Stream. I'm Marwa Osman. As rhetoric intensifies between Washington and Tehran, the stakes are no longer confined to political posturing. They reach into the very architecture of regional and global security. In this segment, we examine Iran's explicit warning that any direct attack on its territory would trigger a broader regional confrontation and what that could mean for Western strategic interests. To discuss this issue with us from Beirut is Dr. Ali Hamie, military strategist and expert. A pleasure having you with us, Dr. Hamie. Now, if Iran views escalation by the United States as doctrine rather than rhetoric, are the United States of American policy makers fully accounting for the networked nature of this conflict, including allied armed resistance actors across Lebanon, Iraq, and Yemen, that could transform a limited strike into a multi-front regional war?
Good morning, and thanks for having me with you.
Pleasure.
I would like to say that we have to approach what's going on from military-wise, strategic-wise, and what's going on in the field right now. And we see that the gathering of all this military gathering in the Gulf, Persian Gulf, Sea of Oman, Middle East. I'm talking about the Mediterranean eastern shore. So everybody is thinking that what you can do by power, it can get a new or good results in strategic wise. I don't think that will happen. And talking about single or multiple fronts gathering against each other, I think it's already been, let's say, it's already been ready for such war going on, and it went for 2 years before, and now it's like renewing what's old already been done. The Islamic Republic of Iran by pressuring through putting so many warships around Iran. This is not going to work. Why? Because Iran is still going as if nothing is putting pressure on the Islamic Republic. This is from one part, and what I see more in this situation, that at the same time that the United States is gathering all its power around the Middle East right now, we saw that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard did a big training in the Strait of Hormuz, and also we saw a big drills went on with the Russians and by some kind of Chinese participation. So are we seeing a new devoting of a new alliance going on right now, and to declare it as a Shanghai gathering? I think it's now we have a partition in the world between a good and bad access.
But this partition makes it a bit confusing for Westerners to understand. I want to ask you in specific about a certain architecture in our region. How vulnerable are Western economic interests to disruption in key maritime checkpoints, which you just mentioned, such as the Strait of Hormuz or the Red Sea? And what would sustained instability mean for global energy prices, inflation, supply chains that are already under strain?
You know, in 1971, the dollar disconnected from the gold, and now we are seeing that the petrodollar is dominating the trade, the world trade. And we see if this war going to happen, I think in case the United States and the American dollar will be disconnected from the energy and petrol and gas, and especially in the region, I think it will be disaster, very disaster and catastrophic situation on the United States and on the world. Now the Strait of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb also, they are under the control of the resistance axis. And the United States and Iran, one is going into military war, Iran is retaliating by economic war. And we know exactly what's going on through their media, American media, that America is in very bad shape economic-wise, and also the flow of cash inside and outside the United States. I'm talking about the standard of the United States way of living and way of, let's say, military and economic-wise, as we usually going through by United States. Now we see that Iran is on steadfastness against the American and the existence of the United States Army and Navy and Marines trying to surround the Iranian. I think it will not work. Now it's totally different from before.
And this is where I want to go back to what you were saying about China and Russia, because in a geopolitical environment shaped by deepening Iranian ties with Russia and China, could military escalation inadvertently widen into a broader, maybe great power confrontation? And how does West Asia have, how does the West in here have a coherent strategy for managing this very big risk?
I think the military cooperation between Iran, China, and Russia is building up, accumulating against United States, and they know what's the danger that is coming against them. And we see that, well, by the way, I don't see the war will break in the region right now, because
I did see a post of yours yesterday where you were saying that you definitely don't see a war breaking, and I'd like to hear why.
Because economic-wise, you can see that United Kingdom refused for the United States to use any of their bases. You can see none of the countries around in the area, in the region, that are accepting to have United States using their bases from their territory. We can see that all what is surrounding now by Marines and American navies are not sufficient to go into a full-scale war against Iran. The changing of the Iranian military doctrine that we cannot accept like strike by strike and then asking for cessation of fire, they will not accept it. The Iranians said any strike against Iran, we will go into a regional war. United States are not ready for such a big war. They have let's say, dilemma inside the United States, internal problems. It's going wider and wider. And also within the Zionist entity. I think they are trying to push until the end that they can see the backing down of Iran. I think everybody now, we are at a certain point that everybody is waiting for somebody, the other to back down, to retreat from what's going on, like at war atmosphere. But they want to, to
we'll just have to wait and see if that pressure will work on Iran, but that begs the question of who's paying the very heavy price of all the arsenal and all the carriers that are just waiting in the ocean. I want to thank you very much, Dr. Ali Hamiyi, military strategist and expert.
Only the last sentence, it's good for them to limit their losses, in case of gathering, and who will pay for that. It's much less from going into wide, full
well, that's something that we have to see unfolding within the upcoming couple of weeks. I want to thank you very much, Dr. Ali Hamiyi, military strategist and expert. Ladies and gents, stay tuned, because next we're going to talk about inferno across West Asia. A full-scale war in West Asia wouldn't stay local. It would ripple across shipping lanes, energy markets, and military deployments, putting Western interests directly at risk. Today, we explore how escalation could test the resilience of the U.S. military, Israeli entity defenses, and the patience of major global powers. More details in the following report. If the simmering conflict between Tehran, Tel Aviv, and Washington were to explode into a full-blown regional war, the fallout would extend far beyond battlefield headlines. What today looks like calculated posturing could quickly morph into a multifaceted crisis, one that would reverberate through shipping lanes, energy markets, alliance systems, and the very assumptions underpinning U.S. and Israeli entity power projection in West Asia. At the heart of the issue is the region's unrivaled geostrategic architecture. The Strait of Hormuz, through which roughly 20% of the world's oil supply transits, is not just a local navigational choke point. It is a global economic linchpin. Any sustained disruption there, whether through Iranian naval interdiction or missile and mine warfare, would send oil prices surging, fuel inflationary pressures worldwide, and strain the global economy. Analysts have repeatedly warned that even temporary closures of Hormuz could spark price volatility and instability across energy markets. And this is just the first domino. To the southwest, the Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb corridor links Europe, Asia, and Africa through the Suez Canal. Attacks on commercial shipping by Ansarullah forces in Yemen have already forced some carriers to reroute around Africa, adding weeks to delivery times and dramatically increasing insurance costs. In a broader regional war, that disruption would worsen, threatening 10% or more of global trade and undermining supply chains that are still fragile from pandemic-era shocks. From a military standpoint, Washington's deployment of aircraft carriers, destroyers, and marines across the eastern Mediterranean, Persian Gulf, and Red Sea underscores how deeply embedded U.S. forces are in the region. These assets are intended to deter escalation, defend their allies, and keep vital sea lines of communication open, or so Washington thinks. But they also become targets, not only for Iranian missiles and drones, but for allied resistance forces such as the Ansarullah movement in Yemen or Lebanon's Hezbollah, whose expanded missile arsenals and asymmetric tactics could threaten U.S. warships and bases alike. For Zionist Israel, a regional escalation would strain its already stretched defenses. Beyond conventional air and missile exchanges with Iran, Zionist Israel's economic lifelines, particularly maritime trade through the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aqaba, would be at risk. Spiraling shipping insurance costs and rerouted cargoes would hit Israeli entity exports and imports alike. In short, a regional war would not be contained to distant deserts or mountain ranges. It would test the resilience of global energy markets, strain international commerce, imperil U.S. and allied military assets, and completely redraw the strategic map of West Asia. To discuss this issue with us from Beirut is Mr. Saleh Abu Izza, political commentator. It's a pleasure having you with us, Mr. Saleh. Now, how would disruption of critical maritime choke points from the Strait of Hormuz to the Red Sea really affect global trade and energy markets? And are Western economies prepared for the resulting volatility of an all-out war?
يعني لنا تجربة خلال سنتين ونصف من
Yes, over the past 2.5 years of the genocide in Gaza, we have seen a clear, lived example, the Yemeni armed forces standing with the Palestinian people in Gaza. When the Red Sea was closed only to Israeli entity vessels heading to Israeli entity ports, it still caused major disruption to global maritime transport. So we are speaking about a force like Yemen, a theater like the Red Sea, and a specific category of vessels that were prevented from transiting this corridor, and the impact was already profound. Now, imagine a direct answer to your question. If the Strait of Hormuz were closed, this strait, at its narrowest point, is no more than 55 kilometers wide. The Islamic Republic of Iran has the capability to close it directly through the presence of its armed forces in the strait, and also indirectly through what is known as fire-based closure, or smart control of the waterway. There is no real disagreement among observers over whether Iran can close the strait. The question is not capability, but consequence. What would happen if the Islamic Revolution Guard Corps were to close the Strait of Hormuz, while at the same time the Yemeni armed forces, an important and strategic ally of Iran, were to close the Bab el-Mandab Strait? In my view, we would no longer be talking merely about energy corridors, though these routes account for roughly 40% of global energy flows, not only about global trade. This would be an event that shakes not just the region, but the entire world. Europe, without question, lacks the capacity to withstand even a sharp, let alone massive, surge in energy prices and raw material costs. Logic therefore suggests that Europe should, or would be expected to, line up as one bloc to restrain the United States, or at the very least to pressure Washington not to attack the Islamic Republic of Iran, and not to carry out any aggression that would destabilize the global economy and potentially trigger the largest worldwide economic catastrophe since the Great Depression of 1928.
العالم منذ الكساد الكبير 1928.
Well, but I want to know about how the U.S. forces can maybe accept the blows that might come from the Islamic Republic of Iran. To what extent are U.S. forces, from aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf to troops stationed across Persian Gulf monarchies, exposed to missiles, drones, and asymmetric threats in the event of a regional war? And what are the potential human and strategic costs for them?
نعم يعني خلال حرب 12 يوما على الجمهورية الإسلامية.
Yes, during the 12-day war against the Islamic Republic, at a time when all of Israel had effectively taken refuge in shelters, 3,030 Zionist Israelis were killed or wounded within just 12 days. If the American and Israeli entity objective in this round, or in this war, is to frame it as a final war aimed at overthrowing the system, then we are talking about many long months, not days or weeks. Of course, it will certainly not lead to the collapse of the system. Yet this is how Trump and Netanyahu console themselves, by believing that an air campaign, or the sheer intensity of aerial bombardment, could generate internal chaos within the Islamic Republic. That, too, will not happen. What must be emphasized is that for a relatively short period, the Islamic Republic did not deploy its full missile capabilities against the Israeli entity. Iran itself now says clearly that its responses were calculated and limited, intended to prevent the war from expanding. And yet, even these restrained responses resulted in this massive number of Israeli entity casualties, at the very least according to what the Zionist Israelis themselves have admitted. So what should we expect now, when the Islamic Republic is stating explicitly that whether this war is intended to be limited or expansive, Iran will treat it as a full-scale war, and it will escalate accordingly. Escalation means that the enemy's losses, first and foremost in human terms, will multiply. On this point, His Eminence the leader of the revolution, Sayyid Ali Khamenei, made a critical observation. The danger does not lie in the aircraft carrier itself, but in the missile that strikes it, disables it, or sinks it. When we speak of an aircraft carrier hosting between 4,500 and 6,000 soldiers, the United States does not possess a high operational capacity to manage a scenario in which a carrier is struck and rapidly disabled or sunk. It appears that the Islamic Republic has the capability either to slow and exhaust the carrier until it is gradually sunk, or to strike it in a way that causes faster sinking, both scenarios severely complicating evacuation operations, despite existing American defensive preparations. It is true that some assets are linked to offensive operations, while others are tied to defense and evacuation. This is precisely why airports in Europe and in Turkey are being opened to receive evacuees from the battlefield. This, in effect, makes Europe, through the steps it is taking, somewhat complicit with the United States, despite the dissenting voices we hear within the European Union opposing this aggression. In my view, the United States is heading toward a real catastrophe. Incidentally, some figures within the American administration are fully aware of this and are whispering into Trump's ear that the losses will be enormous. Iran is not hesitant in this war. Iran says clearly, yes, I support diplomacy and the diplomatic option, but this time I am ready, and I will not be deceived by the American side, as I was during the 12-day war. I believe the losses will be massive, and they are already within the line of fire. Just over the past 2 days, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi spoke to American television and said, "It is true that our missiles do not reach the United States, but Iranian missiles do reach every American base and every American interest in West Asia."
القواعد الأمريكية والمصالح الأمريكية في غرب آسيا.
Well, I don't personally believe in what I'm going to be saying, but anyways, we are looking at around how major powers like China or Russia are positioning themselves as diplomatic and economic stakeholders in what can become the biggest war we've ever known. Could a regional conflict in West Asia escalate into a broader geopolitical confrontation? And how might Western policymakers navigate this complex web of alliances and deterrence? That's a very fair question.
لا شك أن هذه المعركة على الجمهورية الإسلامية في جزء منها.
There is no doubt that this battle against the Islamic Republic, when viewed through a wider lens, is, in the final analysis, a battle over the gateway to the East. Therefore, China and Russia must understand that if this gate is forced open, or if a breach is made in its protective wall, those who will ultimately bear the strategic and geopolitical threat are Beijing and Moscow themselves. Accordingly, these states are expected to stand alongside the Islamic Republic far more robustly than they have in the past. The issue today is no longer limited to a political stance taken by the two capitals at the UN Security Council, whether by using the veto to block sanctions against Iran or by attempting to shield it diplomatically from isolation. That stage has already been surpassed. The matter is now knocking directly on the doors of Chinese and Russian supply chains. It is threatening the very core of China's grand strategic project, the Belt and Road Initiative. From the American perspective, this war is partly viewed as a necessary step to overthrow Iran in order to later seize control of its oil and gas, thereby gaining leverage over energy supplies to China itself. In other words, if Venezuelan oil is under US control, Iranian oil is under US control, and Gulf oil is already being subject to American decision-making, allowing Washington to block its sale to China, then China's energy lifeline effectively falls entirely, or almost entirely, into US hands. At that point, Russia would remain China's only major energy supplier. But not all of China's energy needs are compatible with Russian oil alone. Moreover, even China, despite its alliance with Moscow, would eventually find itself in a position where a single state controls its energy portfolio. That would mean China becoming dependent on Russia, even in this critical domain. Therefore, yes, if Iran's government is weakened, toppled, or brought under American influence, the greatest loser, in my view, would be China. As for whether this confrontation will evolve into direct intervention, I do not believe that Russia or China will enter the war militarily at any stage. However, they are fully capable of providing genuine military support to the Islamic Republic. Iran, in my assessment, possesses a solid offensive program. Yet Iranian officials have been very clear in stating that they require assistance in air defense systems and need support or cooperation in the realm of electronic warfare. If China and Russia stand alongside Iran in these two areas, Iran would be able to withstand any escalation, even a broad international coalition formed to bring it down, and would ultimately defeat such an attempt.
ضدها في محاولة إسقاطها وستفشل ذلك.
Well, it remains to be seen throughout the upcoming days, probably, or weeks, whether or not this will be the case in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Hopefully, inshallah, a victorious Islamic Republic of Iran. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Saleh Abu Azza, political commentator, for joining us to discuss this issue. Ladies and gents, thank you for watching. Please do follow us on Telegram and X to get more updates about the region of West Asia right here on Press TV's The Middle East Stream. Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome back to this live rolling coverage on Press TV on the U.S.-Israeli aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran and Iran's retaliation, which this time around is not limited only to the occupied territories, but also has reached all U.S. bases in the region, primarily those bases in the Persian Gulf monarchies, in the Arab states. It's important to mention some of the breaking news, important news that we have. But first, let me start with the statement out by Hezbollah. Hezbollah issued a statement. Of course, they have denounced this aggression and considered it a blatant violation of international law and the United Nations Charter, and they considered this a failure result of the failure of the last 12-day war that was launched by the Israelis with U.S. partnership. And this also shows that the problem has never been the nuclear program. It is actually the fact that a strong country is not accepted in the region by the U.S. And Israel, that they are not accepting of a strong country like Iran that holds on and protects its sovereignty and, excuse me, its national independent decision as well as a sovereign nation, and it is also a powerful nation that wants to use its resources and refuses to be part of the system, the global system where most countries have become obedient to the U.S. dictates, and it is a support for the people.
Well, we're taking over from Beirut live 8:36 p.m. right here in the Iranian capital, Tehran. Of course, this today, the 28th of February, which we know that about this morning around 10 o'clock in the morning that the Israeli regime and the American regimes attacked various points throughout the Islamic Republic of Iran. One of those places was in the southern part of the country, outside of Bandar Abbas, an elementary school where at least 85 girls were killed today by those regimes. Let us not forget that the Islamic Republic of Iran was in the process of actually continuing negotiations, indirect negotiations with the United States when, again, one more time, this country has been attacked. However, this time around, of course, the Islamic Republic of Iran had warned time and time again that if this time they attack, it will be a very, very different scenario. And we know that Iran has been hitting the Zionist regime and American interests in the region and will continue to do so. Again, it is about 8:38 p.m. here in the Iranian capital of Tehran. And we have, of course, we had the attacks, as I said, from this morning at different locations throughout the country. And of course, we know that Iran has responded resoundingly. And as it had said before, it will continue to do so. We're here live in Tehran, right here at Press TV, and we'll be bringing you up to date on whatever we have when we get it in. I'm going to cross over to Maryam Azad here, who's here in the studio with me. Maryam, I mean, did you imagine that we would be here again, what has it been, 10 months, 11 months later?
Imagine when the Israeli regime asked for a ceasefire and then you commit to a ceasefire, they never stand on a ceasefire. We see what's happening in Lebanon on a daily basis. We see what's happening in Palestine on a daily basis. The Zionist regime only asks for a ceasefire when it can no longer kill people. And of course, as soon as they feel like they have gathered enough munition to continue killing innocent children and women and basically everybody they can and plunder their resources, then they go at it again. So ceasefire doesn't have any meaning. And in fact, let me tell you, a lot of Iranians were actually very disappointed last time when Iran did agree with the ceasefire, because they knew that the Zionist regime, it was very much close to destruction, that Iran had hit hard last time, and it was less than a week that they had begged for a ceasefire. And so a lot of Iranians were actually, I mean, when I got the phone call, the person who let me know, I mean, I think she was basically on the verge of tears that there is going to be a ceasefire, because we were already in the middle of the war. And let me tell you, Iran has been, and as you know, as you have lived here, Iran has been in the middle of a war. And not only since the following the victory of the Islamic Revolution, but long before that, because we've always been targeted by those who wanted to plunder our resources, by the British, by the Soviets. We have been targeted at different times in our histories, and even following the Islamic Revolution, that people revolted to get back control of their country, of their resources. Since then, since some 50 years ago, we had the Ba'athist invasion of Iran, of course, American, Israeli, all kinds of support, Zionist support, and Western support of the bombing of Iran during an 8-year imposed war. Then every few years they started what they call a regime change project in our country, killing people and killing protesters from within the protests, trying to blame it on the Iranian government, trying to do that for the regime change projects. And what was actually probably killed the most people over the course of the years was actually the economic sanctions that they were at the time saying that it was targeting the regime. However, they're now very openly saying, and we have various officials, we have the US Treasury, we have Nancy Pelosi, openly saying that we have to cause pain to the people through sanctions, through economic sanctions, so that they suffer, so that they bring about regime change. So obviously they don't believe it's a regime. Obviously they believe it has the support of the people. Otherwise, why would they have to make people suffer pain in order to rise up against the Islamic Republic of Iran? And so, listen, we have been bombarded for some 50 years now. We have been bombarded. And I mean, I understand it's heart-wrenching. You talked about a school being bombed in the south of Iran. And of course, that was only one of the civilian places that was hit. But that was especially heart-wrenching. Little girls' backpacks, with blood and burned and everything. It's just, of course, that's what the Israeli regime does, right? They have hit every single school. And of course, they always have an excuse, somebody's hiding under those schools. And that justifies hitting every schools. And why do we have, international rights and international laws against, not targeting civilian places? Of course, none of those laws were ever made for the Zionist regime. None of those laws were ever made for the U.S. regimes.
And but especially, let me just jump in here, Mariam, because when you're talking about, for example, the attack on the school, this is throughout the 47 years since the victory of the Iranian Revolution, we've continually heard the American regime and the whole Western hegemonic front, of course, talk about female rights, talk about women's rights, talk about the girls and how oppressed they are in Iran.
I think our audience across the world remembers the name Mahsa Amini, because that was one of the most recent cases of unrest. Her name was everywhere. Everybody in the world, if they had never seen anything about Iran, they knew the name Mahsa Amini, the one person that was claimed. And of course, we know she died in police custody. We have the footage. She wasn't touched by the police. She had a pre-existing condition. There's so many things, right? But then they used one image, the image of one woman who died in police custody, with the full footage of how she passed out without anybody putting anything on her, laying your hand on her, right? So with that, they started something in the world with their trillions of dollars propaganda machines. They started movements against Iran where all the singers, all the celebrities, everybody from every field were talking about Mahsa Amini. Well, you know what? You know how many young girls were killed at a school today? I mean, this is a very good test for human rights, for Western human rights, because women, women, children, everybody is a tool for the West. If they can use the right of a woman to kill millions of women, then that's okay. Then they will use that face to bring about what they call regime change, to basically cut the country into so many pieces, and all the while they are supporting terrorist groups. We know they supported Daesh. We know they supported Daesh, aka ISIS, and then later on they put an ISIS leader in charge of Syria. I mean, this is just such a tragic comedy. So we know. I think not only our audience, I think even people across the world, everyone knows, even those in whose countries who claim freedom of speech, but they have filtered press TV. Even they have understood that women's right, children's right, this is is just an excuse. This is the new face of imperialism that, they talk about democracy, they talk about freedom, and somehow they're always looking for democracy in countries where, they have oil, they have gas, they're in strategic locations. Somehow it's never, they never call for democracy in other places. I mean, we know some countries where women were not allowed to drive until a few years ago. We know some countries where, over 80 people, including kids, were executed in a single day, but they're U.S. allies, so no problem. And of course, this has been the case. But what I wanted to tell you, Marzimo, I want to tell the audience, because as heart-wrenching as it is to see those little kids die in the school today, we have been bombarded for 50 years. And a lot of the time, you don't see the blood, but the pain is real. The damage is real. The lives cost are real. We have so many Iranians who suffered so much as a result of economic sanctions. We have so many Iranians that before Iran was capable of making special medicines for diseases like EB, that died as a result of sanctions, because the Swedish company and those other companies would not sell those specific medicines to Iran for the fear of US sanctions. So many Iranians have died over the course of the years. Yes, it's painful to see their blood, but you know what? They have been killed. And what's actually, I mean, we're talking about the damage on the bodies of people. We're talking about the taking of the lives of the people, but they're not the only victims. I saw so many Iranians, because we were moving around today, various streets. Of course, people were out in the streets. I saw so many Iranians, and you see so many different scenes. I mean, one of the scenes that I saw this little girl crying, and her mom had picked her up from school, because of course all the parents rushed to pick their kids up from school today. And the mom was consoling her, saying it's okay. I was just driving, I was just looking at her, like calming her down. And I saw Iranians, I went to a supermarket, unlike actually a lot of other countries where, during COVID, people were beating each other up over toilet paper. They were standing in lines, waiting their turn, letting people with fewer items go first, helping the older people. Typical Iranian culture, typical Iranian morality. But I also saw a handful of people cheering for the invasion of their own country. And this is, imagine when the south of your country, little kids have been bombed, when the parents are going to pick up the bodies of their kids from school, then you're cheering for the invasion of the Zionist regime, who you have seen how many Palestinian children, because Iranians are raised with the story of Palestine. They have seen what the Israeli regime did, but there were a handful of people also today cheering for that. And that's also a sort of terrorism, because they destroyed these people's hearts. They destroyed these people's minds. If you are breathing, but your heart is cold and your brain is sold to Western propaganda, then you're not really alive. And they also are the victims of American terrorism. So we've had so many different types of bombing in this country. They have bombarded our country physically. We've had the coups, we've had the economic sanctions, and we've had the bombardments. The worst part, I believe, is the bombardment of people's minds and the people's hearts with Western propaganda. And of course, with our channels, it's very hard to compete with these trillions of dollars propaganda industries, that they actually can put sanctions on you, that they can filter our channel, like they, with TikTok. One time there was one platform that was not completely controlled by Americans, and you saw the courts with TikTok, and you saw everything they did. So they have been bombarding them. They've been bombarding my people here every day with all kinds of terrorism.
I want to get a few specifics, Mariam, of things that have taken place. I'm going to start off with a comment from General Ibrahim Jabari, advisor to the Commander-in-Chief of IRGC, and he says that Trump should understand this clearly. What we launched today are our last stock missiles. What comes next are systems and weapons he has never seen before. Let's talk about the miscalculation on the part of these the whole Western hegemonic front in the Zionist regime, the miscalculation, perhaps because after they begged Iran to stop during the 12-day war, Iran did so, but Iran told them time and time again, make sure you don't do anything this time around because it will not be the same. So let's start from here, Mariam.
Well, I'm not quite sure if it's completely a miscalculation. Of course, they don't know a lot of Iran's missiles. Iran hasn't unveiled the biggest part of its military, because actually what Iran was waiting for, and actually even during the genocide in Gaza, this was a war of basically it was a very long war, but they were supporting the resistance because they knew what they need to do in this war. They need to outlast the Israeli regime's capabilities that is gotten from the U.S. regime. So they understand, look, Iran knows our military budget is no match for American military budget. However, with that military budget, we have been able to do some amazing things. We have seen the U.S. copy off of Iranian drones. And I mean, they're saying it openly that, oh, those things are good and they're inexpensive and we got to make some, and they tried to make some, and of course they failed. So they can't even reverse engineer. That's just, I mean, that's another thing. But the point is, it may not only be miscalculation, it might also be the fact that they have understood that this is now or never, because the Islamic Republic is going to be basically untouchable after this, because look at all the capabilities of Iran. Iran not only has the basically all the missile technologies, not only does it have ballistic missiles, but it also has various up-to-date missiles. I mean, in the 12-day war, one of the scientists they assassinated was actually an AI Iranian scientist. And so this is, this is what we know, that they have seen how far Iran has going, and they understand that if Iran passes this threshold, Iran will be a world power. And this is no joke. I mean, the US is already struggling with Russia, and China is already trying to undermine China's power in different ways. And you see the falling value of the dollar, the dollarization in different countries doing business in their own currency. The US is already afraid, with those two. It cannot deal with yet another power, and Iran has certainly proven to be a rising power. And how else can you prove it when all the powers of the world, the entire Western hegemonic front has tried to destroy the Islamic Republic for some 50 years and they failed? What does that tell you? I mean, either it's some kind of miracle, which those devil worshippers don't believe in miracles, or Iran has actually developed those capabilities, and it has developed the power to protect itself, not only to survive, but to also strive in various, in various fields, in different technologies. And so they understand it is now or it's never. And so I think that they have realized that they actually should, basically they're giving it all they got. They're giving it all they got for now. They're trying to see that, like how much destruction they can cause. But the problem is they are not the ones to be able to last this war of attrition. Because one, I mean, in addition to all of Iran's military capabilities, Iran's geographical, the way Iran is made, actually, they cannot do a military invasion. They will definitely lose that battle. And they need the military invasion as well. I mean, bombing is not enough to take over a country, of course. And so, I mean, Iran is just, what I expect Iran to do, and I think what they have done is go very slowly and not unveil, their missiles, their top missiles for a very long time, because they're looking at this, they're not looking at, necessarily beating America's most expensive equipment. They're looking at outlasting the American tolerance for the war out, and I mean, the Zionist regime is already, I mean, they are going to be destroyed completely, and I can't help but to smile when I think of the Palestinian children who are celebrating tonight, because they saw how their parents got murdered by the Israeli regime. And I can't help but to smile when I think of the Lebanese children. And you know what? It breaks my heart that Iranian children are suffering. But we need to pass the threshold. We need to destroy the Zionist regime, or else nobody will have peace. So as long as we're all in this together, as long as we all unite, and we're all united, we know our Yemeni brothers are fighting hard. We know we know we have seen how the Israeli regime has been bombing Lebanon to make sure to try to see that they can't do anything against us, against the Israeli regime, and they can't do anything to help us. But resistance is helping, and resistance will continue to help, from across the world. And yeah.
Right, well, Mariam, we're going to welcome our guest out of London, Reza Vedadi, academic and researcher. Do I have Reza? Reza, you with me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, good to see you. Okay, Reza, your thoughts. Let's start from there. Your thoughts on what is taking place today so far.
Well, first of all, I'd like to give my condolences to the families of the Minab school in Hormozgan who lost their young ones, who sent them in the morning to school. The building was attacked mercilessly by the United States and Israeli military, killing over 80 young children. And also the rest of the Iranians who've suffered loss during this attack and previous attacks. And I think we've come to the point in the world right now in history, in an era that Iran on its own is standing up against the Epstein class regime that wants to not only consume the countries that they rule, like United States and Europe, but they want to consume the rest of the world. They want to consume West Asia. And it's Iran and the allies of Iran, the Yemenis, the Iraqis, and the Lebanese, who are standing firm against this imperial colonial cancer that Imam Khomeini 40, 50 years ago described, that Israel will not be satisfied with the borders that it has, but believes and wants to expand its borders. And this was being confirmed by the US Ambassador Mike Huckabee only a few days ago, when he said he doesn't have, as an American representative to Israel, a problem with the Israeli Zionist project expanding up to the Euphrates. And as the task has fallen onto the brave Iranian nation, the brave Iranian leadership, who for 40 years have stood up against the oppression and the oppressors of the West against the East and other parts of the world. And we've seen the oppression not only in the East, but against Venezuela, in South America, and in Cuba currently, in other places around the world. So my prayers are with the Iranian people, even though I'm not there. My prayers and hopes and wishes are with them. And God will give them victory. And one of the reasons why is that Iran has been preparing for this for many decades. We saw that in June, during negotiations, the United States and Israelis attacked Iran, and Iran took 24 hours to prepare and reply. In this case, it only took moments, few hours, even less, for the Iranians to reply to the attack. And Dr. Arakchi quickly, in message and conversation with his colleagues in the Persian Gulf Arab countries, declared to them that we do not have issue with you, but the fact that you have bases that are being used to attack us gives us permission to defend ourselves. And so I think we've come to a point where this war may have begun with the United States and Israel, but I believe it will be Iran that will decide when this war ends and how it will end.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting what you're saying, Reza, because actually this is what Iran had continually told, first of all, the countries in the region and also to the United States. Your thoughts, why do you think that the U.S., despite all the warnings that Iran would not stop this time around, why do you think that they decided to attack anyway? Because we know, first of all, that Iran has already closed the Strait of Hormuz. We know the closing of that is major to the global economy. At the very least, usually the capitalists care about money. So your thoughts on that?
Well, it's very clear that this current U.S. regime led by Donald Trump is being blackmailed by the Israeli lobby, by the Israeli Zionist cabal. They are the ones who are pushing for war. It's clear that Trump knew that this would not be an easy war. He knew that the likelihood of him winning or achieving any of the objectives that they have set out is near zero. And he was only warned a few days ago by his top general that this war will not be successful and there's no point beginning such a war. But clearly he's been pushed around by Netanyahu and the Zionist regime that has taken over like a cancer of the United States, that you can criticize the US president, but you can't criticize Israel. It's become a ridiculous and laughable matter in a country that talks about freedom of speech. And not only in the United States, but in Australia and UK and Canada and other places. And only a few weeks ago, if you remember, the Prime Minister of Canada, he spoke about there is this American policy of ruling the world through pressure, and we were against, we were not against this because we were benefiting from it, but we accept that the world, there is no international law. And yet today, his remarks, he's supporting the American and Israeli illegal attack on Iran. So we know that the United States, its Western allies, are all beholden to a system that the Zionists, I don't believe the Zionists control the system, but the Zionists take advantage of this system, this Western imperial system, to benefit them. And this Western imperial system believes that it can take over any part of the world just because it believes it has some F-35s, some nuclear weapons, and some aircraft carriers. But this world isn't 1991. This world isn't even 2003. We live in a modern world where the Eastern countries, especially Iran, have prepared for decades for such a war. And not only have they prepared militarily, but they have someone who is the leader they have in Iran, and I've talked about this on Press TV before, his connection with his people, the love that his people have for him, the love and respect that people I speak to people who are non-Iranian, from Pakistan, from Iran, from Lebanon, from Europe, from United States, from Asia. They love Africa. The love that they have for Ayatollah Khamenei transcends the fact that Iran is a military power. This support and the prayers of the world behind Iran, these things matter. They may not matter for a materialistic world in the West where they think just because they have some military power, with aircraft carriers, somehow they can win wars. But there are other things that determine how wars finish. And the fact that the Iranian leadership and the Iranian military have the full support of the Iranian nation behind them and the prayers of the world behind them will make a difference. I think your audiences, most of them are quite aware and have a good understanding of the world. But for those who don't understand, and they may see some protest of people who are waving the old Iranian flag in maybe Europe or in America in support of the war, just sit down, imagine yourself, if you're from the UK and you're a British citizen or whatever you're from, and you think to yourself, I have an issue with my government for whatever it is, tax reasons, economy, politics, whatever. Would I be happy if I expected a foreign country to come and bomb my people, my family, my home? Would that make my problem, or would that resolve the issue that I have with the government? Of course not. So these people that you see protesting in Western countries in support of the war on Iran, they are people who have hatred and anger towards Iranians. They may be from Iranian families or Iranian background, but in their heart, they're not Iranians. No Iranian, no one who loves their country, no patriot would want anyone to attack their country, even if they have an issue with government policy.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Interesting points that you have made, Reza. I'm going to cross over to Mariam. Mariam, one of the points that Reza's just made, and I'm actually following right now online, people from all over the world showing their support for Iran because people are finally realizing all these years that Iran has been demonized. Iran was called the terrorist, and they have seen, especially since the time of the last round of the genocide started in October of 2023, and what the regimes have done to the Palestinian people, and the way the Islamic Republic of Iran has stood up for that and has continued until today. I want to look at that side. Some quite interesting messages, whether we're talking about those from the region or those from the US, Europe. Just so many people are hoping that Iran is victorious. Let's talk about the change of narratives that have taken place and the importance of this now.
I think as an Iranian, I believe that we actually cannot take all the credit. I mean, a lot of the credit for people of the world understanding this goes to the Zionists for committing a live stream genocide for 2 years, for taking pictures of blowing up houses and hospitals and schools and dedicating it to their loved ones, you know, for mocking the starving Palestinian children, for making fun of them when they didn't have water and electricity. I mean, they really showed the world who they are, because let's face it, our media is no match for their trillions of dollars strong propaganda. It really isn't. The best way that the people of the world understood who Iran is by understanding who Iran's enemies are, is when they saw how the Zionists, and of course the Zionists had been murdering Palestinians for the longest time, but they had been somewhat, you know, they've been hiding it, basically. They hadn't gone all out. They would kill a few at a time, you know. They would kill a few children. They put a few children in prison at a time, and you wouldn't know about this. And of course, the media would censor it, and they would talk a little bit about this and that. But the world saw what they did. They saw how they evaporated people. They saw that they took the bodies of Palestinians, they took their organs out, and now they're one of the biggest kidney donors in the world. They saw this. So they saw the way they were, and most recently they actually saw that it wasn't just the Zionist regime. They learned about the Epstein files, that it wasn't just also the Western leaders, that it wasn't just also the officials, but it was also some of the most famous academics and some of the most famous scientists, what they had done to little children. And I mean, they saw how gruesome the West is. They saw how horrible, they saw how empty those slogans. And then they learned to appreciate Iran. Because let me tell you, Iranians have been paying a price for standing by Palestinians, for standing by every nation who wants to be free from Western domination. For some 50 years, every year Iranians have protested against the Zionist regime for the freedom of the Palestinian people. Every time a nation was subjugated by Americans, Iranians protested for Venezuelans, Iranian protested for the Lebanese, Iranian protested for the various nations in various African countries who were under French rule and under American rule, and even when they were not directly under their rule because of the Francophone system, how they were robbed by these regimes, that, you know, that their economies, that they're considered first world countries. However, had it not been for the resources of the so-called third world countries, they would have never been there. And so the people of the world saw the true West. They saw what it means. They saw the mask off of all of those beautiful slogans of democracy and women's rights and freedom of speech, and then they saw how Iran resisted. And this was at a time where we had a lot of even so-called Muslim leaders, you know, not only were they not supporting Palestinians, they were even helping the Zionist regime, you know, go around the blockade by our Yemeni brothers who were trying to basically lessen the effects of genocide by not allowing the Israeli ships to go through. And so I can tell you, Iran cannot accept all the credit. A big part of the credit does go to the Americans, does go to the Israelis, does go to certain Persian Gulf leaders who really showed that Islam, just the empty word of Islam, doesn't mean anything when you don't actually stand against oppression of the most oppressed people in the world.
All right, viewers, you're looking at this live coverage, of course, of what has been taking place and is taking place still today in Iran, in the region. We know that the Islamic Republic of Iran, after being attacked by the Israeli regime, the American regime, and of course the British also have taken credit, if you want to say, and said that they were also involved in the attacks. We're going to cross over. Let me just jump in. We're going to cross over now to a statement out of Yemen. Let's cross over to the head of Ansar Allah.
Sort of measure in this holy struggle, in this holy month, specifically in these holy days, all the Muslims also need to take action in the Islamic also spiritual event, primarily. This stance of solidarity with the Islamic Republic of Iran shows that this is a righteous stance in support of the Islamic Republic of Iran and with the Palestinian cause, and this is for the interest of the people, the Muslim people, the Muslim nation. And today it is the Israeli regime and the Americans that are the biggest obstacle in the face. The Zionists are the obstacle in the face of the freedom of our people, and they continue their war against our people and the freedom of the world. And so therefore, the organization and solidarity of the Islamic Republic of Iran is for the interest and the good of the people in the Muslim countries, whether at the level of the media or other protests and popular protests. We also will be following up these issues in the media and to have full solidarity with the Islamic Republic of Iran in the media outlets, and also to silence and to remove those mouthpieces of the Zionists that support the Zionist aggressions, and that they continue with their psychological warfare against the Iranian people. And this position, the position of the Iranian people, is based on steadfastness, very strong faith, and resilience, and also the awareness and understanding of its people. And in facing this aggression, this is an aggression. This is a tyrannical, aggressive, criminal aggression that does not accept any rights for the Iranian people and the Islamic Republic of Iran. We pray, may God Almighty give victory to the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, its military, its fighters, its army, the leadership of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the dear Muslim people, may He give them the victory, may He heal the wounded, may God also heal our wounded and have mercy on our martyrs and give us victory, and peace be upon you. In the name of God the Almighty, the most merciful, may peace be upon Prophet Muhammad and his pure family, as you have prayed and given peace to Abraham and his family. May God Almighty, may you accept our deeds and our prayers. Dear brothers and sisters, peace be upon you, and may God's blessings be upon you. The Israeli-U.S. aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran comes in light of the Israeli efforts, the Zionist efforts, to allow the Zionist Israeli enemy to take full control of the region under the slogan, the new Middle East, or the change of Middle East. And this aggression, this well-known aggressive policy and aim, which is Greater Israel, the U.S.-Israeli aggression on Iran is an aggression against an Islamic country. Without any right, without any justification, this is a direct and brutal attack against Iran that targets the people of Iran, the Muslim people of Iran, that targets governmental institutions, that targets even an elementary school, which led to the martyrdom of dozens of innocent people. The position of all the Islamic nations needs to be in solidarity with the Islamic Republic of Iran, with the people, the Muslim people of Iran, and that the whole Islamic nation needs to take a firm, serious stance and to express all forms of cooperation and solidarity with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and to put all political pressure, all forms of pressure in order to stop that aggression. The Islamic Republic of Iran, with its revolutionary fighters, its courageous army, they are fighting and taking on this holy war to protect, for a legitimate defense, that to defend their country against the Israeli regime. They targeted the Israeli regime, they retaliated against the Israeli regime, and targeting not only its targets in the Israeli occupied territories, but also in the U.S. bases in the region, and they also have the capabilities to do so. Iran has the will, it has free will to take the necessary measures, make the necessary decisions in order to face that aggression. The leadership of the Islamic Republic of Iran is a leadership that has the willingness, the determination of faith and jihad, and the strong will and steadfastness. Our position in Yemen, whether in the official level, at the official level or popular level, is to stand with the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Muslim people of Iran, and to have full solidarity and support with Iran, and to take the necessary measures and to follow up depending on the developments. This does not mean that the aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran concerns us. No, we know that it is strong, and its retaliation is decisive and conclusive. It is a state which is taking on a confrontation on behalf of all the Muslim nation against the Zionist U.S. enemy, and standing with Iran. And this war that it is actually taking on, and this confrontation is a confrontation that will be to the interest of all the Muslim countries. And this is why I call on all the Muslim countries to stand with the Islamic Republic of Iran by all means, with all their efforts and all capabilities. The position of solidarity with the Islamic Republic of Iran and the dear people of Iran is an Islamic, religious, ethical duty upon all the Muslims. And this is, of course, for the interest of all the Muslim nation. The Islamic Republic of Iran is taking part in a confrontation which is the confrontation of the entire Muslim nation in the face of the brutal enemy that is targeting the entire region, targeting the Islamic army is targeting of the U.S. bases in the region is a legitimate right for the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they are not targeting in this regard those countries where those military bases lie. Those U.S. military bases are in those countries, but they are targeting only military bases, and this is quite clear. This is a military base. This belongs to the Americans, and it is taking part in the aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and it is the legitimate right of the Islamic Republic of Iran to target those bases. Within our stance of solidarity and support and our ethical duty and our faith for a religious duty of support for the Islamic Republic of Iran, and in light of our knowledge and understanding of the objective of our enemies, the Israelis, the Americans, the Zionists, their objective of this aggression, and it is only to allow the Israeli enemy to take full control of the region, to remove any obstacle in its way, and in light of our readiness for any development and for any need, we will be moving and taking part in various different activities, whether the popular activities and the popular protests. And here I would like to call on our dear people of Yemen, the resilient people of Yemen, to stress to them the significance of coming out in the millions for mass protests into the streets of the capital Sana'a and other provinces tomorrow, God willing, and depending also on the committees that are organizing these protests on exactly the place and time. These protests are part of our religious duty, our solidarity with a Muslim country, with a Muslim people, with a Muslim and Islamic state that is bearing that burden of facing the most brutal enemy of humanity and the most brutal enemy of the Islamic nation. And also in light of our readiness, our generals, for any developments in this battle as well. It is important in this holy month, this blessed month for all of the Muslims. It is important for them to also take that stance within those obligations, within the religious Islamic obligations, and that is at the forefront. This position of solidarity with the Islamic Republic of Iran, the steadfastness of the position of the Islamic Republic of Iran and its decisive stance is for the interest of the Palestinian cause, the interest as to the interest of all of the countries of the region and the Islamic states. Today, the U.S. and Israelis see that the biggest obstacle to them is the Islamic Republic of Iran. They face a huge problem. They want to get rid of it in order to be able to confirm their full control over the peoples of this region, to enslave them, to take full control of them. And so therefore the solidarity with the Islamic Republic of Iran is for our benefit, is to our advantage, and also to the advantage of all the Muslim countries at the level of the media outlets, or the social media, or the media outlets as well. We will also see that there will be more support and solidarity with Iran in the media, and also attempts to stop those mouthpieces of the Israeli regime that attempt to use a psychological war against the Iranian people and the people of the region. And with God's blessings, the position is strong. The position of the Islamic Republic of Iran is a position of strong faith and steadfastness, awareness of its people as well, and understanding. And they are facing an aggression. This is a blatant, aggressive, brutal, arrogant aggression that has absolutely no right in what it is doing against the Iranian people, against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We pray, may God Almighty give the Islamic Republic of Iran victory of its army, its brave, heroic army, and protect its leadership and its dear Muslim people. May God give us victory and have mercy on our martyrs and heal our wounded. May He hear our prayers. Peace be upon you.
Well, you've just been watching the head of Ansarullah, Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi, speaking that everyone, the whole Muslim world, must support the efforts of the Islamic Republic of Iran as the aggressors, the enemies, have attacked Iran today, that the Muslim Ummah, the Muslim community, must be united against what has taken place. And we know that the Yemenis have said to begin with that they would be diligent in dealing with the enemy if they attacked Iran. And we heard earlier about the Red Sea and how they would not allow passage there. So the situation, of course, is very, very tense in the region. As Iran had said time and time again, it just would not just include Iran this time around, but all those countries who allow American bases on their lands, they would be part of this, and all of those who support these regimes would be part of it. And that is what we have been seeing so far today. What we do know also inside of Iran, we know that at least 24 provinces inside of Iran have been hit. 201 people killed, at least 747 injured, and of course in that number, at least 85 elementary school kids who had gone to school today and never came back. 85 girls at elementary schools. And it's quite interesting that the regime waited until school started. Today is the first day of the week in Iran. They waited till the school started. They waited till people were at work to try to create more chaos today, that parents had dropped off their kids or their kids had taken the bus or walked to school, that the kids were not with their parents, and many parents were at work and trying to get to their kids, and especially in a city like Tehran, a large city like Tehran where there's so many cars, and to try to create this chaos and uncertainty and just trying to reach their loved ones. But we know that we have seen this time and time and time again. How many times have we seen schools being hit in Gaza? How many times have we seen kids being attacked in Gaza and families trying to get to their children, families picking up pieces, bodies of their children? This is the reality of the regimes, the U.S. regime, the Zionist regime, the British regimes, and all of those who have helped today. As I said earlier, the British were very proud to say that they also took part in these attacks today. Mary, I'm going to cross back over to you. I want to look at that. I mean, it is amazing. It is as if this hegemonic front, this Western hegemonic front, that they're so proud of these acts of murder. It's the same thing that we saw the Zionist regime. We saw them being so proud of hitting hospitals, killing kids, hitting tents, blocking people from getting water, from food, from supplies, and then making TikTok videos, and being so proud, blowing up buildings and homes, and so proud that they put it online. I mean, this mentality is unbelievable and so inhumane. I mean, your thoughts on this?
I mean, listen, this is the nature of human aggression. That is, any power that is left unchecked. If a power is not unchecked by religion, if a power is not unchecked by some kind of international law, which we know these powers are unchecked. And what's worse is that the United Nations has given these powers the veto right. So we have those who are committing the most crimes, the most gruesome crimes in history, are now in charge of deciding who should be punished, who should not be punished, what should be followed, what should not be followed. And so, I mean, it's not so strange that when unchecked power becomes corrupt. Power and corruption have always gone hand in hand. When there was no actual faith, when there were no actual belief, and when there was no actual some kind of control, some kind of supervision of those powers. However, what's amazing is that how these powers have been able to keep us to fool the world for so many years, that they are pro-peace and they're pro-democracy, that they can invade countries to bring the nation's freedom and democracy. And they have been saying this nonsense. I mean, as the Israeli regime is bombing people, at the same time, we have these Farsi channels run by Mossad telling Iranians that we care about your lives. I mean, imagine the way that they have been able to do this, the way that they have been bombarding people with all of this propaganda all of this time. And imagine for how long the people of the world have actually fallen for it, how long the people of the world have actually believed that the way to basically having a good life is by abiding by the rules in the United Nations, by abiding by the UN Charter, by following through, while other forces, when those powers that are taking away their rights get to say who's a resistance, who's a freedom fighter and who's a terrorist. And they always label the freedom fighters as terrorists. For the longest time, Americans thought Hamas was terrorist. They thought Hezbollah was terrorist. They thought Houthis are terrorists. it was the genocide in Gaza, the live stream genocide in Gaza, the most recent 2 years of that long genocide that actually took that mask off. And so I think what is very important is not that power unchecked gets corrupt. That of course has always been the case throughout history. But what's important is to learn to take away those masks before they become, because of course they go out at it, they show how violently they attack people only when they feel safe enough. And they only feel safe enough, and they only feel like they have enough power to stand against everyone when people close their eyes for long enough. And that happens because, of course, they fall for these, the mask of human rights, the mask of women's rights, the mask of freedom of speech. And so this is very important, I think, for the people of the world. And they have woken up. I mean, they have seen, I think, a lot of European students, especially in Germany, how fascist they have treated them just for, the way they have been beaten by the German police just for saying, no to genocide in Palestine. And the way American students, a lot of them basically lost their academic future,
Indeed.
their careers, because of standing up against genocide. And I think what is strange is how long the world has not seen this.
Okay, stay with me, Mariam. Got crossover here in Tehran. We have Gisu Ahmadi standing by, I believe, the Red Crescent Society. Gisu, tell us what's going on and where you are.
Well, yes, Marcia, just as you mentioned, we're at the main headquarters of Iran's Red Crescent Society in Tehran. Now, this is where all the information is actually being gathered and processed regarding the attacks on Iranian soil. So far, according to the latest statistics that we have, we know that over 190 locations have been under attack by the Israelis and Americans. And also, unfortunately, we have lost 205 civilians in these attacks. A large number of them are unfortunately school children in the city of Minab, and unfortunately that number is also rising. About 70 to 80 of those school children lost their lives, and there still remain some under the rubble. We are expecting the number of casualties to rise. Also, Marzieh, we have about over 700 people who are actually in hospital getting treatment. So the number of casualties has been very high in a single day of attacks on Iran.
All right, Gisu, thank you so much for that update. And I'm sure we'll be checking back with you soon to get the latest statistics with what's going on. I'm going to cross back over to London now, speaking to Reza Vedadi. Reza, let's look at this situation. I mean, we have these regimes targeting a school. What is it about these regimes that it seems they continually want to target civilian areas and civilians, besides the fact that everything about them, what they're doing, and the attack is illegal to begin with? But why is it that we see time and time again that civilians are targeted?
The Israeli regime and the United States supporting it, I believe, are targeting for example, the school and other civilian infrastructure to, one, demoralize the population's will to continue fighting and resisting the attack from the United States and Israel. And second, to also cause turmoil within Iran, to try to pit Iranian against Iranian, try to cause a rift between Iranian society, because it knows that the only way that the Israelis and the United States can be successful in overcoming the Iranian strength, which first its unity and leadership, followed by its military capabilities, is that if Iran is a divided country, if Iran is a divided society, and so by inflicting these painful strikes on Iran by hurting civilians and specifically children. And we know that they talk about, if you remember, in beginning of October 2023, when the Al-Aqsa flood, the Hamas attack on Israel took place, there was a flood in media and narrative of 40 children which were beheaded and burned and so forth and so on, which all was proven to be debunked. None of it was true. And there's this great projection of things they do. So them inflicting pain on Palestinian children, on Lebanese children, and in this case today on the Iranian children, is a projection of themselves. It's and the fact that they harm and kill innocent people. However, the blood of the Iranians, the blood of the Palestinians, the Lebanese, is the price that has to be paid on behalf of the world. And I said this earlier on your show, that Iran is, and along with its allies and the Yemenis, which we just listened to its leadership speak, are the ones who are standing up on behalf of the rest of the Muslim Ummah, the rest of the Muslim nations. Because the rest of the Muslim nations are either in hand with the Israeli and American project, or they are asleep, or they have closed their eyes. And it's the Muslim, and it's Iran that has stood up on behalf of the 50 plus Muslim countries around the world to defend the Muslim, not only the Muslim honor, but really in reality, the honor of the world. Because these people, as much as they hate Muslims, the Zionist project sees itself as a supremacy project. It sees that it is the chosen people, even though many of the Israelis that live in Israel, they are atheists, they don't believe in God, but somehow the God that they don't believe in has given that land to them, and not only that land, but the land up to the Euphrates, and has chosen to be above other people. And so this idea of them being the chosen people and able to do whatever they want, they see others, non-Jewish, for example, Iranians or Palestinians, as lower than themselves, as Amalek, and they are committed to kill children, cattle, women, men, anyone innocent that they like, and it's okay in their faith, in their understanding of the worldview. However, this is the first day of the conflict, and Iran has promised, and Iran has always fulfilled the promises that it gives. It will not only avenge the death of many that have died by the hands of the Israelis, but it will teach a lesson not only to Israel, but its bigger brother, America, the great Satan, a lesson that it will not forget. And I believe that the Iranians have planned for a long stage war. It's not going to be in the few days, it will be in the weeks and possibly the months. And Iran has prepared for this, and Iran will show a lesson to these imperial powers that they can't go around the world doing what they're doing, killing children in schools, killing innocent people in their homes, even killing generals in their homes. It doesn't matter. There's this no idea of the fact that they are part of Sepah or the Revolutionary Guard that is permitted for you to attack and kill them in their homes. So all of ideas, unfortunately, international law doesn't exist, and it's Iran that will have to teach the lesson to the United States and Israel.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Well, Mariam, looking at that, I mean, Reza mentioned, he said the great Satan, and of course we know that Imam Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Revolution, said that many, many years ago when he described the United States. Many people were shocked by that. But I think especially now, as these part of the Epstein files have been revealed, and more people are coming to understand, I mean, really, really satanic. I mean, we're talking about these countries that are led by people who are pedophiles, people who are sacrificing human beings, things that we couldn't imagine perhaps we had seen in movies, of course, movies made by these same elitists. But it's actually mind-boggling how evil they really are. This is not just some words that we're throwing out, but I think more and more people are understanding. And really, really, it is, as Imam Khomeini said, this is like the great Satan. I mean, it sounds very simplistic when we say, for example, good versus evil, but it's definitely what it feels like right now and what it has been feeling like for a while.
Used to be called conspiracy theories come to life in front of people's very eyes. We've seen the God of these Satanists, the God of these child rapists, the God of the likes of Epstein and Trump and let's face it, a lot of other officials in the world. is as actually, I mean, these things have been talked about by various people in Iran and elsewhere, and it was always brushed away, brushed off like as conspiracy theories, as, you know, non-academic, as, you know, this is not professional. When these people say these things, you should just not listen to them, because they're the kind who talk about non-factual things. They make up theories. Well, a lot of those theories have actually been proven true, and this is a very mind-opening time for people to really think about everything they have been told by these regimes, everything they have been told about international law, everything they have been told about health, about anything that comes out of these organizations. You know, we saw how they made people suffer in various ways. We know how the World Bank has actually has made these policies that, you know, lending money to nations and then making them suffer as they can't pay it back, of course, you know, and the World Food Programs and everything that's actually designed to make people suffer more. But then it's put in this beautiful package of, you know, human rights, and that, you know, let's help these poor African countries. Well, those African countries are some of the richest countries in the world, actually, if they had not been plundered by the likes of the French and the Americans and everybody who actually is advancing in technology. But you know what? That technology needs minerals. Those minerals do not come from European countries for the most part. Those minerals come from African countries. And in order to get those minerals, you have to constantly create conflict in those countries, murder women and children. I mean, how many genocide we have seen, and it's not talked about. You know, let people talk about everything that they had been told that was false. Let people learn about the genocides and how the Western countries, you know, they made this happen. Let people talk about the media propaganda, how Radio Libre in Rwanda assisted the genocide of the Rwandan people. These are some of the same tools they're using over and over in various nations. They use the story of a single woman who died in police conflict, in police detention, to create a major conflict in Iran, to put so much international pressure. But before that, they had also used the story of a Libyan woman who allegedly was raped by Gaddafi's soldier. Well, look at how Libyan women are being sold on the streets in daylight in Libya. Let's look at how Western powers, how America is stealing some of the richest, the highest quality oil in the world with those same stories. So it's important for people to go after everything that they have been told were conspiracy theories, right, to go after all of those key repetitions in various countries, that every time they want to oppress the nation, what are the various tools they use in terms of propaganda, in terms of military, in terms of everything, so that they don't continue to repeat the history. And of course, this time, I think it's different.
Indeed, and like you said, we've heard so many of those stories time and time again, whether we're talking about in Iraq or when Iraq invaded Kuwait, and the stories that we heard from there, created stories, or of course the major one that everyone remembers are the beheaded babies, of course, during the October 7th situation. We're going to cross back over right here in Tehran to our colleague Gisu, who's standing by still at the Red Crescent Society. Gisu, tell us what's going on.
Well, Marzia, I just gave you the latest statistics regarding the number of casualties, and of course the latest update as far as the Iranian Red Crescent Society is concerned is that they have issued a statement to condemn these attacks, particularly the attack on the elementary school in the city of Minab, which we earlier talked about. About 70 students have been confirmed dead so far, and there are a number of injured students as well, so we're expecting the casualties to rise. So the Iranian Red Crescent Society has issued a statement to the International Federation of the Red Crescent Society and the International Committee of the Red Cross. Also, we have had member countries of the BRICS and also an online movement that have condemned these attacks on Iranian civilian infrastructure. and of course the killing of civilians, which is completely off the charts. This is totally against the Geneva Convention. That is also included in a separate letter that has been sent to the ICC by the International Department of the Iranian Red Crescent Society, as I talked to the head of that department also earlier, and she also explained that this letter has been sent separately to the ICC to follow up the complete disregard of the Geneva Conventions and crimes against humanity.
All right, thank you so much. That's Gisu Ahmadi there at the Red Crescent Society headquarters in Tehran. And as she had updated us earlier, that at least 205 people have been killed inside of Iran now throughout 24 provinces, and at least 747 others injured. We know that at least 85 of those individuals, schoolgirls, elementary schoolgirls in the southern part of Iran. I'm going to cross back over to London now, speaking to Reza Vedadi. Reza, I mean, when we see this situation that has taken place, and we've heard various people, for example, from Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi, Ansarullah leaders, to others, and saying that all Muslims should be united in fighting what we're all facing. I want to widen it up a little bit, because your thoughts about it should be the global south, it should be all those who are against these oppressors. I mean, whether we're talking about, I think this is a fight not only for the Palestinians, for the Iranians, for the Lebanese, for the Venezuelans, for the world in fighting against these evil regimes. I mean, your thoughts? Okay, I guess I don't have Reza. Let me cross over to Mariam. Mariam, I'll throw that question to you.
Okay, so can you repeat?
Sure, I'll repeat the question. I was saying that, we've heard from various leaders and saying that all the Muslim Ummah should be united against the United States and the regimes in general who have attacked Iran. But I want to widen it out. I think it's a lot broader than that, or it should be, because I think that this war, this battle that the Islamic Republic is leading, it's not just for the Palestinians or for the Yemenis or for the Lebanese, but for the Venezuelans, for the oppressed of the world, for all of those who have been oppressed, resources taken and abused by the whole Western hegemonic front, by these evil pedophiles. It's for the world.
Of course, you see the flag Iran and the resistance front is waving is the flag of true Islam. And true Islam is political. It's not apolitical. You cannot just pray and fast and be completely Muslim. You have to stand against oppression. And this is the very fact, this is what makes we have been told a lot of times by Western media that, these countries are suffering as a result of Islam, that the resistance is causing nations to suffer because, it insists on politics, it insists on being armed, it insists of other methods than debates, than negotiations, And so they have been trying to sell us that lie. However, it's the political Islam that has saved nations like Iran, that has made them strong. It's the political Islam that has helped, people, these organic movements, the Houthi movement, the Hezbollah movement, the Hashd al-Sha'bi movement, these people whose weaponry is often no match for the Western weaponry, it has given them power to protect themselves, to protect their dignity. As in, it is because of Islam that the Islamic Republic of Iran is a great place today. Of course, the Islamic Republic of Iran has always had these resources, has always been a rich country, has always had oil, but because it did not have the power of Islam that is inherently a political movement, it's political and it's a religious movement, it's because of this power that the nation of Iran has been able to withstand Western pressure and has been able to actually help other resistant movements in the world. And so this is why, I mean, when the Houthi leaders are talking about the importance of Muslims uniting, and as you said, of course, it's not only a battle for Muslims, it's a battle for the oppressed of the world, but it is the Muslims who have the weapon, because the ideology stands at the very center of it. Who can defeat people who, as Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah said, believe that if they win the battle, they are victors, but also if they become martyrs in their fight, in their struggle, in their resistance, they're also bigger victors. And so this is the ideology that Muslims hold that can save not only the Muslim world, but the oppressed across the world.
Indeed, indeed. Thanks so much for that, Mariam. We're going to cross over to Baghdad right now, where Iraqis have taken to the street in support of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I believe we have our correspondent there on the ground. Go ahead, please.
Well, good afternoon and Ramadan Mubarak. We didn't want the situation to escalate like this, but as you see here now, we are here now near the green zone. It's near the U.S. Embassy. A huge crowd here of Iraqis are here condemning the aggression from the U.S. and the Israeli regime about the strikes again to the Islamic Republic of Iran. People are here sending a clear and loud message to the whole people that we are going to support Iran because we are in the same boat. We don't want to the aggression to keep going. The people are saying, making some they are trying calling for the Imam al-Khamenei, Sayyid al-Khamenei. They are supporting him. They are not wanting to see something harming him. The Iraqi people always come here to support because of what they have done to us in the past and against the battle against Daesh. It's just a repaying to them. They are refusing and condemning this attack, this aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. As you can see, dozens of people, thousands of people here now near the green zone, near the U.S. Embassy, trying to show that we are going to support Iran. They are supporting. We are trying to do whatever it takes to show to the people this clear message. As you can see behind me, they are carrying the flag. It's not acceptable what the U.S. forces and the United States, what they have done, the aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Israeli regime as well. They are in the same team, and this team they also today strike the Jurf al-Nasr and some people of the Popular Mobilization Forces, members of the Popular Mobilization Forces. They've been martyred by these strikes. It's not acceptable. All the people are here to condemn what they have done to the region. They are trying to make a chaos and trying to create a war. But if they want war, we can have it here. And as you see, the people are showing clear and loud message in the green zone near the U.S. Embassy. They are trying to show their support, and they are not going to back up if something happened to Sayyid al-Khamenei. They are going to support him and support the Islamic Republic of Iran. People are here furious about what's going on here, and they are very angry about the American actions and the Israeli regime against the region, and especially against the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Indeed, indeed. Okay. Thanks so much for that coming out of Baghdad. That's our correspondent on the ground there. And of course, we'll be checking in with him as we continue this live coverage. Today, the 28th of February. And of course, this is the day that we know the Zionist regime and the American regime, with the help of the British regime and perhaps others, attack the Islamic Republic of Iran. This the second time during negotiations that Iran was involved in indirect negotiations with the United States and dealing with its nuclear program, its legal nuclear program, its legal right to have nuclear energy. And of course, against a regime, the Zionist regime that has nuclear bombs, against the American regime, the regime that used atomic bombs, killing many, many people in Japan, and of course all over the world, because it wasn't just Japan. It was also after that in Vietnam, and after that in Iraq and in Afghanistan. It has continued. These are the regimes that are condemning the Islamic Republic of Iran, a country that has not attacked another country, has not declared war on another country, but has defended itself. And the world is awakening to this reality more and more. And this is what we're seeing. Right now, we're just looking at people on the streets in Baghdad, but I have been monitoring other places, and there have been some demonstrations in different parts of the world, in Pakistan, in Kashmir, in London, and in other places, that they're calling for demonstrations to support Iran. That Mariam Azadcher, who's here in the studio with me, Mariam Azadcher, 47 years, and as you have said time and time again, the billions, if not trillions, that have been spent on the propaganda, creating even news. We've seen lie after lie after lie that has been used against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And despite all of that, what we're seeing now, the world is coming out to support Iran. This after the major attack that they initiated in January, the attempted coup d'etat, trying to turn, basically trying to create a civil war from inside. It was very painful for us to see over 3,000 Iranians killed on the streets in different parts of this country, these coordinated terrorist attacks that they're trying to create in the minds of some of the youth, that it was from the Islamic Republic itself. They worked on, they continually upped the ante of the psychological warfare to try to get then Iranians to turn on Iranians, basically to create a civil war, and that they could come in and do what they did. They did not, they were not successful creating it in the way they wanted to, but they still came in and attacked today, because the overall perspective inside of Iran is that you're talking about regimes that are dying. These are failing regimes, taking their last breath, and out of desperation that they will do whatever it takes to try to hold on to power. How do you see it, Mariam?
Of course, as you said, see, divide and conquer is a very long-standing imperialist policies. The British have done it for the longest time. The Americans have been doing it. And the way they do it, I mean, we saw our Iraqi brothers rising up in support of Iran. And even before, when Iran was being threatened, Iraqis were signing up to come and fight in a battle for Iran, in support of Iran. And so, but at the same time that we see these things, we have also seen how the Western propaganda has placed these nations against each other a lot of times, have tried to play them against each other. We have seen, it's very interesting, because on one hand, they're saying, oh, you know, Iraqis are stealing Iranian resources. And then in Arabic, they make Arabic propaganda saying, oh, Iranians are stealing Iraqi oil. Iranians are, interfering in your elections. We saw when Nouri al-Maliki was actually voted for, and the U.S. has been trying to not allow him to basically take office. And so this is very interesting, because if it was a U.S. supporter, they would have been more than happy. In fact, they always put a lot of money to make sure that those individuals, those puppets that they have in various countries across the world, that they take office instead of the people who have the interests of their nation in mind. And so we see how at the same time, when the U.S. infiltrates in their elections, how the U.S. of course infiltrates in every election it possibly can, and yet when the people vote for someone who acts based on the interests of their country, of their region, and in better relationship with neighboring countries than Western imperialism, then all of a sudden they turn against them. And of course, how all of this propaganda that is played to divide and conquer. And as you said, not only Iranian versus Iraqi, but also Iranians versus Iranians, that trying to divide and conquer. And I mean, they're very blatantly, you have seen, I'm sure, the Wall Street Journal article that, why a fractured Iran isn't so bad. You will die and you will not see a fractured Iran. We will not allow over our dead bodies will this happen, because Iranians, they are from various ethnicities, they speak various dialects, they are very diverse. But you know what? Every Iranian Turk is Iranian and is Turkish. Every Iranian Baluch is Iranian and is Baluch. Every Iranian Arab is Arab and they're Iranian. Every Iranian Jewish person is a Jewish Iranian. Every Iranian Christian person is a Christian Iranian. And you cannot divide our country. We are a civilization state. We're not like these new nations like the US, that's how many hundreds of years old, and also how much of its short life has been spent on oppressing other nations, has been spent on creating wars across the world to plunder the resources, to pin people against each other. And so this is what they have always tried to do. And if people want some, just a simple sign, go see how many stories BBC Farsi puts out every day, the BBC Farsi on Instagram, and then compare it to BBC English. Why is it that they produce so much for the Iranian audience and not a fraction of it for the English-speaking audience? And then compare it, of course, to BBC Arabic. And you can tell Iran is the most bombarded nation, not just by economic sanctions and not just by coups and everything else, but most importantly by propaganda. And let me tell you, as difficult as these they are, because you have family here, I have family here. We're constantly looking to see, are you okay? Is this person okay? Is that person okay? Constantly trying to check and making sure that your family is still complete, right? But as difficult as it is less difficult than seeing, at least for me, I can say for me, it's less difficult than seeing Western propaganda turn Iranian against Iranian. It's less difficult than hearing the accounts of Iranians who were protesting against the economic difficulties in the countries, but they were shot by other so-called protesters from behind, and that they come and talk about this, and of course Western media doesn't broadcast it because they are looking for stories of protesters saying, Iranian forces hit us while we were peacefully protesting, when we had these rioters who cut the crimes they had committed. I talked to some of these families. I talked to a 10-year-old who had found out how her father was mutilated and set on fire. It's very difficult. Like, how do you take it as a 10-year-old? And she was like, she started talking about it, and then she couldn't control it. So you know what? This is difficult, Marzi. This is difficult. We love this land. And, unlike the US, unlike a lot of these, newly built nations, that they have no civilization, they have no culture. And every time they invade a country, like what they did to Syria, they send in their funded ISIS, they funded terrorists to destroy the historic sites of these countries, to destroy the memory of our rich civilization. So, even if it's not, it's about the lives of the people lost, it's about the historic sites we're going to lose. It's about everything that we have at stake. And yet, this is less difficult than watching them turn Iranians against Iranians,
And watching these attempts at what they're doing. After the situation took place in January, the attempted coup d'etat, I remember going into one of the masjids, the mosques that had been burned, and seeing Qur'ans that had been burned. And there were so many mosques inside of this country that experienced that. Mariam, after covering Daesh in Syria and different situations over the years, we've seen some pretty horrible situations, and especially with the latest round of genocide in Gaza. I have to be honest, I never thought that I would see so many mosques being attacked inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran, because this is a country that is actually quite tolerant and accepting of religion. First of all, the majority of people consider themselves Muslims in this country. But besides that, whether we're talking about churches or synagogues, that Iranians in general respect these religious places. And then you're talking about mosques. It was obvious that this was something that had come from the outside, and nevertheless extremely, extremely painful because of some of our own people getting caught up in the lies of these propaganda machines.
Of course, it's very difficult. And when I'm saying that we have been bombarded for 50 years, so I mean, my heart goes out to people across the world, to some of the journalists who I have come to know in various times, and they're messaging me and they're asking, are you okay? You know what, I have never been better. Because it's painful, but you know what? We have been bombarded. We have been bombarded by the constant wars we've had on our countries, by the economic sanctions, by the coups, by the propaganda. But this bombardment is different, because this bombardment, people are seeing who's inflicting it upon us. Nobody can say that this bombardment was done by Iranians on Iranians. Nobody can say this, because everybody is seeing where the bombs are coming from, and everybody's seeing where the bombs are landing on Iranian schools, on schoolgirls.
Okay.
And so this is what makes it a little easier to tolerate than all of the other terrorism that my nation has suffered in Iran here.
All right, thank you so much, Mariam. As you can see at the bottom of your screen, Iran has launched Operation True Promise 4. Of course, this is a response to the U.S. Zionist attacks earlier today, and Iran has been responding very decisively. We're going to cross over now to occupied West Bank, to Ramallah, joined by our correspondent there, Naga Hamad. Naga, good to see you. Please, Naga, tell us what you have.
Thank you so much, Marzia, and it's good to see you on air and live, going through all the hardships that we have been seeing today. This is a message of steadfastness. The Palestinian journalists have sent such a message earlier, where for years they have endured bombardment, assassination, and targeting, and now we are seeing the same from you, from Press TV's team, steadfasting inside your country, defending your country, defending your nation, defending your dream against these repeated attacks and continuous attacks by this evilish coalition. Let's start immediately from developments on the ground over here. Since the hours of the morning, since the beginning of this aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran, immediately it has reflected itself on the ground for the Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. The West Bank seems now like a very large closed room. We're talking about most of the main streets are closed. Every entrance and exit for a Palestinian city is closed. The borders are closed. The military gates, more than 1,200 military checkpoints and gates are closed, separating villages, separating cities, and of course besieging the Palestinians, trying to make it like a large prison over here. Of course, as a reflection, the Palestinian Ministry of Education have announced a closure, a 2-day closure for schools. Every administrative and every governmental institution to be closed, and told or asked the Palestinians to remain in their homes, to remain safe, and not to go on high areas. Of course, due to the falling of the remnants of rockets or intercepting rockets that we have been able to see and to listen to clearly today. Almost the sirens did not stop. The sirens were not for minutes, and of course it is an Israeli application or an Israeli alarm for the Israeli settlers to go into their shelters and to protect themselves. But the Palestinians over here have been monitoring closely what is happening. If we are just to take a look about what's happening in the other side or through the Hebrew media, through the Israeli media, unfortunately we are seeing a big hail to this attack upon Iran, and it's quite familiar. Actually, it's strange somehow to say this, but it's quite familiar that we see such gatherings from the Israeli society. They group around war. So when the Israeli forces attacked Lebanon, we have seen the same. There are no different positions. And of course, the opposition, if there's any in the Israeli regime, the opposition is quite in favor of this attack and of this aggression. And this is, of course, came from after long years of incitement and inciting against Iran and embodying it as a devilish country, as a hostile country with, of course, with no foundations, no base to these allegations. But this is like what the Israeli regime is doing, creating an enemy. And now, after even striking Tehran, now we are listening to other declarations from Naftali Bennett, for example, who have said that the next target will be Turkey. Turkey is the next Iran, and this is quite offensive and quite dangerous statement to be saying in such time. Of course, immediately and on the ground, the Israeli regime closed Al-Aqsa Mosque inside occupied Al-Quds and closed Al-Ibrahimi Mosque in Al-Khalil and banned all types of gathering. One very important thing to highlight and to mention also, Marzia, that the Israeli regime has issued a strict law or a strict ban to journalists, even Israeli journalists, to take photos or to cover what is happening inside the occupied territories. And Itamar Ben-Gvir himself has said that he will pursue everyone who takes photos or document what is happening throughout these days of war.
All right, thank you so much. Naqa, we've talked time and time again over the last couple of years, of course, with the genocide in Gaza and the continual aggression and pressure that has been put on the occupied territories. And what you mentioned, that the familiarity of it all, because we know in Gaza, we saw civilians being attacked, continually being attacked, and schools especially. And we have seen that in Lebanon, and we have seen that also in the West Bank, the terrorizing of kids in school. And of course, today we saw an elementary school here in Iran, in southern Iran, at least 85 schoolgirls, elementary kids being killed. I mean, what are the people over there saying when you talk to the Palestinians about the familiarity of all of this and about the Zionist regime and the American regime in general? Tell me, what are people saying over there about all of this?
Well, they say one thing, actually, Marzia, that we understand exactly the pain that you are going through. We understand the situation because we have been dealing with such a situation for 77 years. Of course, in the last 2 years of genocide, this has been enlarged and it has been shown a lot. And the Israeli regime has committed even more atrocities. But for the last 77 years, this is the essence of occupation, and we have been dealing with this day by day. So many of the people that you would ask them over here would say that this pain is understandable for Palestinians. It is a daily reality for Palestinians to lose their children, to mourn, for mothers to mourn their sons and daughters. This is a daily situation, unfortunately, for the Palestinians. In the first of Ramadan, we have bid farewell to a 19-year-old young man or young boy killed by Israeli settlers. Prior to that, many children have been killed. School students, even schools, mosques have been attacked. So yes, it is quite familiar for the Palestinians. So the pain is understandable. Unfortunately, the restriction over here limits the size of showing this understanding, because as you are well aware of the complete restriction upon talking about in solidarity with Iran or even South Lebanon over here. But the Palestinians do understand, and maybe they are the best to understand what is going on now, the pain, the loss, and also the steadfastness.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you so much, Naga. And you, please stay safe also. Naga Hamed, Press TV's correspondent on the ground there in Ramallah. You can see there is breaking news that at least 20 volleyball players there have been killed. This is in Fars province, in a town called Lemerd, I believe, if I'm pronouncing it correct. Volleyball players, at least 20 of them have been killed. This, of course, is added to the at least 85 girls that were killed earlier this morning at an elementary school in Minab, which is close to Bandar Abbas in the southern part of the country. Once again, we see civilians being targeted. But one thing I think is very important to reiterate, as one of our guests said earlier, even if it's generals being killed, all of this is illegal. Generals, military people have the right to exist in their own land. And a lot of times we try to differentiate. It's as if their lives are less important. We have seen the targeting in the 12-day war of scientists, of teachers, of all kinds of people from all walks of life. And yes, commanders and generals also. Let us remember that each of these targeting has been illegal, and none of this was condemned. I think this is really, really important. We look at the IAEA, of course, the international agency, the nuclear agency, and we did not see during the time that Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities were targeted. The head of the IAEA, Grossi, refused to condemn the entity that attacked the Islamic Republic of Iran, part actually of this IAEA, and the IAEA is supposed to make sure that those who are abiding by and a part of this would be protected and can actually have their natural rights of nuclear energy. We did not even hear a verbal condemnation. I think this is really, really important, Mariam. When we look at the mockery of so-called international law, it has never been more obvious, I think, for the world. It's as if these, we'll say, terrorists who may dress up in suits and ties, kind of similar to what we've seen take place in Syria recently, from a terrorist and then all of a sudden dressed in a suit and tie. So it's the same MO of its masters, basically. And that's what they do. On the one hand, try to look sophisticated and say that they represent great civilizations, but in reality, the Western hegemonic front has the history of usurping the wealth of people all over the world and genocide. Mariam, what we're seeing in Palestine, it's very, very tough, and it has been tough. But we've seen this in so many different ways. I mean, we look at the Europeans in general and their roots. We look at the Americans and their roots. We look at the Australians and their roots of genocide and of the natives of these lands. I mean, it's quite mind-boggling that on the one hand these people have this history, but then they have created this other history to make others, as they say, the others are the terrorists, the others are the savages, and these are the sophisticated entities of the world.
Well, let me play the other side and actually blame the oppressed of the world, because quite frankly, I mean, as you said, Rafael Grossi, for instance, did not condemn. Forget about condemnation. They gave information on Iranian nuclear sites that only the IAEA knew about. So the individuals we had allowed in our country to supervise our nuclear program were spies. They had sent files to other countries that was supposed to be secret, and yet Iran allowed for those files. Yet Iran allowed for those supervisors that, of course, they were spies. And so, I mean, forget about condemnation. Just don't give away information that is supposed to be secret. And when Iran is a member of the NPT, that Iran has abided by everything. Iran has abided by every single rule in the handbook. And yet what they are doing to Iran, and then as you said, they have the audacity of not even condemning. You know, those attacks on nuclear sites in Iran could have been extremely damaging, could have cost hundreds and thousands of lives because of course, you know, when you bomb a nuclear site, what can happen to the nations? We have seen it happen in Japan. And so this is what they wanted to do in Iran. This is what they were willing to risk in Iran, and they went ahead with it. And, you know, but let me go ahead and blame the Islamic Republic of Iran for that, because I mean, to actually believe that in order to, you know, to have peace and security and have advancement, you have to satisfy these entities that are spies, that are supported, that are funded, that are created by imperialism. And then you let them in your country, and then you let them spy on your facilities. And then, of course, Iran stayed in the NPT afterwards. So I mean, in some ways, it's nice, because then the world sees that after everything Iran did, yet this is what they're doing to Iran. Yet this is what they're, and the IAEA just most recently. Let me tell you, because when actually the way some of us knew that the attacks on Iran were going to happen soon was by an IAEA reports, because every time they wanted to justify an attack on Iran, they were saying, oh, well, there might be some nuclear sites that we don't quite know about. We're not quite sure. We don't know. Maybe it's getting to a dangerous level of enrichment. And so they are responsible, but the Islamic Republic of Iran is responsible. And had the Islamic Republic of Iran, alongside allowing those criminals walk and come freely into our country and spying on our facilities, if the Islamic Republic of Iran hadn't also developed missiles to retaliate against those regimes, then this crime of the Islamic Republic would have been unforgivable, because then that would have risked the lives of the Iranian people without developing the necessary equipment to actually protect them. So let's accept the blame that is rightfully ours.
Well, let's look at that, Mariam, because we know that, as we've been saying continuously, really, the way that Iran has always been demonized. So let me take the opposite side of that. So if Iran had not allowed the inspections, for example, to take place, so immediately then the various entities and their NGOs and universities and their think tanks and all over, they're going to come out and say Iran is trying to hide something, because it's basically, they put you in a situation that it's hard to win, right? On the one hand, if you don't allow the inspections, immediately they're going to try to condemn you, and their propaganda machine is going to get to work, and Iran must have a lot to hide because they won't allow the inspections. You let them into it and you let them inspect, well, basically they are spies for the entities that want to attack you. So they basically, as it's said in English, put you in a place between a rock and a hard place. And so I think that what you said earlier is so apropos, Mariam, that actually now finally we're in a different place, a different position. Iran has basically stayed with the whole international game and shown that, okay, we're involved in these talks again, and once again they attack. We abided by everything. Iran has shown that it has tried. And
of
now
course, listen,
it is
public
full force ahead.
They turn, of course, we know they can turn public opinion against us. They have always done it. This is nothing new. But that in itself would have been no justification, no excuse for allowing IAEA spies into our country. However, the only way that that action of the Islamic Republic of Iran can be justified is that if perhaps they felt like at the time they were not ready militarily to take on an invasion and they had to buy time in doing so. But we have examples of other countries. I mean, another part of the so-called axis of evil was actually North Korea. But then North Korea developed nuclear bombs, and so the US will not dare put hands on North Korea. And so this is important. Of course, Iran has its own morals that the Iranian leaders have stood by. When we were being bombed by chemical bombs in our cities, when children were dying in the arms of their moms and their dads, Imam Khomeini at that time stopped the IRGC from even trying to develop anything chemical, because he said these are weapons of mass destruction. And he was witnessing the people die, but he's saying, no, we cannot develop these weapons. We cannot develop chemical weapons because Islam is against weapons of mass destruction. We have to do another way.
Indeed,
and so I understand why Ayatollah,
the most moral military. We know the irony of it is that the IOF over the years had been called the most moral military in the world, and of course we always knew that that was not the case, but the rest of the world found out. But to be honest, really, Iran has definitely abided by amazing red lines that they have implemented upon themselves. And of course, from an Islamic perspective, that, as you said, during the 8 years of war back in the 80s, 1980s,
and of course, let me tell you, a lot of Muslims are actually now challenging. I mean, of course, those who follow Ayatollah Khamenei, they understand he will go by the rules of Islam, even if everybody is against it. Right. If everybody tells Iran, develop a nuclear bomb for goodness sake, to protect your country, you don't have to use it, you just have to have it. Even if everybody says that, Ayatollah Khamenei is not going to do it, as long as that doesn't mean only deterrence power. So we understand that, and we understand that it's because of this morality that the Islamic Republic of Iran has gained a place, because of course, you know, we understand the lesser weapons is harder to find with lesser weapons, but when you stand on the right side, then there is also help from God. There's also help from individuals who seem small individuals, but in their millions, then they become a formidable force against imperialism. Then they become a formidable support, you know. And so we understand this. However, I mean, it's just very hard. I feel like, and I see a lot of analysts who don't believe in, you know, they're not Muslim, they don't believe in any religion, and they are just wondering why Iran has taken such a soft approach. I mean, when the way they have, you know, bombarded Iran, put sanctions on Iran, the way they have constantly attacked Iran in every way imaginable, how Iran has always taken the international law route.
Strategic patience.
You know? Very strategic patience. Yeah. I don't think anybody has the patience that the Islamic Republic has displayed.
Well, and perhaps it goes from being a very, very old civilization, lots of experience, that they've gone way back and know how to deal with it. We have, you're looking at some breaking news there. Leader in Iraq's Islamic resistance has said that they're starting to stage operations against U.S. bases. What the United States and the Israeli regime, they have opened a very, very deep can of worms, so to speak. I mean, what is going to happen? We have seen statements from throughout the resistance, even prior to these attacks, that they would not let the Islamic Republic of Iran stand alone, and that they would come to basically, it's something that the whole, as Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi said, he said that the whole ummah, the whole Muslim community must come together for this. And Mariam, you know, interesting enough, we saw Iran attacking various U.S. military bases in various Arab countries, and there have been footage in some of these countries that the American bases have been attacked, for example, in Bahrain, and that you have people who were taking the video who were just applauding it, very happy.
Iranians, okay? Because I mean, Bahrain has not been part of Iran only after the puppet regime, the Shah's regime, gave Bahrain away, basically. And it's actually the majority, a Shia majority country. It's ruled by a minority that's a puppet regime. And so this is, I mean, this is very interesting, because a lot of people, and I mean, for the people of Bahrain, it's not strange. What is more strange is for people who are actually from other countries that have been fed lies about the Islamic Republic of Iran all their lives. They've been told these individuals are against women, they murder people for not covering their hair. They have been fed all of these lies. place. And yet, all of a sudden, they are capable of seeing through all of that. So, I mean, it's beautiful to see the joy of people around the world, the joy of our Bahraini brothers who actually, I mean, only a few decades ago were part of our own country, and then, you know, were part of our own nation. And of course, you know what, everybody, because this is also what the imperialists do. They try to cut up countries and say, oh, you know, you're Iraqi, you should only mind your business. You're Iranian, you should only mind your own business. You know, they had fed Iranians, you know, the monarchists, the others, this slogan, no to neither Gaza nor Lebanon. I'll only give my life for Iran. Well, it was Gaza who sacrificed for Iran. It was Lebanon who sacrificed for Iran. And it is Iran who has sacrificed for all of them as well, because it's all one hand together. When you divide them, then they're all vulnerable. Then they can all be murdered.
Of course, all geography and nationalism. We see what we have seen today, heard today, explosions that you can see at the bottom of your screen that are taking place at U.S. bases throughout the region. Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Kuwait, and Iraq. And of course, the battle has only just begun. We're going to continue our live coverage here at Press TV this February 28th, the first day of this latest round of this battle, of this war between the pedophilia, Epstein-run regimes and those who actually believe in saving humanity. We know that throughout the 47 years of existence of the Islamic Republic, that it been continually demonized and talked about how it didn't take care of children, of women, but we have seen who are the predators of women, who are the predators of kids, and it's the Islamic Republic of Iran who continues to support the oppressed and continues to stand fast against this evil that has overtaken so much of the world. Thanks so much for staying with us. Please stay with us right here at Press TV. You're going to take a quick break to a quick clip, and we'll be back. Please don't change that channel. Thanks so much for staying with us.
Keeping you up to date with world news every half hour on Press TV.
June 13th, missiles hit Tel Aviv. Phones shook, feeds exploded, and the story the Israeli regime thought it was writing took a violent plot twist. Just hours earlier, the Israeli regime had launched a strike. Senior IRGC commanders, key nuclear scientists martyred, Several launch pads gone. The plan? Cripple Iran's response and maybe, just maybe, spark regime change. By sundown, Iran had already replaced every martyred commander and begun the largest missile volley the region has ever seen. Each new sunrise revealed another missile class, more powerful and precise than the last. To punch through the Israeli regime's air bubble, an attacker has to clear a gauntlet of concentric domes. Arrow 3 hunts ballistic warheads in the exosphere. David's sling stalks anything still plunging through the stratosphere, and Iron Dome waits below 40 kilometers for the scraps. Each layer cues the next in milliseconds, so an incoming missile must outrun Arrow's kill vehicle, dive below David's radar horizon, jinx sideways to spoil Iron Dome's firing solution, and flood the sky with decoys, all at Mach 15. The Israeli regime's multi-layered shield, the pride of Western tech, wasn't built for hypersonic maneuvering warheads. Interceptors dwindled. The myth of invincibility cracked on TikTok live streams. The Israeli regime was outclassed by Iran's newer missiles, which sliced through each protective layer. Day after day, Tehran rolled out fresh tiers of its arsenal, each strike showcasing unheard of precision and punch against the Israeli regime's most guarded nerve centers. Herzliya's intelligence complex, home to several Mossad directorates, took blows from Iranian drones, rattling data links inside the glass towers.
על המוסד, הצליחו על המוסד אפילו. Wow.
Another example was Tel Nof Air Base, a cornerstone of the Israeli regime's long-range strike capacity. F-35, F-15, and even newly deployed US THAAD battery could not prevent multiple impacts. Missiles also pierced straight into the Israeli military's central command headquarters in Tel Aviv, scrambling communications at the heart of Israeli battle management. Farther south, Nevatim Air Base, the second F-35 hub, saw a fuel depot erupt and a section of runway craters, grounding sorties for hours while air defense crews fired in vain. With every fresh barrage, two threats intensified. Interceptor stock ran low and started rationing, and fear spread across the occupied territories as the Zionist settlers saw that the invincibility the Israeli regime had cultivated for decades was only a mirage. Washington watched its closest ally waiting its collapse, so it stepped in and attacked Iran's nuclear sites. But the US intervention couldn't reverse the trend. CNN reported that American strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities failed to destroy the core components of Tehran's program, buying only a few months' delay. And even had Trump's bluff about the strikes been true, they still couldn't erase Tehran's nuclear program. As former US diplomat Wendy Sherman says,
"You can't bomb away knowledge. Iran knows how to do the entire fuel cycle here. They're quite capable, and they will reconstitute their program, and they will likely do it underground and in secret. So it may take them time, but I believe they will move forward."
Inside Iran, political fault lines snapped shut overnight. Every Israeli aggression acted like a recruiting poster, fusing the streets into a single front as millions poured out nationwide, vowing to resist foreign aggression and sacrifice for the homeland. Netanyahu and Trump had played every visible card, but they ran into something bigger than arsenals, a nation's will and the undeniability of knowledge. When bombs can't erase either, the only move left is to stop. That was how on June 25th, Washington and the regime in Tel Aviv concluded that the only way to keep the Israeli regime from the brink of extinction was to freeze the fight and halt every strike.
اسمها إريج أبو لحية، من سكان القرارة. ولدت في خان يونس في مستشفى ناصر. 94 عشت في القرارة، كبرت فيها إلى أن في 7 أكتوبر عادي صحيت زي أي يوم، نشيطة جدا، بدي أطلع على الجامعة. سمعنا تهليل وصرخات من الناس وهيك جريت طلعت على السطح بسرعة بدي أشوف شو فيه، فكنا مبسوطين إلى أن انقلب الحال. لما بعد الساعة 12:30 رن تليفوني، كنت في مجمع ناصر الطبي بحاول أوثق شوية أحداث. حكولي كريم لبس بنطلون زيتي. أنا كنت واقفة، فدخلت هاي اللي بيحملوا عليها المصابين، شاب مش مبين هيك، فبيحكوا له مستشفى، كان زي رجليه وبنطلون لونه زيتي. فيمكن هذا أصعب موقف مريت فيه في حياتي.
مجازاتی که ملت ایران و نیروهای مسلح ما برای این دشمن خبیث انجام دادن و دارن انجام میدن و برای آینده برنامه دارن، مجازات سختی است و او رو دچار ضعف کرده. همینی هم که دوستان آمریکاییش وارد صحنه میشن و حرف میزنن، نشانه ضعف و نشانه ناتوانی اوست.
Days after the first barrage of Iranian missiles into the occupied territories, signs of weakness in the Zionist regime have appeared. It's as if the trail of Iranian missiles does not disappear from its skies, and the vulnerability of this regime's multi-layered defense system is fully revealed. The Arrow 3 and David Sling batteries are consuming ammunition at a dizzying rate. A senior American official told the Wall Street Journal that the Arrow interceptor missiles, each worth $3 million, are now being rationed. This means that commanders of the Zionist regime are now choosing which warhead to hit and which to let go. And this means greater effectiveness of Iranian missiles. Whereas before, this regime wanted but could not intercept all of Iran's missiles. The proof is on your mobile screen. The targeting of the regime's sensitive centers, including the Ministry of War in Bat Yam, whose destructive power astonished the regime's leaders, and the precise attack on the regime's Army Command and Intelligence Center in Bir al-Sabah, near a hospital, which was targeted with high accuracy and precision. With Ben Gurion Airport closed, thousands of Zionists in Herzliya, Tel Aviv, and Haifa are buying $5,000 tickets for sailboats to Cyprus and leaving the occupied territories. The regime's Minister of Transport, Miri Regev, has banned all outgoing travel to prevent a mass exodus that would further weaken the foundations of the occupying regime. When a regime is forced to hold its people by force, it means terror has gripped the entire occupied territories. For years, the regime had tried to portray an impenetrable image of itself. But with Iran's combined missile and drone barrages, that image has been shattered. And images of Iranian missiles hitting their targets, which go viral on social networks despite the regime's widespread censorship, add to the fear and terror of the Zionists. Now, Zionists are asking themselves one question. If the defense systems cannot cope with the waves of Iranian attacks at their peak, what will happen when the ammunition drops? Even voices within the Zionist regime are admitting defeat. Former Israeli ambassador to Egypt, Amir Oren, in an interview that went viral on X, stated plainly, "We cannot defeat the Iranians with a military solution alone." These exposed weaknesses have pushed the Zionist regime leaders to urgently pressure the United States to join the conflict. Tel Aviv knows, with its air defense ammunition dwindling, it cannot withstand the barrage of Iranian missiles. This signifies a further weakening of the regime. Now compare this with Tehran. When the Zionist regime's attack shook the live studio of Iran's state news network, a scene in Tehran went viral. Anchor Sahar Imami, amid the live broadcast during the regime's attack, became a symbol of Iranian resistance through her exemplary courage. And the widespread demonstrations on Friday across all of Iran, a full 7 days after the regime's attacks began, demonstrate the solidarity of a nation defending its homeland from aggression. But what about the world? A shift in perception is taking place, which has led to an awakening. According to a Pew Research Center survey of 24 countries, 62% of people hold a negative view of the Zionist regime, with only 29% expressing a positive one. This represents a dramatic increase in global opposition. We're seeing that opposition manifest in demonstrations worldwide, condemning the attacks on Iran. These protests, previously held in support of Palestine, now see the Iranian flag flown alongside the Palestinian flag. Now, as the weaknesses of the Zionist regime become undeniable, it faces a terrified populace, that is, the Zionist settlers who no longer believe in the illusion of invincibility, and a global awakening to the failures of the Western media's pro-regime propaganda.
Hello and welcome to our rolling coverage right here at Press TV. This day one of the second round of this war between the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Western hegemonic front, along with the Zionist regime. What we do know so far is that both regimes started attacking the Islamic Republic of Iran around 9:30, 10 this morning, and hit at least 24 provinces, killing at least 205 Iranians and injuring at least 747 amongst those, or at least 85 schoolgirls in Minab near Bandar Abbas Elementary. Schoolgirls who had just gone to school, Saturday being the first day of the week, the first day of classes for the kids in Iran. We also know that at least 15 volleyball players were killed while they were at their gym practicing in Fars province in Lamerd. This amongst, as I said, the at least 205 people who have been killed. In response, of course, Iran has sent many missiles hitting the occupied regime and hitting it hard as it had promised to do. We're going to continually update you on the latest. Right now I'm going to cross over to my colleague Gisu Ahmadi, who is standing by at the Red Crescent. Gisu, please tell us what you have.
Well, it has been a very tragic day here at the Red Crescent Society of Iran. We are receiving news of civilian and residential areas, Marzieh, being targeted by the Israelis and the U.S. So it is actually very tragic to hear the number of civilians that are being targeted. This is, of course, nothing new. This is what has been the Israeli regime's ongoing strategy. It's even the way it has been behaving, not for many decades, but particularly over the past 2 years in Gaza, it has been the same. So when Iranians know actually what kind of brutal regime they're dealing with that has launched these attacks against Iran. So in this afternoon, Marzi, actually, there was a gathering of Iranians at Palestine Square who came out to condemn the attacks on Iranian soil and the undermining of territorial integrity of Iran and Iran's sovereignty. And also they came out to show support for the Islamic Republic of Iran. So people have been voicing condemnation. However, in Tehran, the National Security Council has asked people to leave the city because of these relentless attacks on the capital and the fact that bombs are going to drop anywhere. It is not just military targets. It is now residential areas that are being targeted, Marzi.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, nothing new, as you said, Gisu. That's the modus operandi of both the American regimes and the Israeli regime targeting civilians. Thanks so much, and Gisu, we'll continue to check back with you and get an update on the latest of what is going on. I'd like to now bring in my colleague, Zainab Zakaria, into this discussion. Zainab, thanks so much for being with us. And, again, Zainab, let's see, June of last year, we're talking, 10, 11 months, I'm not sure. And again, another war. Iran had promised at this time it was going to be very, very different. I want to start off right now from the international reaction that we are seeing and how this time around, even from the international reaction, things seem to be different. And many around the world are promising that Iran would not be alone. And of course, many are cheering on the Islamic Republic. I mean, your thoughts about the difference between the 12-day war and this war that Iran says they would not begin, but they would determine when it would end, and that the enemy would be hit hard.
Thank you so much for having me. I want to start by offering my condolences and congratulations to the Iranian nation, the proud, historic Iranian nation, for this, historic day that has been made and marked in history once again. Having said that, you and I work in media, and we know how powerful, in as much as we don't agree, the propaganda machine of the Americans has been. When it comes to how the 12-day war was viewed, as to how the 12-day war, the war that was launched against Iran today is being viewed, we have to remember that just like we had days after Al-Aqsa storm, we have days after Epstein files. The American population and the Western population may not have been previewed to see what the real face of the Americans and the Israelis and the British Empire is. For the people of this region, it's not new. We've witnessed Afghanistan, we've witnessed Iraq, we've witnessed what was done in Gaza. But when the people of the Western Hemisphere, who have also lived under propaganda from the beginning of their lives, realize that their leaders are actually, unbelievable, doing unspeakable things to children, it has forced them to start looking at where the origin of all of these crimes is coming from. And on the other side of the sea, they see Iran, a nation with ancient history, with steadfast and belief in their religion and their identity, and they are not willing for anything to give that up. And that is amazing for anyone. The human being is attracted to this kind of lofty attributes. And so the perception in the minds of people, especially in the West, has changed. In the mind of the people in this region, that has been confirmed after the 2 years of genocide that we watched in Gaza. And everyone is beginning to realize, even those countries and the people within the countries who may be, antagonistic towards Iran because of the news and the propaganda that they grew up with, they're beginning to realize that the lie they were told was that American bases in their region, in their country, was supposed to guarantee them. But now we are seeing that Iran has proven to them and told them, and repeatedly, one thing that we really need to know, nothing should be surprising for anyone right now watching. Because before this started, Iran warned that if again we are attacked, everyone will feel it. The last time when we were attacked, we did our best to contain the theater of the war to remain within Iran. It was only Iranian citizens who had to deal with the sounds of bombs and bombardment and the sound of air defenses and booms and bams that they couldn't sleep. It was the Iranian nation that had to pick up the pieces of their children and go on, unable to bury. They had to wait after 12 days when the so-called war was ended before they could grieve. It was the Iranian nation who had to watch the streets that they used to go to bombed to smithereens by the Israelis and the Americans. But this time around, they warned, if again our people are attacked using your airspaces, using your land, using your bases, then you will feel it too. So nobody should be surprised that everywhere from the Emiratis to the Bahrainis and all of them know what it feels like now for your people to see bombs rain down on them. Know what it feels like now to feel the ground shake underneath your feet, not knowing if another bomb is going to come to your head. Know what it feels like now for 2 years when Palestinians were shouting and screaming at the top of their lungs for help to come. Know what it feels like now when the people you love are scared and you have nothing to give them other than words. Iran has proven that they are people who want peace. They've continued to prove that.
Interesting points, very passionate. We're going to cross over now to New York and introduce Jim Kavanagh to the program, academic researcher. Thanks so much for being with us, Jim. Well, Jim, you're inside of the United States. I mean, tell us about that side of things, the type of reaction that's going on there, because we know that many Americans did not want to go to war with Iran, and many Americans have become more aware that the control that the Zionist regime is having on foreign policy in the United States. So tell me about that side of things, what's going on in the U.S. regarding this latest round of this war.
my regret and anger at what's happening and what my country is doing again. 70% of the American people oppose this war. This is not like 2003 with George Bush, where there were, because of 9/11 and all the nonsense around that, a lot of Americans were all for attacking Iraq. Nobody wants this war in the United States of America. It's splitting up the right wing and the coalition of Donald Trump. People are posting all over the internet today Donald Trump's tweets from saying Barack Obama is going to start a war with Iran because he's a bad negotiator, and J.D. Vance's tweets the same thing. We have people. This is nothing in this war for the Americans. There's no threat from Iran to the United States. People know that. The United States is going to get nothing from it. The people of the United States are going to get nothing from it. This is a war for Israel and Zionism, and Americans know it. This is what's very dangerous for Israel and Zionism, because Americans are getting sick of this. For the first time yesterday, the Gallup poll was released, which showed that the plurality of Americans favor the Palestinians over the Israelis. And that's changed drastically in 3 years because of what happened in Gaza. So Israel and Zionism is losing its grip on the American people. Not, however, unfortunately, on the American political and media class. But it's a storm that's brewing because people are angry about this. They're going to be more angry when they start feeling it in their pocketbooks. If the Strait of Hormuz is closed and the gasoline becomes $10, $15 a gallon, Americans, unfortunately, are not going to react there will be people like me and dissidents in the streets over the next few days and weeks, but it will really hit home for most Americans when it hurts them in their lives or their pocketbook. Mm-hmm. And that's going to come, unfortunately. So, but it's very crucial that everybody and every American understand that every American asset and every American life that's taken in this, that's lost in this war is lost on the sacrificial altar of Zionism and Israel. And that's what it's for. And Americans are getting fed up with this.
Staying with you, Jim, because you talked about how Americans are fed up. I mean, you look at the news that had come out a couple of days ago from the USS Gerald Ford and the whole toilet fiasco, and that actually many of the sailors were actually clogging the toilets themselves because they do not want to fight this war. Let's talk about how the military class there is continually being used, these soldiers, the sailors, being used by this elite class that not only does not care about human life in this region, they don't care about American lives either in reality.
That's right. Throwing these soldiers and sailors into a fight like this, as in every one of the fights since 2000, every one of these Mideast wars, Iraq, Libya, Syria, were wars for Israel and Zionism, and people are realizing that now. This is the last one of these, and it's the most important one. But people are taking advantage of the patriotism and the loyalty and the personal bravery of young men and women who go to fight and want to do the right thing, and they're putting them in harm's way. They're making them kill and be killed for Israel and for Zionism, and that's what this is. And there's nobody can come up with a credible reason for the United States, credible threat to the United States, or a credible advantage that the United States is going to get with this. The Iranian government perfectly willing to have normal relations with everybody, except Israel, because Israel doesn't have normal relations with anybody. But in terms of the United States, it could do fine without attacking Israel, without attacking Iran. But it's important to understand the level at which the American political and media class still control things, and will try to control things even more. The entire media apparatus has just been bought up by Larry Ellison, huge Zionist, the largest private contributor to the IDF. So you're going to, CBS has been bought up by him. Now they just bought Warner Brothers. So, it's in the internet, social media spaces, but even those spaces are getting bought up by some of them. So we're going to have to continue fighting this. But on the general level, it's hard for them at this point to to get over with this argument that there's some Donald Trump getting up with his USA hat and say this is a crucial thing for the United States of America. You're going to take some casualties, but you know this is for our sake. It is not for our sake, and none of the casualties, none of the American casualties in this are for any benefit to the United States. They're sacrifices on the altar of Zionism.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. We have at least now 108 female students have been martyred in that attack. The last number we had was 85. Now that that figure has been raised to 108. Elementary school girls were targeted and killed by the Zionist regime and the American regime today in the southern part of Iran. Zainab, I'm going to cross back over to you. You know, it's quite interesting that when news comes out from this part of the world, it's as if the value of a life is less than. We've been seeing now for weeks, night after night, day after day, talks on X, on Instagram, on other social media platforms. Iran is going to be attacked. They're going to attack Iran tonight. They're going to hit today. And I kept thinking, yeah, I mean, if we're talking about New York or London or Paris, the type of reaction that we would see. But we're talking about, again, West Asia. You know, we hear about the attacks in Lebanon. We hear about the attacks, of course, the continual attacks in Gaza, in the West Bank, occupied West Bank, in Yemen, in Iran. It's as if lives over here just do not matter. It's okay. Those people are used to this kind of situation. I mean, your thoughts on this, about how these Western regimes, they basically, it's as if they do not value lives in this region, or the general, I mean, if we look at the Southern Hemisphere in general, whether we're talking about Cuba and what they're doing right now, or Venezuela, but we see this consistency of this sense of superiority that they continually imbue.
I'm happy to use that word superiority. Marzieh, you and I, Africans, we know it's a lived history for us. Indeed. The supremacy of the mentality of the supremacy that is dominant within the culture and the mindset of the Western elite when they look at people like us. We are the others. And let's not forget the language that has constantly been used against other people like they refer to us, whether it was the Native Americans who were referred to as savages. And so because they were savages, it was easy for you to put a bounty on their head and pay people to go and bring you their skulls so you can pay them. Because they were savages, it was easy for you to poison their water, poison their wells, invite them over to sign treaty or an agreement and poison it and turn that to a celebration that you still mark today and call it Thanksgiving for, you know, murdering hundreds of people that you invited to sign a peace treaty, or going to Africa and stealing people and transporting them across ocean, and those who could not make it are thrown into the sea, where hundreds of thousands, if not millions of them are still buried under the very bottom of the sea. And when you still bring them to your land, you turn them to slaves to work for you and beat them till you break them, and you continue to enslave them. And 400 years later, those who survive are still treated as second class. So this mentality of superiority that has been enshrined into the mindset of the mindset of the elite in the West is not surprising. And that continues in their media, that continues in their books, that continues in the way they talk to us. They talk about us, they refer to us. Today, when the strike on Iran happened, and when the internet was still, when I was still able to access many of the Western media, I saw them writing, America and Israel have preemptively attacked Iran. And the first thing that came to my mind is, how can you preemptively attack someone that does not pose any threat to you when they are negotiating?
Indeed.
When you invited them, forced them to come and negotiate. I can tell you clearly that just as many people within Iran wanted negotiations. Many people within Iran do not want the government to go and negotiate because they knew that they were not going to get anything out of it. The United States care not for Iranian nuclear whether they have a nuclear arsenal or not. What was most important and what is most important for the United States is that a nation stands strong, united, and defiant and refuse to kneel, regardless of what may have been thrown at it for the past 47 years. That is what the United States cannot deal with. We know that even though it has not yet been directly announced that the Saudis have nuclear weapons, the Indians have nuclear weapons, the Pakistanis have nuclear weapons. America has no problem with them. America is ready to accept those people because they will bow when they need to bow, they will bend when they need to bend, they will jump when they need to jump. But Iran will not do that. And you cannot allow a country like that to survive, and that is why we continue to see this. So when we talk about how the people in this region are referred to, you know, as just statistics and numbers, it should not be surprising. This is the history that the Western democracy has brought to the world. This is the history that the Western hemisphere has shown us countless of times, not just in this part of the world. Let's not forget what was done in Vietnam. Let's not forget what was done, you know, against Japan. Let's not forget what was done in North Korea, or the place that is referred to as North Korea today. Let's not forget what was done in China, for that matter. So again, anywhere in the world you look, where people have been killed in a way that transcends the human brain and make you wonder if a human being is capable of this. We've always seen the West there gloating and being proud of it. When the nuclear bomb was dropped on Japan, the Western media celebrated with a cake that looks like a nuclear weapon. This is the kind of mentality that we're dealing with. So it's not surprising for many people like us. Obviously, other people are awakening to this mentality as well.
Indeed, yeah, indeed. We see top security official breaking news there. Larijani has said the brave soldiers will give unforgettable lesson to the oppressive enemies. I'm going to cross back over to New York, talking to Jim Kavanaugh. Now, Jim, when we see the overall situation, you know, my colleague Zainab was talking about the type of dialogue that continually is used from these Western regimes, and this sense of superiority that we have seen time and time again. I want to look at that. Do you think that the American populace is finally awakening to this reality? Because myself, as an American and growing up in the United States, in New Orleans, and it continually, basically, what we're taught there is that we're better than the rest. I mean, that's basically it. Even if you don't say it directly, in ways that it's taught in the books and just all aspects of it. It's that just be glad that you're an American. Do you think that that is changing? Do you think that there is more of a sense of reality, or the propaganda machines, are they still being effective on the psyche of the average American? How do you see it?
I grew up with that. It took the Vietnam War to turn me around, and because a lot of us were at risk during the Vietnam War. So yeah, I mean, it's hard for Americans. Again, this is not something that's personal. This is something you're in. You're in an ideology of exceptionalism, and white supremacy and American supremacy, and it's just kind of part of the natural order and something you take for granted. And we had a life of relative comfort, and we were told that we were comfortable because we were better, and we got to beware of other people trying to somehow steal our comfort from us. But that has changed. What you saw with Marco Rubio, it's interesting because that Marco Rubio speech last week, I'm an example of it. But the world and the intellectual atmosphere in the United States was changed from the 60s, certainly, up to now. At post-war, the decolonization period, and then the Vietnam War, and up until now, and a lot of people learned that, what American exceptionalism brought to the world, what American imperialism brought to the world, what white supremacy brought to the world. You don't have to go around feeling guilty about anything. I wasn't chopping the Indians' heads off, the Native Americans, or their ears. But what you have to do is say, oh, I recognize now what happened. I recognize that that's the historical condition of my life or society, and I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen again. And a lot of people, so the ideological atmosphere in the United States changed, as it did in the world. And in fact, it became more difficult in the world. Countries had to escape from direct colonization. You had forms of neo-colonization, which made sure that independent leadership was controlled within certain limits, etc. But the functionaries of American imperialism and Western imperialism learned to be a little smarter. They couldn't get away with what they got away with up until 1945. That's why the Israeli example of that settler colonialism was kind of the last one that they got away with. But what I'm saying is what you heard last week from Marco Rubio was this astonishing speech about how we've got to recapture and take pride again in Western imperialism and just be outright imperialists. And that's what the Trump administration is now doing. I think from the point of view, not only it's horrible from the point of view of anti-imperialists and people who aren't in favor of white supremacy or American supremacy, but it's also stupid. You get yourself in trouble doing that. You can't get away with it anymore. Nobody, what American, I mean, you have to be kind of delusional to think that the United States or Americans, because they're Americans, are going to run the world because they're superior. I mean, China, Russia, Iran is a powerful, strong country. Countries have demonstrated their ability to advance intellectually, technologically, economically, militarily, and that game is over. So the idea of playing that is it's astounding to hear Rubio think that. And what they're going to do, and what they are doing right now, is getting themselves in a lot of trouble, thinking that because they still believe in their own supremacism and their own exceptionalism, that they can bully everybody and everybody will run away. Because it's also the case that was internalized by many third world peoples. Oh yeah, the Americans are better. The Americans, that's over. So not only third world peoples, but Soviet Union, etc. So that's over. Okay, and I hope it's over. It's I'm not going to romanticize the situation in the United States. It's still a strong streak in American culture. Oh yeah, we're the best country in the world. We're the richest country in the world. But you see, you can't even go there anymore. We don't have health care. We can't afford houses. We can't afford to buy a car. You can't play that game with yourself anymore once that goes away. So things are changing. And that's precisely what Rubio was saying. We have to turn the clock back. We have to go back to 1945 before we had decolonization. And we have to undecolonize our minds. And I just think that's not going to happen. And events like we're living through now, which are going to hurt us, hurt the United States, you have to face the fact that, they can punch back. They have power. They have intellectual, economic, and military power. And you're not going to get away with the stuff that you think you get away with because you're superior. So we're learning the hard way. And that's unfortunately the way it happens.
Yeah, well, it just seems, Jim, that the United States can't accept or does not want to accept the reality that the world has entered. It's a multipolar world. It's very difficult for the American regime to admit that it is no longer a unipolar world. How much of this do you think has to do with this transition of power, basically from the West to the East? I mean, what the United States is doing, it's not a show of power. It's actually, and many analysts would say, a show of weakness to be responding and acting in the way that it is. I mean, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, it's a show of desperation. This is a declining empire that's getting up and saying, we're not declining. We're going to go back to what we were in 1945. We're going to be on the top of the world again. And it's just not happening. The Iranians have enough power, I hope, and I think, to resist American military aggression, okay? Certainly, the Chinese and the Russians have enough power to resist American military aggression and American economic aggression. The United States sanctions are a very powerful tool of the United States. I think that has to be done away with, and I think it is being done away with. People have other places to turn. So what's happening with Iran. You know, you don't have to like anything about the Iranian regime or whatever. But what's happening with Iran is not just about Iran. And it's not just about the Middle East or the West Asia. It's about the world. Okay. Indeed. Because coming out of this will either be a situation in which the United States has demonstrated again, like it thinks it's demonstrated in Cuba and Venezuela. Oh, yeah, we can change how the world is ordered. We determine the order, the things that the geopolitical order of the world. Or it's going to be faced with a defeat in which they have to face the fact that they cannot do that anymore, and they have to withdraw from that. It's a really irreversible withdrawal from that prospectus. So this is a very important fight about the future of the world here, not just of Iran and not just of the Middle East. And I hope that Iran's allies understand that 100%.
All right, indeed. Thank you so much, Jim Kavanaugh, for being with us, academic researcher out of New York. We're continuing our live coverage of what is happening, the war by the U.S. and Zionist regime, and others, let me say, because we know that the British said proudly that they too participated in the attacks today against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We know that the latest that we have was at least 200 and 205 people. That's the last figure I have, but of course we'll be checking back and forth and getting the latest. 24 provinces inside of Iran were hit today. 747 people injured. We know that at least we had said earlier 85 schoolgirls. Now we know that at least 108 elementary school girls were killed today when their school was targeted by these regimes, and at least 20 female volleyball players were also killed during their practice at their gym. I'm going to cross back over to my colleague Zainab and look at the hypocrisy, Zainab, of all of this, because time and time again we've been taught, or they have tried to teach the world and propagandize that the Islamic Republic of Iran is extremely oppressive, especially for women, especially for females. And today, girls were killed in schools, they were killed in gyms. Obviously, having more opportunity than they usually try to show about Iran. I want to talk about this demonization that has been taking place. And do you think that we are in a transition phase? Because we saw just over a month ago in January the attempted coup d'etat, and basically just the creation of nonsense and figures, and thousands and thousands and thousands of people, tens of thousands of people were killed, and especially the poor females, who are always the most oppressed according to these propaganda channels. And we know, as foreigners who live in this country, as a matter of fact, the opposite is true. Your thoughts?
I'm going to start by saying something that I heard from the leader of the Islamic Revolution, who said that there are two faces to the Americans. There's the real face of the United States, and there's the face that was created through Hollywood and your media apparatus. And the media apparatus has become so powerful that they can give you a certain information, help you and shape the way you think and the way you see a certain thing, that you start thinking that what you thought is actually yours, not understanding that your brain in some aspect has been hacked by untrue information. I believe that one of the things that the United States has successfully done against Iran, by the way, and we have to, acknowledge that success, is that they've been able to create a mentality, a reality about Iran that has nothing to do with reality. And that is why when many Western people come to this country, they are shocked. They're shocked by the things they see. They're shocked by the things that you and I and many Iranians take for granted, because this is just how we've been living. And they're like, oh, we thought you guys are living in a hut. We thought you guys are still using like camels to walk around. They can't believe the amount of development that this country has been able to produce under intense and the most brutal and the most unbelievable types of sanctions and secondary sanctions that has been imposed on this country. So when it comes to the propaganda that has been made against Iran, it is being shattered right now. Funnily enough, the Iranian ballistic missiles, as they are shattering the illusion of the might and power of the Americans.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm going to come back to you. We will definitely finish that. Let me cross back over, though, to Gisu standing by at the Red Crescent with an update. Gisu, go ahead, please.
Yes, Marzia, we're at the Red Crescent Society of Iran. Right behind me is the Emergency Operating Center, which is the center which is in touch with all of the different offices of the Red Crescent Society across the country. And unfortunately, the latest statistics that we have is that the number of students killed in the attack on a school in the city of Minab has reached 108 school children, elementary school children. Marzia, it's very tragic news that is coming out. Also, we do know that 17 athletes have also been killed in an attack on a sports complex. As far as we know, the number of civilian casualties is rising, and these attacks on civilian and residential areas continue relentlessly, Marzia, according to the information that we are receiving right here at the Red Crescent Society and the Emergency Operating Center. Unfortunately, it's been a very tragic day, and civilians, unfortunately, have been targeted relentlessly by the United States and the Israelis.
Well, let's look at that, Gisu, which you said the civilians have been targeted, and we continue to say it, and of course it's extremely tragic when civilians are targeted, but it's also quite interesting, because we've had a general killed, and of course during the 12-day war we know that several generals and scientists were killed. It's also very important to reiterate that the killing of any of these individuals is illegal and against the so-called international law, because people do have the right to be part of a military or to be a general inside of their own country and not be killed.
That is absolutely correct, Marzia. You're absolutely right. But what makes the situation more tragic is knowing that these 108 school children were around the ages of 8 or 9, and the images that are coming out now from the city of Minab are simply heartbreaking. You're absolutely correct. People have the right to be part of the military to protect their nation, but we're talking about the Geneva Conventions right now. We're talking about international norms and regulations, the rules of war, something that even the United States actually claims to be an advocate of human rights, and we are seeing this blatant violation of the Geneva Conventions and human rights right now. As you mentioned, of course, military personnel should not be targeted either, but that is part of a job description that they have to protect the country. But school children really should not be targeted. We have 108 little girls now that have been under the rubble. We've taken them out of the rubble, and unfortunately the number is rising. We are expecting that number to rise. Also in that sports complex, there were athletes just practicing, exercising. These were ordinary civilians that were being targeted, and this is something that is completely unacceptable.
All right, thank you so much for that update, Gisu Misha Hamadi at the Red Crescent Society, and of course we'll continue to check back with Gisu. She'll bring us all the latest and the updates. Again, you can see at the bottom of your screen some breaking news there. The head of Iran's leader's public relations office is warning people to remain vigilant. And amid psychological warfare, crossing back over to Zainab, let's talk about that psychological warfare, Zainab. We have been seeing weeks upon weeks of just about daily threats that we're going to be attacked tonight, we're going to be attacked tonight, we're going to be attacked tonight. And of course, we look at the Farsi-speaking propaganda channels being pumped into Iran, and giving people false news, creating these false narratives, and continuing this psychological operation. Let's talk about that side of things. We have like royalists thinking that a descendant of the deposed Shah is actually going to come and save them. And we know that he was the one that called people to come out on the streets in January and created so much chaos, so many lives lost. Of course, an unforeseen violence that never taken place like that in Iran, of security forces being attacked, and the type of bloodshed, and from masjids being attacked, churches being attacked, unbelievable situation. Let's talk about that, and this propaganda warfare, along with the psychological warfare that they're spending billions and billions and billions in targeting the Iranian public.
I think we have to go back to what I was saying about the fact that America has two faces. The real face, which is weak, which is controllable, it can bleed. And the face that we've been made to watch right from when we were young, about the glory of the American military, about the glory of the American dream, about the might and power of the US empire, which is all a lie. Yes, the US is powerful. Yes, the US is strong, but it can bleed. And that is something that they have tried so hard to hammer into the minds of everyone, that regardless of what you may feel about the Americans, you must bow. If you don't bow, you will be destroyed. And they destroyed so totally to serve as a lesson for anyone never to stand again. And that was why they did what they did to Iraq, one of the strongest, oldest civilization in the world, by the way, even though, yes, the leader that they destroyed was their puppet for many years. They supported him. Many of the weapons that he used to attack and kill many people in this region was given to him by the Americans and the Western elite. And yet here we are, once again, faced by that same American regime, claiming that they are going to come and save the Iranian people. I mean, when it comes to psychological warfare, we should not be surprised that this is what they will resort to. Every time we've seen the Americans or the Western media continue to show a country or show a situation to be, deplorable, unsavable, they're losing. Whenever they resort to using their media to lie blatantly, the Western media have refused even to properly cover the fact that the American bases across the region are being wiped out. And their tax payers' dollar is going into the waste bin of the world, while Americans cannot afford, basic health care. People would rather, stay at home and tough it out rather than go to the clinic where you'll be billed for the rest of your life just to get your ankle fixed or to get a cure for a disease. Again, when it comes to the propaganda of the Americans, let's put it like this. We were told women, life, freedom. And that was what they told us like 2-3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, that Iran is oppressive to, its female population, and they're going to come and save the Iranian people from this so-called regime. Well, they came today, and we have 106 girls who have been killed, many of them in pieces. Their bodies still remain under the rubble from that saving that the Americans are very capable of. The only saving that the Americans know how to do is to return you back to your Lord in pieces or to keep you alive under the rubble.
Thank you so much, Zainab. Excuse me. And we can see reports that the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Sayyid Ali Khamenei, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, is leading the defensive operations, as he did during the 12-day war. Again, the leader of the revolution, Sayyid Ali Khamenei, is leading the defensive efforts by Iran. I'd like to welcome our next guest to this part of our rolling coverage. Robert Fantina, thanks so much for being with us. Robert, your thoughts of what has taken place this day. We'll start from there. Go ahead.
Well, this is, of course, a violation of international law in many regards, targeting leaders of another nation, invading another nation without any kind of agreement from the United Nations. It's also a violation of U.S. law, which says the president cannot wage a war without Congress. This is also showing the lack of credibility that the United States has, because negotiations were underway, and all parties were saying there was some progress. And in the middle of negotiations, the United States, as it did last June, bombed Iran. This shows that the United States can't be trusted on anything, that it believes in violence, that it wants to rule the world and run the world the way it chooses, regardless of what people in other countries want. Now, the United States in 1953 overthrew the democratically elected government of Iran and installed a brutal dictator who was oppressive for many years until he was overthrown by the Iranian Revolution. Now, it is that same revolution and the same revolutionary spirit that the United States is once again trying to defeat. So it's not shocking, because this is Donald Trump and the United States we're talking about, who have disdained international law for generations. But the fact that it's being done so unilaterally with only the support, mainly the support of Israel. Some other Arab nations seem to be offering the United States some support also. But this is another horrific example of the U.S.'s belligerency and its complete disregard for diplomacy and for international law and the human rights of people around the world.
Yeah, definitely. We have a foreign ministry spokesman now saying that Iran's leader and president are safe. And of course, we know that they both had been threatened. And Zainab, the leader of the revolution, had continually been threatened since basically the 12-day war during that time. And since that time, let's talk about that. I mean, when we think about the Zionist regimes and American regimes, I mean, they seem to be the specialists in terrorism and assassinations. And it is quite amazing that these entities that try to present themselves as basically being sophisticated and abiding by law, international law, have engaged in the worst crimes that we can ever imagine. And we see their type of fighting their so-called battles in very, very lacking any type of military expertise. Because if we look at the Zionist regime, for example, and what it has done along with the American regime in Gaza, we see them attacking this populace with the latest weapons. It doesn't take much to bomb people to smithereens. It doesn't take any type of military expertise. I mean, your thoughts about that in the way that they carry out and their threats, disregarding any type of military rules or international law.
This is complete hypocrisy. The United States says the United States spokespeople say they're a beacon of peace and democracy and self-determination. All lies, as we know. The Israeli regime says it's the most moral army in the world. This is the army that is slaughtering men, women, and children wantonly throughout Gaza, and to a lesser degree, but still savagely, in the West Bank. And now they are attacking Iran, when there has been no evidence anywhere that Iran poses a threat to these or any other nations. Now, also, we have to look at, just since the end of World War II, the United States has attacked, invaded, or destabilized dozens, literally dozens of nations around the world. Iran, none. Iran has not acted offensively against any other nation. It has defended itself when it's been attacked, but it has not been the offender in any aggressive action for hundreds of years, literally. But Israel has bombed at least 7 countries in the last year. The United States' record of, as I mentioned before, bombing and destabilization and invasion is just unparalleled in history. It's the most savage nation on the planet. It was, 50 years ago or so, that the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King said that his nation, the United States, was the largest purveyor of violence in the world. That was true then, it was true prior to when he said it, and it is true today. So we're seeing this savagery on display by two nations with hypocritical governments that say one thing and proclaim one thing about themselves when what they actually live is the exact opposite.
Yes, the hypocrisy indeed definitely gets more and more obvious every day. Thanks so much for that, Robert Fantina. Again, we're continuing our rolling coverage of the situation that's taking place in, of course, this region. We know that this morning the Islamic Republic of Iran was attacked by the Zionist regime, by the American regime, and others. And of course, we also know that Iran continues to hit back the regime, the Zionist regime, and also American interests in the region. We know that several Arab countries have been hit because they are housing American bases, and they had been told time and time again that if they allow those bases to exist in their land and be aggressors toward Iran, that they would be attacked. And I think the American regime has been very, very surprised, and also the Zionist regime, the accuracy of the Iranian missiles. And of course, we saw that during the 12-day war, continuing to see that today. And what Iranian generals have said is that it's just begun, because the missiles that have been used so far haven't been the latest missiles. What about that, Zainab? I mean, I want to go back and look at the Islamic Republic of Iran and what has been accomplished in these 47 years. We've just commemorated recently the 47th anniversary of the victory of the Islamic Revolution. And if we go back in the beginning of the revolution, and then the 8-year Saddam Hussein Iraqi war, imposed war on Iran, and the lack of military equipment that this newly revolutionary country had, basically not being equipped to fight a war, went from that to this amazing progress with missile technology, with defense technology, with drone technology. Much of it can be said that despite the hardship of the sanctions,
indigenous.
this is a result of that too. How do you see it?
I mean, we cannot separate the fact that after more than God knows how many years of Iranian and the Iranian nation living under the direct rulership of the Western hegemony, whether it was after the First World War where Iran was under occupation, or after the Second World War where Iran was under occupation, that the country finally is leading its own destiny. Regardless of what you may think about Iran, regardless of what you may have heard about the country, every single missile you see right now raining down on the American bases, on the Israeli Zionist child killers, every single drone that you see flying with their terrifying noise was built by people who believed that their country can do it, who believed in themselves, who understood that the people who refused to sell them barbed wires after the 8-year invasion of the Iraqis and supplied Iraq with all of the latest weapons that the West can muster, who refused to sell them even barbed wire to protect themselves, will not give them anything. And so they decided that they were going to be independent when it comes to defense capabilities, and we're seeing the result of that today, despite, like you mentioned, the Americans' attack, because people should not think that this all-out war that the Americans have brought to the Iranian doorstep, that we expect to get even more brutal over the next couple of days, as the Americans have said, is not new. Every single thing that is doable to bring Iran down has been done. This is the last attempt, this direct attack against Iran. Because let's not forget, the last time it was Israel that started the attack, and people were saying, oh, this was an Israeli attack, the Israeli dragged the Americans to come and join. No, this is a joint effort. Israel cannot make a single move without the Americans right behind them. And so because they knew and they know, that they control the American elite and their political class and their media class. On the side note, our viewers are well aware that every single major news channel in the United States, and also a large percentage of their local channels, are owned by just a few people that one can count, with one single hand. And the fact that these people are allies to Trump, and all of them, or most of them, are listed in the Epstein files, committing unspeakable crimes to children, crimes that go beyond, assault, also some of them cannibalism. And this is refused to be investigated by the Western media, refused to be questioned, is accepted at face value, but it is Iran that must be targeted. It is Iran that must be destroyed. It is the so-called regime and the mullahs that must be destroyed, not Israel. Funny, isn't it, Marzieh? We were here for almost 2 years, covering every single day, children being killed, pieces of children being found in Gaza, people literally starving to death, right in front of our eyes. People that we knew on social media, that we followed their news and follow how they're covering the event in Gaza, dying before our eyes, people being burnt alive. But the Western media will cover that with claims from Hamas-run hospital, Hamas-run health centers, said that so has been killed. But when Mossad and CIA and many of the other terrorist organizations that are supported and sponsored, not just by United States and Israel, but also by some of the countries in the region, came onto the streets of Iran and committed terrorism and terrorist acts, they were so happy to go with whatever numbers anyone was giving them without confirming it. An entire op-ed were written with no news at all, no verification, nothing, just sensationalization of information that is false and falsified. And today, the result of those lies and propaganda is that Iran, again, this beautiful ancient land and its proud, dignified people are once again under the direct fire of the American missiles, paid for by the American people, by the way. Again, unable to sleep peacefully because their country is attacked, having to run helter-skelter looking for shelter in their own country because the world has told us that the Americans are superior, the Western people are superior, Israel is superior, and every other person is sacrificable, or you are just circumstantial second thought and your life does not matter. And if you're mentioned at all, you're mentioned in number, in statistics, or as a second thought.
All right, thank you, Zainab. You can see the bottom of your screen. Iraqi resistance has said that they have fired 3 drones at U.S. Operations Command in Erbil today. Interesting enough, we know when the United States talks about democracy, we know with the Iraqi government, what they have been trying to do is set up a new prime minister. And of course, Nouri al-Maliki was set to actually end up being the new prime minister. And Donald Trump said basically no, that he could not. The United States would not allow Nouri al-Maliki to be Iraq's prime minister. Why? Because he has good relations with Iran. Robert, do I still have you? Who do I have with me?
I'm here. Robert is here.
Robert, your thoughts about that? I mean, we, on the one hand, talking about democracy and the freedom of choice. On the one hand, with Iraq, let's look at what has happened to Iraq after the 2003 invasion. We know that the Iraqis do not even control their own funds, their money that they get from selling their oil. It goes into U.S. banks, and then the U.S. banks basically gives permission for it to use as much as it allows it to use, and now from the political perspective, not even allowing them to choose the prime minister that they want.
And this is, again, whenever I'm talking about the United States, the term hypocrisy comes up repeatedly. The United States spokesmen say they're all for self-determination. People should be allowed to choose their own form of government, choose their leaders, et cetera, et cetera. And then they violate that time and again, especially if there's oil involved, which, of course, Iraq is essentially Iraq, Iran, and Venezuela, countries that have any natural resource that the United States wants are exempt from this self-determination that the United States so proudly proclaims. Because what if the people elect somebody who doesn't want to give their oil to the United States, doesn't want their revenues to go directly to U.S. banks and then be doled out, as you mentioned, to the country that is providing the natural resources. So this, again, is more hypocrisy. The United States wants to run the world to its liking so that its leaders and other elites can continue to make huge amounts of money. It's all about power and profits. It's nothing about self-determination or democracy. Even the United States elections the candidates are bought and paid for by lobby groups, many of them pro-Israeli lobby groups, as well as the gun lobby and the so-called defense industry, the weapons industry. So this isn't the voice of the people anywhere. The United States does not support that anywhere, and it certainly is showing that in what it's doing in Iran right now, and also, as you mentioned, in Iraq, doesn't want the people of Iraq to pick their own leader, because that leader may be someone who displeases the United States. Therefore, it's up to the United States to pick the leader of Iraq. Complete hypocrisy, goes against everything the U.S. purports to stand for, but it is obvious and has long been evident that the United States does not believe in freedom or democracy or international law or domestic law or human rights. It's a horrific regime, has been for centuries, and continues to be to this day.
Yes, indeed. We see at the bottom of your screen there, Iranian foreign minister is saying that the country would certainly punish those who kill Iranian children. And we know that there have been over 100 kids killed today, at least, in various attacks inside of Iran. Again, that the Iranian foreign minister is saying that the country would certainly punish those who have killed our children. Zainab, I'm going to cross back over to you and talk about this overall situation. I'm going to start actually from the leader of the revolution. Again, that they have continually tried to put out and say that he has been killed. They have continually demonized this individual. Let's talk about why. Why has he been the central figure that they have demonized? He's been the central figure that they said he must go in order for this regime to change or to progress. Let's talk about the understanding of the aspect, the philosophy behind this leadership and its importance in all of this.
Well, we know that absolute evil always targets absolute good. It's the direct consequence of having, the devil as your Lord. I mean, I don't really want to go into the religious aspect of it, but in plain black and white, we know that the devil always targets that which is pure. And we can use what's happening in the United States with the Epstein class to give a comparison. Men who are seen as some of the most powerful, richest, and well-known people on earth, targeting 7-year-olds, 5-year-olds, 3-year-olds, children who could not defend themselves, who see them in some of the videos of Epstein that we saw, terrified, unable to run. One of the pictures that, shocked many people, and I know shocked me, was a girl tied to a table, looking up at the people who are going to torment her, not knowing the hell that awaits her, and smiling. So again, absolute evil will always try to target absolute good. And Sayyid Ali Khamenei represents that absolute good. This is a man who, for all of his life, has served his country, served his nation, served his religion, and stood diligently unshakenly on this part, and he stand as an example and also a role model and also the backbone of this power that Iran has become today. Because let's not forget, again, Iran 47 years ago fought a war with Iraq empty-handed. They couldn't even afford or get bullets for their weapons, rusty weapons that was left behind by the old regime in Iran. And it is now a country that in less than 1 hour or less than 2 hours at the most targeted 14 US bases across 7 countries in this region. And that was done under the direct leadership and guardianship and direction of this great man. So again, we understand from a religious point of view why it will be under attack. Secondly, from a political perspective, the Americans have said it clearly that what they want is a regime change. And we saw that through the December and January riots that they themselves created, that they've came out, and proudly announced that the real falling in value and the scarcity of dollar was done by the United States. And the fact that many of their assets were activated simultaneously, from the separatist terrorist groups to, loyalists to the so-called old regime, people who were living in the past glory and novelty of what used to be, and the crisis that was created in the country. They have said and they've told us that they are after regime change. If they could make a large population of those same people who they forced out through the January riot and terrorism, to tell them that, Hazrat Agha or the leader has been assassinated, then they can come out on the street and carry out and finish the job that the Americans are now looking for an excuse to get out of. Because let's not be fooled by this flabbergasting that is happening in the United States and this lie of showing strength that we have won. They haven't won. They are desperate. Trump is looking for a way to get out of this situation that he has found himself. They lied to him that the war is going to end in 2-3 days. It's not going to end in 2-3 days. It is going to take longer. If they continue to attack and continue to, terrorize the Iranian people, the response from the army and the armed forces is going to be more terrible. So, from 2 points of view, the spiritual aspects, that evil will always target good. The political aspect is that the leader represents the backbone of the power of Iran. If they can tell people that he has been assassinated, even though he hasn't been, first of all, it may provide them with better details of where he is actually located. People who are scared, who may be in contact with some of the security guard or security personnel, may make phone calls, and we know that the entire Iranian space is being monitored right now by the best technology in the world. They're trying to get information whenever the Americans or the Israelis claim that someone has been assassinated when they haven't been. It's because they're trying to look for them. Let's not forget, during the 12-day war as well, throughout the war, they kept saying that he has been assassinated. Not only that, they forced their lackeys to start a social media, trend, asking where he is, just to get information on whether he has been assassinated or not. We have every hope and prayer and also faith that he's perfectly fine and he's doing great. And the results of that and the fact of that is how the American, bases are constantly being under attack right now. We know the genius mind behind this particular military, strategy.
All right, thank you so much for that, Zainab. Of course, we're continuing, viewers, with our breaking news, live coverage of the situation that is obviously fast going. We know that Iran has sent more missiles towards the Zionist regime, that they are facing a massive attack tonight. And we also know that hundreds of Iranians have been killed. We know that at least 205 people have been killed. And of course, Gisu has continually updating us with the latest situation. There are breaking news. Russian Foreign Ministry says the U.S. deliberately distorts facts about the acts of aggression against Iran. And of course, that is something that has been going on for 47 years, actually. Robert, your thoughts on that? What the Russian foreign minister said about the deliberate distortion. We've continued to see the deliberate distortion by those regimes. However, I feel that actually the narrative is definitely changing, and there's some clarity, it seems to be on the horizon. I don't know, how do you see it?
Yes, I do see that. People are seeing the fact that the United States has never forgiven the Iranian people for overthrowing the puppet government of the Shah that the U.S. installed. The people around the world, and including the United States, are seeing that Iran is not a hostile nation. It is not an aggressive nation. It supports its allies in the region, but it has not, as I mentioned earlier, attacked or invaded another country in literally hundreds of years. So the United States, which has a huge credibility problem about everything, about the so-called prosperity in the United States, about the work that the ICE terrorists are doing in the United States, about just everything, about its role in the world. People are seeing that more and more, and they're asking questions. Well, why is it that the United States is always invading one country or another, but I never hear about Iran invading one country or another? Why is it that the United States is pressing its own citizens through a huge prison industrial complex, through the ICE agents that I mentioned a few minutes ago, and through massive debt, putting people in massive debt for education? These are all oppressive measures that are violence against the people of the United States. And they're starting to question this. They're starting to say, well, what do other countries have? Free health care. They don't have nearly the same problems with violence that the United States has internally. So these are things that people are looking at and starting to question that, well, maybe Iran isn't evil incarnate, as the United States says it has been. And actually we have to look, and maybe it's the other way around, and the United States is the evil regime that needs to be replaced, not the Iranian regime. And talk about Iranian oppression. I haven't been to Iran in almost 9 years, although I'm scheduled to go back later this year. And I was in Tehran and Mashhad for several days, and I didn't see what the United States government told me I would see. So from my own eyes, I could say that there were this dreadful oppression that the United States accuses Iran of simply doesn't exist.
Yeah, indeed. That is so true. Robert, thank you so much for being with us, Robert Fantina, political analyst. Zainab, I'm going to cross back over to you because Robert just said something, and actually I want to look at that, both of us as foreigners, I mean, not being Iranian and coming from somewhere else and living in this country. Let's just set the scenario, the real Iran. Because you and I have talked time and time again about, especially before all of this, the security in this country, the way that women could go out at night, drive alone, and not expecting that anything would happen to them. I want to start from there, and then I want to talk about what happened this morning and the chaos that was created by these regimes.
Yeah, of course, we've spoken at length, you and I, about the difference between our society, which is supposed to be liberal and, open and advanced, and the society that we saw and we lived through in Iran. I remember one of the first social shock I experienced when I came to Iran was that their men proudly would hold the women bags. Whether it's at a store, at a daycare, taking a stroll, you see the women holding nothing. The man is having a baby in his hand and he's having his wife's bag. and it was so funny for me. And I remember I would make fun of it and I would talk to my dad about it and I would say, well, that there's honor in that. There's honor in the fact that a man can take care of his women, and it's not just about material support. It's also showing the society, showing the people who are watching that this woman is protected and honored. And the Iranian women have experienced that from the very beginning of their life, whether as a daughter to their fathers or as a sister to their brothers, or as a wife to their husband, or in whatever space they occupy as part of the society. And they've done that with absolute support, directly from the government and also from the society. And that is constant in everywhere you look, even with the use of the American trying to use women life freedom. You can only use a woman as a form who is oppressed in a society that respects women. If women are not respected in this country, there's no way for you to use their so-called oppression to awaken people to overthrow a government. You know what I mean? If something is not of importance, how are you going to use it? It's because women are so important here. If you say one of them has been killed or one of them has been injured, everyone feels that why would you do that? It's because women here are revered and beloved, and they are the very fiber of the society. I can say, as someone who has lived through it and I've seen it, regardless of how big an Iranian household is or how big an Iranian man might be outside, the one leading the house is his wife and his daughters, and that continue in every aspect of the of the society. Yeah, so the lies that the Americans and the Western media has propagated against Iran, unfortunately, cannot be shattered unless people come and experience it themselves. There's no way to really, explain it. I remember when they opened the Mariam Muqaddas metro station in Tehran. It wasn't news here in Iran. It was just one of the new train stations that has been opened, only for a foreign media to pick it up, and it went viral, and that's when we thought, oh, yeah. Okay, so it's a great thing because women are beloved and respected. Religion is beloved and respected. It is the normal part of daily lifestyle here. It is only to the outside world that has believed in these fallacies and these lies about Iran. There's stuff like a new metro station built in honor of Lady Mariam is surprising or shocking, or the fact that Iran has metro station is shocking. The fact that Iran has huge amount of infrastructure that it has built indigenously from its own power and its own people. I mean, you can go to Dubai and marvel at some of the skyscrapers there, but the people who build it are from 10, 12 different countries. The only thing indigenous about whatever you're seeing in those countries, maybe it's the oil and the money that it was built. The reverse is the case in Iran. So again, I hope and I pray that Iran wins this war, totally wins, and teach the Americans and every other person who support them a lesson. And finally, the world can be able to come to Iran and witness for themselves, the great treasure that this country offers to the world.
Indeed, indeed. And I'm going to come back to you later about today and what we saw. But let me cross over to Houston, Texas. I'd like to welcome human rights activist Mohsen Naqvi to the program. Thanks so much, Mohsen, for being with us. So we have been continuing this coverage. Of course, the situation has been taking place on the ground. I mean, your thoughts, Mohsen, that again, that we're dealing with another war by these regimes, despite, again, being in the middle of negotiations, indirect negotiations with the American regimes. I mean, your thoughts about that. Were you surprised about it? And I want to talk about that side of things, U.S. reactions to this.
Well, it was expected, obviously. This was something that was expected, especially the fact that this was happening during the negotiation. We've seen that this is exactly what happened last time as well. These are deceitful tactics that the U.S. empire and the Zionist regime are now known for using. This is not the first time that they have done this. But I think what is really important for human rights activists and for people all around the world is the fact that the Islamic Republic of Iran did not initiate this war. It is the Zionist regime, along with the U.S. empire, that has imposed this war on the Islamic Republic of Iran, and it's all what Iran is doing is what they had already told the world. They were very clear in saying that if Islamic Republic of Iran is attacked, this will be a regional war. All American assets and military bases of the American empire will be targeted in the region, and the Zionist regime, which is the largest American base in West Asia will also be attacked. But having said that, as Imam Khamenei, who is leading this front, as we know that from an Islamic perspective, there is an emphasis on being careful even when you're attacking your enemy. And clearly, we see today that while the Zionist regime, along with the U.S. empire, are attacking girls who are studying in school. I mean, we've had almost 75 girls who have been murdered, who have gained martyrdom. Um, the Zionist regime no limits, and the destruction that we see in West Asia today, the targeted attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran that we see are still limited in nature. This could broaden more, and the reason why this is limited is because of the fact that there is this sense of morality, ethics, and nobility to even when Muslims, and especially Shia Muslims, engage in war. There are many narratives that are being pushed out there that this is Muslims fighting against each other. We really need to clarify and emphasize on the fact that this is not Muslims. Muslims who live and people who live in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in other parts of West Asia are cheering for Iran because they have borne witness to the genocide that the Zionist regime has committed on Palestinians since after October 7th, and the complicity of their monarchical leaders in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, in Bahrain, in Qatar, how they are complicit in this genocide. So this attack is not on the people. This attack is specifically on U.S. bases, and it is targeting those who support them and not the people of these respective countries. And so there is a sense of morality when the Islamic Republic of Iran engages in retaliation in self-defense.
Yeah, indeed. Again, breaking news there. Iran fires a fresh salvo of missiles at the Israeli-occupied territories. We'll bring you more on that, of course, as we get it. Zainab, I want to look at the significance. You know, we're in the middle of our fasting month, the holy month of Ramadan, that these attacks have taken place, the 10th day of the month of Ramadan. Your thoughts about that, the significance of this happening during this month in your perspective?
The Israelis and the Americans have accused Iran of being a theocracy, and they say that they are dealing with radical Shia clerics. I think that's what they said. But we also have to realize that we are dealing with radical Zionist Christians and child-killing Zionists who just love killing and killing. The fact that they chose this time, Ramadan, is an affront to Islam, is an affront to Muslim. For many, many years in this region, there's been an attempt, even by Israel, to refrain from attacking any country during the holy month of Ramadan because it is an holy month. People, generally Muslims, are not allowed to fight in this holy month unless a war has been imposed upon them. But the Israelis, again, when an empire is nearing its power, it itself starts, crossing certain lines that is of no benefit to it. It may provide some benefit for the short term, but it's of no benefit in the long term. The Israelis, I just read an article from one of the Jewish websites that is citing the timing, the date that was selected, the fact that it is close to Purim, which is a time where the Israelis celebrate the fact that they killed 72,000 Iranians some thousands or hundreds of years ago, and the fact that it is only in the holy month of Ramadan, which they claim Muslims are their weakest. I guess they don't understand religious and spiritual strength, or they do, they just underestimate it, because for them, nothing we do, nothing we have is important. It's just like how they used to make fun of the Iranian missiles, and they say it's nothing but, a water warmer. It's of no importance until they tested it. And so the fact that you've attacked, during the holy month of Ramadan, for us, it already signifies victory. It already signifies the fact that one of the chants that the Iranians are always saying is that God's hand is on our head, and the leader, the Sayyid Ali is our leader, and it just reinforces that fact that if you attack people during the holy month of Ramadan, while they are trying to be the closest they can be to their Lord, they have not lost anything. Whoever dies has attained martyrdom. Whoever leaves has been given the rank of being one of the people who fought the Epstein file. And you can just see with the ocean of people online who are talking about this, people who even have issues with Iran, who don't understand what Iran is. Because right now it is not complicated. It is actually plain, black and white. On one side, you have Israel that has attacked and killed people across multiple countries in this region over the past 2 years, and the United States that has attacked and killed millions of people over the past 20 years across this region, and more than that across the world, and Iran, a 5,000, 7,000-year-old country that has not attacked or fought any country, except to defend itself over the past 200 years. So it's clear as day. You don't need to know all the history, to know who is on the right side and who is on the wrong side. And hopefully, time will prove to people once again, the great service that this country has done for the world. And this is not the first time. Iran is uniquely, given the credit for destroying ISIS. And that is why they will never forgive Iran. The terrorist supporters who supported ISIS will never forgive Iran for breaking the backbone of their $1 million project that we're seeing the culmination now in Syria over the so-called blessed revolution, where some of the missiles that killed innocent people in Iran today came from that airspace.
All right, thank you so much for that, Zainab, and what you're saying and about the destruction of ISIS, Daesh, by the Islamic Republic of Iran. We take this time to remember Lieutenant General Soleimani, that he was the leader of destroying those terrorists. And of course, we know that the regime of Donald Trump, first time around, killed him while he was in Iraq. The ultimate anti-terrorist fighter was killed by the Trump regime. I mean, I think that says a lot. Thanks so much for being with us, Zainab Zakaria. You can see there breaking news, Iranian missiles directly hitting Tel Aviv right now as we speak. And we'll get more information and give it to you when we get it in. Well, Mohsen, your thoughts? I mean, we have seen, interestingly, the type of reaction we're seeing from people, Muslim, non-Muslim, Westerner, Easterner, throughout the world. I'm continually monitoring the social media. As Zainab said, she said that Iran is doing a favor for the world. It seems that people, maybe they haven't reached that point that they're getting it to that degree, but I think that they can understand that what Iran is doing is positive for the world. I don't know. What is your assessment of it? How do you see it? Mohsen Naqvi, I can't hear you. Can we check his audio? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead again. Let me see if I can hear you.
Yes, I apologize for that. The sentiment in the U.S. The sentiment in the U.S. is they've been waiting for such an attack. I mean, this is amongst the activist space here in the U.S. They've been waiting for some form of retaliation. The world sees and observes, especially here in the West, that the Islamic Republic of Iran has shown strategic patience. Even now, they were in the midst of negotiations. Civilizations like the Islamic Republic of Iran, they lead with the avoidance of war. But if they're attacked, the response is always severe. And even after true palmistry, after their generals were martyred, after these so-called riots in the Islamic Republic of Iran and statements that were leaning towards targeting Imam Khamenei, who is not just dear to the Iranians, but he's dear to Muslims and Shias all over the world. Even after that, the Islamic Republic of Iran was willing to negotiate, was willing to sit down and have a reasonable mode of conduct and a reasonable strategy to move forward. But clearly, the enemies, the Islamic, the Zionist regime, the US empire, they don't understand. They see negotiation as weakness, and I think it is this arrogance that has led them to make this mistake. The Islamic Republic of Iran has proven themselves time after time. They have shown their capabilities. They're not reliant on individuals. The war, the entire axis of resistance has proven that they are not reliant on individuals. They are reliant on organization and a system that they had in place. And so this reaction that we've seen from the Islamic Republic of Iran, it is something that the world has awaited. This is a war which is between the Epstein class and those who stand with basic human dignity. And so, as we see immorality in the West and across the world, and Epstein is one example of that, we see the Islamic Republic of Iran and Muslims throughout the world, the axis of resistance, being flag bearers of truth against falsehood. And this narrative is becoming clearer and clearer. And I think as this, not this battle, but as this war proceeds and it expands further, the world will see things clearer as they already see. Because we saw how the Zionist regime has killed many children, many women. We've seen the atrocities. We have seen the atrocities in Palestine. And now this morning we saw how the Zionist regime deliberately targeted a school where girls were studying, kids were studying. More than 70 of those girls, of those angels, have been martyred. And this is something that is being, it is a target for the Zionist regime. Whereas the Islamic Republic of Iran, as I mentioned before as well, is very specific in the way it targets. We are seeing that the Islamic Republic of Iran is not doing anything out of ordinary. They're doing exactly what they had said to do. They were very clear in saying that if the Islamic Republic of Iran is attacked, then these are the fronts that we will open. This will be a regional war. All American assets and military bases will be targeted, and that's what we see today. So anyone that's trying to portray this as a sectarian war, I think those days are long gone. When the days of divide and rule, when Mossad and the CIA were able to sow discord within the Muslim Ummah. People are seeing things for what they are now. Yeah, you will always have small groups of paid agents who will try to push a narrative, but that narrative doesn't represent the Muslim Ummah. I think the Muslim Ummah is very clear in their stance against Palestine. They are very clear in their support for the Islamic Republic of Iran, in supporting Palestine. And it is Al-Quds. It is Palestine that has become the center of unity now. If you are with Palestine, if you support Palestine, if you stand with Palestine, you are a part of the Muslim Ummah. And if you don't, then you are not. You are not one of us. You are not one of us. Mm-hmm. And as the world knows and recognizes that if there's any country, if there are people who have stood with Palestine, they are those who commemorate Quds Day every year on the last Friday of Ramadan. It is the Islamic Republic of Iran, it is Iraq, it is the Hezbollah in Lebanon, who have always not just stood with the Palestinians, they have helped, assisted, fought alongside the Palestinians, and they have also given martyrdoms alongside their Palestinian brothers and sisters. And so this sentiment, this emotion, where we are all one, as not just as Muslims, but as human beings, is a sentiment that is new, that the West has not seen before, neither has the East. And I think we are all people who stand with morality and who stand against injustice. are now seeing some kind of peace under the flag of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
All right, thank you so much, Mohsen. Again, you can see the bottom of your screen, huge explosions are rocking Tel Aviv, Haifa, with the retaliatory operations by the Islamic Republic. I'd like to bring in my colleague Zainab Virani to join in this discussion. Zainab, thanks so much for being with us. Let's talk a little bit about that. Military expertise. I mean, we know how the Zionist regime always tried to portray itself as being invincible. We saw during the 12-day war what happened and the way the Iranian missiles not only got through the Iron Dome and David Sling, but the whole NATO protection that they had set up for the regime. And now we're seeing the American bases throughout this region being hit. I want to talk about the significance of this, because we must remember that no one had dared ever attack an American base. And the first time it was Iran, of course, after the martyrdom of Lieutenant General Qasem Soleimani. And since that time, it has happened several times. And of course, today is definitely no exception to the way it has happened. Let's talk about that military expertise that is being done. It has been done by a country that has been under sanctions for over 40 years.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. It's actually quite interesting to see how a country that has been heavily sanctioned, all of its different sectors have been sanctioned, whether it's the military, whether it's the healthcare, whether it's the oil industry, a country that has been sanctioned by the majority of the world and has been cut off from the rest of the world in terms of trade, export, banking systems, all of these things. It has emerged as such a powerful source in the region. Like you mentioned, they have managed to not only, like what we're seeing right now, they've managed to not only hit one American base, but they've hit multiple, I believe 15 American bases in the region, American bases which were assumed to be invincible. Nobody ever in the world has dared to carry out an attack, a strike against American bases in the region. And then we see a country heavily sanctioned, shunned away, and propagandized so much against it. We have so many Persian language channels, over 300, I suppose, constantly over the years, over decades, spreading propaganda against the Islamic Republic, portraying it as this some sort of dictatorial, suppressive regime, which is basically when it comes to the West, every accusation is a confession, which is basically what they do. But that is what we've been seeing, how they portray Iran. And then we see the country has emerged so strong and has managed to not only in this war, but in the 12-day war as well, as we saw, they managed to get through all of the Israeli defense systems, which their so-called Iron Dome, which was impenetrable. We saw Iran's ballistic missiles, Iran's hypersonic missiles hitting occupied Palestinian territories. It all comes down to, I think, how the West has had a wrong understanding of the Iranian nation. They think that if they are militarily, they have the upper hand, then they are going to be able to defeat the country if they impose sanctions, economic sanctions, other kind of sanctions. We have a wide range of sanctions imposed on this country for the past few decades. They think that that is going to stop the nation, but they do not take into consideration the fact that this nation does not back down in the face of oppression, in the face of this kind of bullying behavior. Instead, they turn inward, and what we've been seeing right now, they have a completely indigenous defense industry, and all their missiles, all their drones, all their rockets are Iranian made, and instead their defense industry has flourished. The nation stood up for itself like it has been doing for the past 47 years after the Islamic Revolution. This is the essence, this is basically a gift of the Islamic Revolution. This is one of the benefits of the Islamic Revolution, that the nation stood up on its 2 feet, and this is basically one of its results, that the nation was able to not rely on external factors, on foreign powers to supply them with weapons, with defense mechanisms, but instead, despite sanctions, they came together, they relied on themselves, and they developed these missiles that we see have shaken the West and Israel's so-called Iron Dome and their immense defense capabilities like they portrayed.
All right, thank you so much, Zainab. Again, if you're looking at the bottom of your screen, you see IRGC is saying the 3rd and 4th rounds of missile attacks being carried out using missiles more advanced than the previous ones. I want to look at that, Moussa Naqvi, because we know that throughout the 12-day war, Iran said that it did not use their most advanced missiles, and starting off earlier today, they were using older missiles, and now they're gradually building up to more advanced. Your thoughts on that? The way that Iran has advanced, and again, the way that it plays the strategic patience and in dealing with the enemy.
Well,
this is from Moussa Naqvi.
Oh, sorry.
Well, yes, Iran has always planned for a war against the U.S. empire. The Zionist regime have always been, they've never been Iran's main target. They see them as an extension of the U.S. empire in the region of West Asia. So the Islamic Republic of Iran has always planned for a war of attrition, a prolonged war in the region. And as you were also mentioning, this was the genius of Shahid Qasim Soleimani to spread the war in the region. He also mentioned how Imam Khamenei said that the first mistake, and which was the first sign of the downfall of the empire, was when the U.S. sent their troops to Afghanistan. And it is since then, or even before that, that the Islamic Republic of Iran has been planning day in and day out for a war of attrition against the U.S. empire. So when we see that the Islamic Republic of Iran is not, it's saving its more advanced weaponry for a different stage in this war, this is part of that very strategy. Their analysis is that this war will last a long time. This will be a regional war when it happens, and it will lead to the end of the Zionist regime, but it has to be done and strategized a certain way. And if anything, October 7th, and this was also Shahid Yahya Sinwar's genius, that this matter of fighting the Zionist regime and this regional war became a priority. And October 7th served as a catalyst for that fact. So when we see that generals within the IRGC, within the Islamic Republic of Iran, are being martyred, when we see that there are these so-called triads that are being organized by agents of Mossad and CIA in the Islamic Republic of Iran, these are all signs of weakness. When you can't defeat an army in battle, in war, it is then that you use these tactics and these strategies. And of course, as we all know, there seems to be a very personal agenda that Trump and Netanyahu both have in furthering this war, and those personal, the personal benefits, so-called benefits that they're getting, is that they face charges in Israel and America. We see that Netanyahu has never been as weak as he is today in the Zionist regime, but nonetheless, this is not a war against individuals, but rather this is a war against systems, against morals, against basic human rights. It is a war which is being fought between those who are under the flag of truth and those who have oppressed and killed and massacred a people. I mean, the amount of people that have been murdered in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Vietnam, in Syria, what we have witnessed in Palestine since October 7th, we had more than 70 Hind Rajabs die this morning. This was a joint attack between Israel and the US empire on Iran. So Iran is very much, it is very moral of Iran to still show restraint, and to still show morality in the way it is reacting to this attack. So this, once again, for the Islamic Republic of Iran, as we've also mentioned before in these shows, that there's a clear fatwa of Ayatollah Imam Khamenei that we don't need nuclear weapons because it targets innocent civilians across the globe. And so the Islamic Republic of Iran has never been an instigator of mass genocide and violence in this region. But we've seen other players in the region who, if not directly involved, they have definitely facilitated this genocide. We see Jordan, we see Qatar, we see Bahrain, we see the UAE. These monarchies have served as grounds that have benefited and facilitated this genocide for the US empire and for the Zionist regime. So when we see the Islamic Republic of Iran still showing restraint, but targeting these areas, it is because of their complicity in killing an innocent group of people in Palestine since October 7th. So we see a clear shift in a status quo in West Asia. We see the world changing as we witness this battle. We see how world politics in general and positions of power are shifting. And people are now recognizing the Islamic Republic of Iran for what it is, for what Islam is. Also, a unique character in the way the Islamic Republic of Iran approaches these issues is that it always has an Islamic perspective. It keeps Islam on the forefront of everything. May that be in defense, may that be in retaliation, may that be doing negotiations, or even signing treaties. Islam is at the forefront. So today the world sees Islam for what it truly is. It is a religion that will never initiate or instigate battle, war. But if you are attacked, you will see a response. You will see a response. And so when we say strategic patience, when we say limited attacks, these strategies also hold ground and have this very Islamic depth to them. And that is very important for the world to recognize. There are many in the world that are saying Iran should become a nuclear power and that Iran should wipe off the Zionist regime, that Iran should do this, that Iran should do that. We must understand that the Islamic Republic of Iran is a power that has been fighting against Zionism and imperialism since its very inception in 1979. They know exactly what they're doing. There's a reason why there are limited attacks right now. There's a reason why they are preparing for a more broadened war, a war of attrition. If the US empire has these so-called allies in the region of West Asia, so does the Islamic Republic of Iran. There's Yemen, there's the Hashd al-Shabi, who are now a majority in parliament in Iraq. Hezbollah is still very powerful in South Lebanon. We should not believe the rumors of the enemy that they're weak. No, they exist. And let's not also forget the resistance forces that are present in the West Bank, in East Jerusalem, in Gaza. Those resistance groups are still very much in order and active, and at the right time, they will also retaliate in support for the Islamic Republic of Iran. And in addition to what I've just mentioned, what all of this is also showing, why is Iran this target? Iran is this target because Iran is the backbone. Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, is the flag bearer of the resistance today as we see it. If there is a country that has supported Palestine as if they are its own, it is the Islamic Republic of Iran. There's a reason why Shaykh Qasim Soleimani is called the martyr of Quds. It is a reason why Hajj Ramadan was called the martyr of Quds. There's a reason why we have seen this sense of unity through the axis of resistance. It is because Palestine has become that center and that core that has united Shias, Sunnis, and all other factions within Islam. It doesn't matter if you're Shia or Sunni anymore. What is important is do you stand with Haqq, you stand with the truth, you stand under the flag of truth, the flag of Islam, the flag of humanity, or do you stand under the flag of falsehood? Those lines have become very clear. There is no blur anymore. It is very clear and very obvious.
All right, thank you so much. That's Mohsen Naqvi, political analyst, joining us out of Houston, Texas. Thanks so much for being with us. As you can see at the bottom of your screen, that the IRGC has started its third and fourth rounds of missile attacks that's been hitting Tel Aviv and Haifa. And we're going to bring you updates as soon as we get it. Actually, we're waiting for Iran's Security Council. They're going to be giving a statement soon, and we will be crossing over to them as soon as they get ready to release that statement. I'm going to cross back over to my colleague Zainab in the studio. I mean, Zainab, I want to talk about the issue at hand, the main issue when we look at Palestine. And from the very beginning, even prior to the victory of the Iranian Revolution, Imam Khomeini actually had talked about that it is the biggest and most important situation that's affecting the Muslim world. And we know that the very first Palestinian embassy was opened in Iran shortly after the victory of the Iranian Revolution in 1979. And we have seen Iran's continual support for Palestine since then up until now. I want to talk about that. We have many, many Muslim nations in the world. What has been the difference for Iran that the Palestinian issue has been so pressing that we have seen it, for example, in the last, especially the last few years after the situation took place on October 7th, what has happened and how the Islamic Republic has stood on side and besides the Palestinian people. And of course, we have other entities too, whether we're talking about the Houthis in Yemen or we're talking about Hezbollah. But as a nation, as an Islamic nation, Iran has been the only one. Why is that the case, do you think?
Well, it all goes back to the Islamic Revolution and what it stands for and why that revolution took place in the first place. If you look at the ideals behind the Islamic Revolution, they were, one of the main ideals was standing for the oppressed. The Iranian nation during the regime of the Pahlavi, during the Pahlavi regime, was extremely oppressed. There was widespread poverty, there was political suppression, there was a whole lot of things going on during that time, which forced the people to take to the streets and to follow the lead of the late Ayatollah Khomeini to stand up against the oppressive regime and overthrow the Shah and oust him from the country and establish the Islamic Republic. And that was the basis of the Islamic Revolution, taking a stance for yourself, taking a stance for the oppressed, and standing up to the oppressors. And again, this is what applies to the Palestinian issue as well. And just as you mentioned, that the Palestinian issue has been central to Iran as a nation and to the Islamic Republic. since the beginning of the Islamic Revolution, because it aligns with their ideals, and essentially it comes down to the fact that the Islamic Republic now stands for everything that is right, for the right path, for the truth, for good morals, for humanity. And when you see what is in opposition to the Islamic Republic, or the ones who are oppressing the Palestinians right now, is the Israeli regime and the US government and the Western powers, there are no gray zones left now. It is either you stand with the Palestinians or you stand with the oppressive Western powers and the Israeli regime. So on one side you have this Islamic Revolution, you have this Islamic Republic that has stayed true to its ideals of helping the oppressed, and which was one of its founding ideas, and which is why it was standing for Palestine, and they have continued over the past 47 years to stay true to those ideals. And on the other side you see this satanic pedophilic death cult leading the opposition, which is the US and the Israeli regime, as we've already seen with the Epstein files and everything that's coming out. Everybody is involved in it. We've seen the heinous crimes committed by them against humanity, and then they claim to be protectors of humanity, like what we're seeing right now with the current aggression against Iran. They claim to free the Iranian nation while bombing Iranian people, while killing. They say they stand for their whole women life freedom movement a couple of years back. This is how they're supporting women, and this is how they are supporting the Iranian nation by killing over 90 schoolgirls, elementary school girls, by bombing an elementary school and killing them and freeing them from the oppression that they were facing in Iran. It all links back to the fact that Iran stands for the oppressed, Iran stands for what is right, Iran stands on the right side of history, and everybody that is against Iran, everything that stands against Iran right now is also the entities that are oppressing Palestine and the Palestinian people, which is why Palestine has emerged like this central issue in the world right now, which divides whether you are on the right side of history or you're on the wrong side of history. And as we have seen that for the past 47 years after the Islamic Revolution, Iran has stood, the whole revolution, as I said, was for standing up for the oppressed, standing up to the oppressors and saying what is right. And Iran has not only done that verbally on the global stage, but Iran has supported the Palestinian and the Palestinian cause militarily, in every humanitarian ways, in every possible way that they could, and they have, in the true sense of the word, stood with the Palestinian people. And which is why we also again see that Iran is paying the price for this kind of support for the Palestinians. The other Muslim, we have a bunch of Muslim nations in the world. We have all of these Gulf states, we have the UAE and this and that. But as we see right now, they're all an extension of the US. They're all proxies for the US right now. They have huge US bases inside their territories, which were used for aggression against Iran because Iran stood for the Palestinian cause. So we have all of these Muslim nations who claim to be Muslim but do not follow the ideals of Islam, which are standing up to the oppressor and standing up for the oppressed and helping the oppressed and supporting the oppressed. They don't do that. They may claim to condemn, and we condemn in the strongest sense, the genocide carried out by the Palestinians. This is what we hear time and again, statements coming out from them. But what do we see behind the scenes? They are doing deals with the Israeli regime. They're normalizing ties. They have embassies opening up now. We have them meeting the Israeli so-called diplomats, and we see them completely normalizing ties and prioritizing their own economic and other benefits over the lives of Palestinians.
Indeed,
they do
Zainab,
not do that, which is why I
stay with me, Zainab. It's press to be Zainab Virani. Stay with me, viewers. Of course, we're continuing our live coverage of the ongoing situation. We know that right now, at this time, that the Islamic Republic of Iran has sent another round of missiles to the regime. towards the regime, Tel Aviv, Haifa being hit. We're going to cross over now, though, to London and welcome Mr. Masoud Shahjareh, Chairman of Islamic Human Rights Commission, to this section. Thanks so much for being with us. Well, tell us what's being said on your side of things. It was interesting that the British government actually came out, it seemed quite proudly today, and said that they too participated in these attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran with the U.S. and the Zionist regime. Your thoughts as you're sitting inside of the UK?
Marzia, I remember the whole of the last few weeks we were being told over and over by our Prime Minister and the government that they're not going to take part in this sort of actions and military action against Iran. And then today, sort of 180 degrees turnaround, which really indeed is the story of the day. I mean, there is a perception, there is a lies taking place right the way across. The fact of the matter is that I think today, yet again, we can see a very clear indication of the moral bankruptcy of not just British political system, but indeed all the political system. I just an hour ago came back from the demonstration at Parliament Square, and many people from different backgrounds were there, and they all believed in the same thing, that the fact of the matter is that Iran is being attacked not because it's attack any of its neighbor, because they started any war, or to do with the human rights sort of excuses, or the nuclear energy. All these things have been sort of just excuses after excuses, and the only reason one could sort of say is the fact that Iran has been just about the only nation who stood against the Zionist genocidal regime, the only real regime in that area. And the fact of the matter is that is really what the crime of Iran is, standing with the Palestinians after genocide, which resulted in over 90,000 people being slaughtered with the most sophisticated weapons in the world, systematically supported politically, financially, and militarily by the great so-called powers of the world, who are supposed to be champions of democracy, champions of human rights. I mean, every single person knows that overwhelming majority of people in the West, even in the United States, are pro-Palestinian, and they're not pro-Zionist and Israeli. But, they claim to be champions of democracy. They're going around killing people to implement democracy, human rights, women's rights. It's pathetic. The reality is that now all the sort of illusions have been removed. People who are able and want look at the reality are seeing the reality, that the regimes are British, American, and European governments who go against their own people, who arrest their own people, who are standing for their commitment to humanity and international law, and standing against genocide. In the same square which we were demonstrating this afternoon and this evening, thousands of people stood holding a placard, and they got arrested under anti-terrorism. I mean, this is exactly the same reason for their arrest as it is for attack against Iran. These governments, British government, European government, United States, are not representing the interests of their people. Let's be clear. This is an illusion. There is no interest of people in the United States and in the West for their government to finance and to support genocide, which brings no benefit to the citizens in these countries. These countries, the politicians and the leaders and the political elite are only doing that because they're subservient to a genocidal foreign power. And that is it. There is no, there is no constituency in United Kingdom or United States or France or Germany who benefits from genociding men, women, and children or attacking Iran. No one benefits. We were sold a lie first time in Afghanistan, then in Iraq, then Libya, Syria, it goes on and on. No one is safe from this sort of ideology of barbaricism and use of power and bullying for the benefit of very few. And I think we need to be very clear. There is two options in the world. Either we oppose this and we stand for justice against genocide, or we will make genocide normalized and indeed will become the future of our relationships, and allowing a small group of people to behave like this and get away with genocide and continue to do so. And it's not just the issue of Gaza. Gaza could be and would be the first place. It will go right across the world, and it becomes normal for this to happen. And so when Ayatollah Khamenei says, stand on the right side of the history, then really that is the golden point, that you either stand on the right side or you are part of the wrong side. And the wrong side will have a huge implication for not just for ourselves, but for our future generations.
All right, thank you so much, Masoud Shajare from Islamic Human Rights Committee out of London. Again, as I said earlier, currently the Islamic Republic of Iran is hitting the occupied regime, and we will bring you more on the results of that as we get it in. We have seen a very, very busy day, unbelievable day in so many ways. Zainab, I mean, your thoughts, in Iran, as I was driving around today, because of course this happened in the morning, and people were at their jobs, their kids were at school, and then there was this sort of chaos in Tehran, people trying to get to their kids, that feeling of not being with your kids when these attacks are taking place. And the regime, both regimes, did it on purpose. They waited. This is Saturday, so the first day of the week here in Iran. They waited to the day that when people would be busy and going around with their regular routines to create this chaos in the society. I mean, your thoughts about that, and just the way that the psychological war that they have continually, both the U.S. and the Zionist regime, tried to play on the Iranian people. Zainab, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, of course, as you said about the scenes that we saw in Tehran today. I myself was out in the streets, and I was seeing it was a normal working day. We all went out in the morning people went to school, children went to school, people went to work, and all of a sudden we see this kind of attack going on. And we see this, all of a sudden we hear that we've been attacked. We see the chaos, we see the traffic, we see people rushing to get to their loved ones, everybody worried about their children in school. And again, then we saw what happened in Minab, where this school of this elementary, girls elementary school was attacked, and the casualties are just rising. And we see that the numbers have already gone to, I suppose, 90 now, of 90 little schoolgirls killed, and the regime claiming to free the people this way by attacking people, attacking Tehran during a busy working day, and then claiming to free the people. And we see the chaos it caused for a few hours, but now, as you see in Tehran, calm has returned. The streets are back to normal. We do not see people rushing to the stores to buy or to hoard stuff like what we've been seeing in the US during the pandemic, for example, where people literally swept things off the shelves. We see that calm has returned to Tehran and to the other cities as well, which is, again, this is again part of the psychological warfare, not to mention the media outlets that are going on with their fake news and just putting more and more propaganda out there to confuse the people and to try to bring the people into the streets. And this is one of if you claim to be one of the strongest militaries in the world, and then you still have to rely on propaganda, and you have to rely on getting people out into the streets to help you with your agendas, of your so-called regime change. And you have to carry out so much psychological warfare, so much media propaganda, then maybe the claims of them being the strongest military in the world are fake. Maybe they are not the strongest military in the world. Maybe they already know that they cannot win this war militarily, and they have to rely on propagandizing the people and pulling them out into the streets and carrying out the psychological warfare to have a chance at carrying out their so-called regime change.
Thank you, Zainab. Hello everyone, and welcome to Press TV and the rolling coverage, the extended rolling coverage. I would like to thank my colleague Marzia Hashemi for her efforts and time that she spent. I think it was hours upon hours. And I would like to thank dear viewers also for watching Press TV. And I like to advise our dear viewers to get the latest information from Press TV and the national news channels in Iran, and not other news outlets. Let's continue with Zainab Virani. Zainab, you just mentioned that they know that they can't win this war, and they resorted to the psychological warfare. But why take the risk? Because we know what is happening in the US with the Epstein files, with the ICE movement as well against the people. So why do you think Trump has taken this risk?
Well, as we know that Trump was hesitant to enter this war, and we've been seeing over the past few weeks that, and say past couple of months, that Israel has been the main the main entity pushing the U.S. to go to war, and with Netanyahu's recent visit to Washington as well, to try and convince Trump to carry out these strikes, because Israel knows that, and Israel very practically saw what happened, that it did not have the upper hand. All of their Iron Dome and their David Sling and all of their so-called impenetrable defense systems failed during the 8-month back 12-day war, and they had to come begging to Iran for a ceasefire because they could not take Iran's firepower, and they were overwhelmed. So this time Israel wanted the US involved in its war against Iran, and which is why we've been seeing that Israel was the main perpetrator of this war, and it had been pushing US to go to war. We've been seeing the US military buildup, but we've been seeing that the war had not started. But again, as we saw, Israel was the one who started this war, like the strikes that we saw today in the morning, which is And also, as you mentioned, all of the issues going on in the US right now with the Epstein files, with all of the horrendous things coming out of there and all of the people involved in it, and again, the ICE protests as well. This is not something that serves U.S. interests, but it is definitely something that serves Israeli interests, because as we just saw today morning, right before we were hit, we saw the Omani foreign minister, who also happened to be the lead mediating person in the Iran-U.S. nuclear talks, come out and say that a deal is within reach and diplomacy is the only path forward to solve this issue. And he also said that he believes that Iran will give concessions on its nuclear program in its own way. And he also said that Iran has no intention of building a nuclear bomb, and that's also something that Iran has been stating time and again, that we do not intend to build a nuclear bomb, and our nuclear energy program is a peaceful nuclear energy program. But Israel saw this, that a deal is within reach, and then we see, whoa, suddenly we have bombs raining down upon us. We have missiles coming into Tehran. So I think it serves more of Israel's interests rather than U.S. interests. And obviously, with everything going on over there and the economic crisis that we see in the in the so-called invincible U.S. empire, this is not a war that the U.S. can afford. And like Iran over the past few weeks was stressing that if a war starts, if we are attacked, this will turn into a regional war. And we saw that Iran was not bluffing. Now we see all of U.S. interests, all of U.S. bases in the region, U.S. economic interests in the region have been hit by Iranian missiles, and that is a huge blow to the U.S. economy, to the taxpayers' money that is funding these wars. So again, we come back to the thing that it serves the Israeli agendas and their expansionist agendas in the region, which have pulled the U.S. into this war with the Islamic Republic.
Thank you, Zainab. Zainab, if you can stay with us. We also have Mr. Masoud Shajare with us online. Yes, we do. Mr. Shajare, good to see you again. It's been a long time. Mr. Shajare, I would like to first of all ask you about your thoughts on what is happening right now, how it's happened, and what's going to happen. So I'll give the time to you. So the mic is yours, Mr. Shajare.
Right. Look, I think the reality is that this was predictable. Not because war is something that any nation takes it sort of lightly, and it does bring destruction, and it will sort of be damaging both sides. And in a ideal situation, everyone should do everything in their power not to go into war, because it's devastating and it's at the end of it not a solution. But the reality is that this was pre-planned. I mean, now we are hearing from the United States and Trump, and that this was planned. Even the day was planned a long time ago. So all these negotiations, all these sort of the lies that we were told, it was nothing but illusion and trying to prepare and implement this war. And as I said before, this war does not benefit anyone. So why are we having it? And if you look at that, the only entity is the genocidal Zionist regime that benefits from death and destruction and creating havoc. They want to turn every nation in the region into another Libya or Syria, and then benefit by using their resources, undermining their interests, and dominate and take over their lands and the resources and so forth and so on. That has been the path by the Zionists for a very long time, and they don't want to live in harmony with anyone. As a matter of fact, they need to have enemies to control their own people with fear and implement policies like genocide. Genocide, to sell genocidal policy to your own people and to the international community, you have to use the fear factor. And they do that very effectively because they have very good resources when it comes into media internationally and so forth. But the fact of the matter is that this war, it was predictable because of the fact that it was on one side, the offer on the table wasn't anything to do with the nuclear energy or nuclear science and the development of it. It had nothing to do with ensuring safety for any neighboring or regional country, as Iran has never invaded or threatened anyone. And it had all to do with the fact that, they don't want an independent state. They want a state that, the choice for Iran was either become slave to these colonial bullying powers and submit and bow down and give his resources and his independence and everything else to them, or become another Libya or Syria. And when that offer, when you realize that that is the only thing on the table, nothing else, then, war becomes the real option and a reality. And we are where we are because of that, not because of the fact that Iran failed to to show and give guarantees that it's not going for nuclear weapons. That was done years ago, and that was offered, and that was on the table. As a matter of fact, when you look at the United States Joint Intelligence Report, it's been indicated. They come up with a report saying Iran is not trying to have a nuclear weapon. So, how are you going to go and prove to somebody who already knows, their own intelligence report, it actually indicates that, that's the reality. So really these were all red herring, and therefore I think now is very clear that the whole thing is about Zionist, expansionist, genocidal policies, and those who stand on his way. And the reality is that Iran is the only one regionally and internationally which have stood on way and has not shied away, saying that this is something that is not just the interest of Iran, but interest of humanity to stand up, because there is no end to it. It's not just West Asia which is going to be engulfed, but the whole world, if this becomes normalization. This is something that I think people now are waking up. And indeed, they have woken up to it. I mean, look, as I said, overwhelming majority of people. In the West, something between 79 to 65% of population in the West are pro-Palestinian, and very small fraction of them are pro-Israeli. But why is it that their opinion, the democracy that they claim for, is undermined over and over? Brutality is being used by these European and American regimes against their own people in demonstration. We saw what they did at the universities in the United States, in the streets of London, Berlin, and so forth and so on, how they are attacking and abusing women, throwing them like a piece of meat around, and arresting 75, 85-year-old in London for holding a placard under anti-terrorism law. You know, this sort of abuses what are unthinkable. So the reality is that we are seeing a shift in morality, a shift in responsibility of the state towards its citizens and towards international law. And this is much, much more damaging than just Gaza, because really, if humanity goes down this route, then ourselves and our next generations are in serious trouble. You know, if the policy that Netanyahu has used in Gaza would become preferable policy, and in India is used, then, you know, we are talking about, you know, millions of people dying in a sort of short time, and no one will give a damn. And unfortunately, the reality, excuse my language, but the reality is that we are. So again, I would repeat, it's about which side of the history you are going to stand. Are you going to promote that type of genocidal policies and racism and abuse of your own citizen and everybody else because of the interest of you? Or are you going to go and say that there has to be some balance, some reality, some morality in politics and future of the humanity? And I think Iran is being punished because they stood on the right side of the history.
That's right, Mr. Shahjar. Mr. Shahjar talked about the awakening, especially in the West. I wanted to ask you, you said about around 70% of the people in the West do actually support the Palestinian cause. And we see the demos and protests against Donald Trump in the US, also in the European countries. But my question is, why are the people kind of powerless against the governing body or politicians?
The democracy, as we know it, the liberal democracy, is at crisis. You know, this is a reality. We are in the West being manipulated, and you know, by racism, by extreme right, and by sort of selling a sort of vision that only if become more harsh on, and you know, our problem is otherization, is the Mexicans, is the brown people in Europe, and if we get rid of these people, then we go back to the golden age of what it was. And now, you know, this is actually putting divide and rule of your own citizens. You know, in past, colonialists have used the divide and rule externally, but they're using it now internally. And, you know, this was the policy of Adolf Hitler. And, you know, it's being promoted and becoming the preferred policy of creating otherization and creating an environment of hate to get everybody busy so they could continue abusing power and not listening to their own citizens. And this is unfortunately the case in the United States, in Britain, in France, in Germany, and elsewhere. People are realizing that the democracy as they know it and they wish it is not working. You know, when you sort of see that people going in the street, you know, 80-year-old, 90-year-old ex-clergy is going and sitting for 8 hours holding a placard in their hand, waiting to be arrested under anti-terrorism, to make a point, to say that there is injustice taking place. There is abuse by power, by their government. That is actually very telling. What that tells us is that the democracy is bankrupt. Democracy is not working. And these people are not accountable to their own people, let alone to the international law or even national law. They're all being undermined and not even for, they don't even have excuse to say that is because of the national interest, because there's no national interest for any of this. There is only interest of the external power, which is committing genocide. And why they will pick up on Iran. There is no interest for them. There is no economical interest. There is no moral interest. There is nothing whatsoever. And when you really think about it, the only thing that comes to mind is Netanyahu saying Iran, Iran, Iran. So they're getting their line from Netanyahu, not from their own citizens, not from their own parliament, not from their own laws and regulation, not from the international law. It's really as basic as they're mesmerized for their own personal interest of keeping power to follow what Netanyahu dictates.
That's right, Mr. Shajari. I hope all goes well and people finally get awakened to what is happening with the Zionist regime and how they basically run the world right now. I would like to thank Mr. Masoud Shajari, the chairman of the Islamic Human Rights Commission. I think he was joining us from London, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Shajari, as always, thank you for your time, and we will talk to you again, definitely, for sure. And let's go back with Zainab again. Zainab, I got some news coming in, which is related to my question as well. It says several people have got injured after crashes rocked Tel Aviv's Gush Dan metropolitan area. And there was another news coming in, report that it says a new wave of missiles headed towards Israel. So basically, Iran is continuing with a salvo of rockets. I believe it's called True Promise 4 right now. So I want to get a bit more information on that and Iran's retaliatory actions. And also, you mentioned earlier on about the regional war, and I'm looking at about the news. I think there was an attack on Qatar, Bahrain, and was getting some comments from their officials. I can't say they're kind of scared, but they have to be wary about Iran's missile might. So I want to ask about about this. What's going to happen if this breaks out in an all-regional war with, I don't know, Saudi Arabia, we got Bahrain, we got Qatar, all those countries involved as well, and not forget the resistance axis in could say Syria, but mainly in Iraq, and we also got Yemen and Lebanon. We got the Hezbollah as well.
Yeah, well, definitely, like you mentioned, all of these bases, all of these U.S. bases have been attacked in the region, and Iran was mentioning this multiple times during the negotiations due to the U.S. continuing with its war rhetoric and its bullying behavior during the negotiations. Iranian military officials, Iran's political officials kept on saying that if we are targeted, if we are attacked, this is going to turn into a regional war, and it did. What I think is that these U.S. proxies in the region that host huge American bases did not take Iran seriously. They did not think that Iran would be able to follow up on its words, and Iran did, and now what we are seeing is, like you mentioned, all of these casualties coming out of the occupied Palestinian territories, and as you mentioned, that Iran is continuing with its attacks, and I believe this is the fourth, the latest wave of attack is the fourth wave of attacks. So like I mentioned before the war started, during the negotiations phase, Iran was mentioning that you might start the war, but you will not be able to finish it. And they also warned Trump that the U.S. president, who was saying that if he had any of these notions, that this would be a short, targeted attack like what they did in Venezuela. it won't translate into the Iranian territory because it is vastly different from Venezuela. And it warned that if you think that you can do that in Iran, you are greatly wrong, and you might start the war. You will not be able to end it, and you might think that you will carry out a small operation, you will take out military leaders, political leaders, and get on your way.